On the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month in 1918, the armistice that ultimately would bring an end to the First World War came into effect, forever cementing November 11th as a date of reflection and remembrance. Known variously as Remembrance Day, Armistice Day, and Veterans Day, each year the world pauses to reflect on the courage and sacrifice of the armed service members that served. In 2014, James Cameron and John Earp, both veterans of the British Armed Forces, dreamed up an event that mixed their twin passions, support of military veterans and motorsport. The result was the Race of Remembrance, held in proximity to November 11th and complete with a service honoring the fallen at the race's midway point. This weekend marks the 11th running of that event in Anglesey, Wales, but also the dawn of a new era across the Atlantic. Hello and welcome to scenic Virginia International Raceway and the first edition of the CrowdStrike Veterans Race of Remembrance, powered by AWS. My name is Ryan Marine. Chris Wilner will be joining me, reporting from the pit lane, and from the bottom of our hearts and from the entire USAC crew, it is our immense privilege to be here bringing this inaugural event to you as we honor the veterans here in proximity to Veterans Day in the United States, Remembrance Day overseas, with this great event. At the heart of this event is Operation Motorsport, a charity that has been empowering veterans through motorsports for years now. Let's learn a little bit more about Operation Motorsport and what they bring to the table here this weekend.
For medically releasing service members or veterans. You don't have to be 100% disabled. The rating is usually about 10%, and we work with them when they apply to find opportunities for them to use their transferable skills that they have from the military or something that they would like to do. They come in and they can do anything from crew, photography, videography, drive the truck, marketing, hospitality, all kinds of things. For the members, when they're releasing medically, it's through no fault of their own. So they lose their sense of team identity and their purpose. So when they can come back into this, the team offers them that dynamic that they can get once again. This season, 3 of our beneficiaries were offered jobs. It's very exciting. It's not that it's proof of concept, and that's not what we're about, because it's just a recovery program. You know, it's the opportunity for you to use the networking to build relationships, but to see them to be able to actually learn a skill and to be trusted by the team and to be offered that job because they want to be walking into that family. That's what matters. Coming to the paddock is like a deployment for them. Like, everybody has to have a place to eat. They've got a common goal that they need to achieve. They work together as a team to get there. And you can see the difference from when the beneficiary shows up on the Thursday. They might be a little bit hesitant, but by the time they're ready to go on Sunday or Saturday, they're a completely different person.
Time is your most important asset, and AI is transforming the speed of business. Your innovation and how you protect it depends on the technology you choose to trust. 70% of the Fortune 100 trust CrowdStrike's leading AI-native cybersecurity platform, built to secure their business and the AI fueling their innovation. AI is changing the world. We're securing it. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Hello, I'm JC Herrera, Chief Human Resources Officer at CrowdStrike. We're proud to be the presenting sponsor of Operation Motorsport's Race of Remembrance. At CrowdStrike, we believe in the power of service and the strength of our veteran community. Operation Motorsport's mission to engage and empower medically retired veterans through motorsports embodies the values we hold dear: innovation, determination, and passion. This race represents more than competition. It stands as a tribute to those who've sacrificed for our freedom and celebrates those who continue to inspire us with their resilience. Together with Operation Motorsport, we're creating meaningful opportunities that transform lives. To all our veterans, thank you for your service and your sacrifice.
Stars above, home lands and all. Mobil 1 motor oils make whatever you drive more beautifully.
The early morning fog has lifted, and we are now moments away from pre-race festivities for this first edition of the CrowdStrike Veterans Race of Remembrance, powered by AWS. Just some of the various storylines coming into this weekend. 8 teams have taken up the challenge across 3 different classes, ranging from SRO GT4 style cars all the way down to your first generation Mazda Miata. It's a really interesting and eclectic mix of cars. The drivers themselves are everything from pro championship winning drivers in series like GT4 America here in the States, British GT over in the UK, all the way down to amateur enthusiasts. There are plenty of veterans as well mixed in amongst the driving talent, some of whom are driving with hand controls here this weekend, others driving with prosthetics. It's all part of the interesting melange of drivers and teams that are here on site ready to take on this challenge, and it's a great venue for it as well. VIR, described as heaven on earth by Paul Newman. Carroll Shelby said 1 lap at VIR is like 100 laps at Watkins Glen. High praise indeed. It is a massive challenge, and for many of these drivers, it is the first time they've had the chance to come here and compete, and in other cases, the first time in quite a long time. A very special place to hold this event, and we say a big thank you as well to the folks at VIR for opening their arms to us and welcoming us to this facility. Let's head down to the grid now, where Chris Wilner will be leading us through pre-race festivities.
At this time, we do need all teams and officials in line formation facing the head of the grid as we get opening ceremonies underway. Once again, teams and officials in line formation at this time facing the head of the grid. It is my pleasure here this morning to introduce today's honorary starter who will wave the green flag. Please welcome Motorsport's marketing representative from Michelin North America, Mr. Tom Sullivan. Thank you, Tom. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you please rise if you are able and remove your hats as we welcome the Hargrave Military Academy Color Guard, who will present our nation's colors. And ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Hope Center Ministries, please welcome Tony Terry, who will lead us in today's invocation.
Good morning. Good morning. First off, I'm so thankful to be here in the presence of so many men and women of valor and integrity. It's a huge blessing for me to be here, to be part of this with you. If you would, bow your heads and we'll pray. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. Father, thank you for the opportunity for us to be here in remembrance of those who have fallen, Father. Father, I ask that you just watch over each and every driver today. Watch over the crews. Be with their families. Be with all of us today, Father. Just protect us, watch over us, and guide us. Father, we love you, we praise you, and we worship you. And all these things we pray in the name of your Son, Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Tony. And please remain standing as Hargrave Military Academy Cadet Chimdi Namani performs our American and Canadian national anthems.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chimney Namani. And at this time, we need starting stint drivers to your cars. Starting stint drivers to your cars. The time is now to get the CrowdStrike Veterans Race of Remembrance, powered by AWS, underway.
Thank you very much to Chris. And that means we are inching closer to the start of this inaugural event. It started with a dream. It started, of course, first across the pond in the UK and has been running strong now into its 11th year with the original Race of Remembrance at the Anglesey Circuit in Wales. Many of the racers and teams here today have participated in that event in years past, but Tiffany and Diesel Launder, the founders of Operation Motorsport, saw a niche, saw an ability to create a similar event here in the United States, and for the very first time in North America, we have our own Race of Remembrance. Speaking of Operation Motorsport, mentioned them a little bit off the top, using motorsport as an opportunity and an avenue to bring veterans a purpose in their life. Just last night, we had our Heroes Dinner, in which we heard from many of the beneficiaries of this program over the years and recognized the service of so many, but also had a chance to raise some funds for Operation Motorsport. In fact, over $20,000 was raised in the charity auction last night. It was a phenomenal event and very special for all of us who were there. A bit more, though, about Operation Motorsport. Since their founding, 136 flights for medically released and retired veterans or veterans with a service-connected disability taken courtesy of the Fisher House Foundation since the beginning of the partnership. 20 veterans have been embedded with motorsports teams this season alone in 2025. 19 former Operation Motorsport veterans have transitioned into jobs in racing after their tour. 5 teams this year have hosted veterans across the SRO Motorsports Group. We have to say a thank you to OGH Motorsports, Archangel Motorsports, Thunder Bunny Racing, Random Vandals Racing, and SRO itself for hosting those 5. 4 veterans worked this year in series like NASCAR Canada, FEL Motorsports Radical Cup Canada, the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge Series, worked in SRO Technical, GT4 America, and GT World Challenge America. 4 teams this year hosted veterans in IMSA with Meyer Shank Racing, Algarve Pro Racing by CrowdStrike, Core Motorsports, and Zamak Simpson Motorsports hosting veterans, and 2 teams this year hosted veterans in FEL Radical Cup Canada, thanks to the FEL Tech crew as well as the Auto Eclectic Motorsports team. just a phenomenal initiative, and it's only going to grow from here. With this now as a tentpole event for everyone to rally around. This is something like a reunion for a lot of these folks that have gone their separate ways, working in various programs over the course of the 2025 season. But everybody here together, and it is a fantastic opportunity to host everybody here at VIR. A little bit about what we're about to see. 6 hours of racing with a scheduled break at the midway point with a very poignant remembrance service. You won't want to miss that. 8 cars set to take the start, and it will be Logan Anderson taking the field to the green flag. One of 2 drivers in that Aston Martin you're looking at right there, car number 16 from the Skip Barber Racing School team, which is located right here at VIR, so home turf for them. It's the only 2-driver lineup in this field, and it's a pair of drivers in that car that are graduates of the Skip Barber Racing School in their Formula Car Series. So Logan Anderson, Robert Mosteller will be sharing driving duties for that car. Stuck it on pole at a 203.144 miles per hour, or excuse me, a second lap. Really impressive qualifying effort to take pole position by nearly 2 seconds over the Resilience Racing and Team Brit number 249 entry. This is in the Freedom class. 4 cars in that Freedom class. Qualifying up in 3rd position is Adam Colombo for Random Vandals Racing, and Paul Sparta, the team boss at Random Vandals, qualified in 4th place in the Freedom class, which is occupied here this year effectively by SRO GT4 spec cars. There's 1 car entered in the Remembrance class this weekend, and that is the Resilience Racing and Team Brit number 240 entry. Brian Winker will get the start, having qualified at a lap time of 2:22.307 seconds. Then there's the Honor class, which is consisted exclusively of Mazda MX-5 Miata machinery, and Canadian Leon LeBlanc from Tooth Motorsport qualified on pole position in his Miata, 2:22.877, very fast lap in that car. Qualifying in 2nd, Power Sports Garage, which with the first of its 2 entries, Jason Bivens qualified in 7th overall, 2nd in class, and Hugh Leahy, part of a father-daughter team in the car number 011 from Power Sports Garage, will start in the 8th position today. It is a huge mix of experience in this driver lineup. As I mentioned, champion drivers like Kevin Boehm, who's a national champion in the SCCA. He's a champion in SRO touring car racing, and just about a month ago clinched his first GT4 championship with Random Vandals. He'll be part of their driver lineup here this weekend. That is one example of some of the homegrown talent, and then some drivers coming over as part of the Team Brit initiative, which is a great story. We'll be telling a whole lot more throughout the course of the day today, but drivers with experience in the Brit Car Endurance Series, as well as British GT and McLaren Trophy, coming over here stateside with this chance to race on home soil in an initiative that is developed around drivers racing with physical or mental handicaps, and providing them an outlook and an avenue to pursue their racing passion. It's a great story, and again, we'll be talking more about Team Brit throughout the course of the show today. We did have some precipitation overnight here at VIR, and it actually kind of hung around into the early morning hours with fog that has only recently burned off. But good news, the forecast is quite promising. We don't expect any precipitation over the course of the 6 hours of racing today, and it does look like the sun is trying to break through the cloud cover. We expect it to be a sunny day here in Southern Virginia, just on the border with North Carolina at VIR before too much longer. Let's talk a bit more about the venue, Virginia International Raceway. What a place. And we are running the entire full 17-turn, 3.27-mile full course, which debuted back in 1957. It's a fascinating history here at VIR. The track operated for a good bit of time. I think we have a chance to look here at the track layout as well. And at VIR, 17 turns, 3.27 miles around. Opened, as I mentioned, in 1957 and closed in 1974. It actually reverted back to farmland for about a quarter of a century before it was reopened in March of 2000. The original layout of the track, though, was preserved, and it's a great thing, too, because this is a classic. Turn 1, the horseshoe, great passing opportunity there. Turn 4, a great challenge that sets you up for the 2 sequences of S's, which get progressively faster, culminating up at Oak Tree. Turn 14 at the end of the roller coaster, the start of the roller coaster, a great passing opportunity, and then Hog Pen, which leads back to the front straightaway here, which is damp, as you can see from our overhead drone shot. We do have some moisture. The good news is everyone, by regulation, is racing on a 200 tread wear tire, and so there's no concern about what tires to be on in these conditions, the tires that the teams have chosen, and it is an open tire format. You can choose any tire you would like, although there are reasons to choose Michelin as the official tire of VIR as well as this event, and Michelin donating a portion of every purchase of a set of tires back to Operation Motorsport this weekend. But the greater point being that these are effectively treaded high-performance street tires across all 3 classes here this weekend, and so that would eliminate any concerns about needing to switch tires, although there is the chance of seeing that during pit stops. Pit stops very regulated by the rules. It's a 4-minute minimum pit stop time if you are spending time in the pits and refueling the car, and this is done for a few reasons. Number 1, it's not really meant to be a competitive aspect of the race. Number 2, there are quite a few drivers in this field that are racing with physical handicaps that would make driver changes challenging, so there's no reason to rush that process, and consequently that 4-minute rule is in place, but in that window you could see teams changing some tires. That's all that we have to look forward to, and there's still a whole lot to discuss as we get into the thick of things, but now let's head back down trackside as pre-race festivities continue ahead of this inaugural running of the CrowdStrike Veterans Race of Remembrance, powered by AWS.
Thank you, Ryan. Here to give our most famous words in motorsports, please welcome Operation Motorsport board member Greer Martin.
Drivers, start your engines.
The words we've all been waiting for. And with thanks to Brad Rimmer from Hargrave Military Academy with our bugler call here this morning. Again, so many aspects of the military sprinkled throughout this event. At the heart of it, the remembrance ceremony at the very middle portion of the race. But so much goes into preparing these cars. So much effort has gone into being here for all the teams and drivers. Many have come from across the pond to be here and take part in this event, and we're about to turn them loose. Cars starting to roll out for the formation lap here at VIR, and a crucial formation lap or 2 at that, given the track conditions. As mentioned, it's been a busy week already. Qualifying yesterday set the grid, but there's been testing, there's been practice ahead of that qualifying session, so everyone should be cycling through these cars. They should know the track now, but the conditions, of course, have changed since the last time the cars were on the circuit, and this will prove to be a fairly important few sighting laps to get a glimpse of the racetrack under these conditions and plan for the start of this race. Talked a little bit about VIR and the layout already. A few more tidbits about this great venue. 2 very long straightaways providing good passing opportunities for multi-class racing. The front straight, 3,000 feet in length. The back straight, even longer. It's known as Madison Avenue, 4,000 feet long, and leading to one of the most technical sections in all of North American road racing, which is, of course, the roller coaster. Turn number 3 here at VIR. It's known as NASCAR Bend. Great history at this racetrack. It goes back to a 1966 Trans Am race, which saw NASCAR luminaries at the time taking part. Richard Petty, David Pearson, Wendell Scott all raced in that event, and all 3 of them according to the lore here at the circuit, had some difficulties in NASCAR Bend, and consequently that turn was named in their honor. As mentioned, the track closed in 1974, reverted to farmland in the interim, but was revived by investors Harvey Siegel and Connie Nyholm, who left careers in New York real estate to revive this racetrack. Harvey in particular had fond memories of coming here as a youngster and wanted to share that experience with a new generation of racing fans. And great pains were taken to map out the original layout of the track from beneath the Virginia farmland and preserve it as much as possible, with all due deference done to safety as well around the track. In every respect, this place is top of the line, but has a very old school circuit. The inaugural race held here was won back in August of 1957 by Carroll Shelby, driving a Maserati 450S. Again, just giving some sense of the history and tradition of the place. And it's also home to the Virginia Motorsport Technology Park here on the premises, with race teams based here, including the Skip Barber team that you see taking part in this event today, as well as the National Tire Research Center and so many others. It's a fantastic venue and a fitting one for this event. Let's take a look here, if we can, at the starting lineup for this race. As mentioned, 3 different classes. Starting on the overall pole position is the number 16 Skip Barber Racing entry. Logan Anderson and Robert Mosteller sharing their car. Starting alongside the number 249 from Resilience Racing and Team Britt, Aaron Morgan, Adam Poppenhaus, Jonathan Winker, and Paul Fullick. Row number 2, it's an all Random Vandals Racing second row. Starting in third will be Adam Colombo with his son Bruno Colombo and Louis Poulet. Then in the number 22, the sister entry, Paul Sparta, the team boss at Random Vandals. CJ Moses with so much experience here at VIR. He's a Virginian. Kevin Boehm as well starts alongside in that car. Then to the third row, that's when we get to the next couple of classes. By the way, the classes, basically, it comes down to a formula of horsepower to weight. But effectively, it's GT4 cars in the Freedom class. The Remembrance class, it's the one entry from Resilience Racing and Team Britt with Brian Winker, Callum Belden, and Caleb McDuff. Then Tooth Autosport in the pole-sitting car from the Honor class. And it is the first of the 3 Mazda MX-5 Miatas with Leon LeBlanc, Tim Schoenecker, Max Haverkate, and Dr. Joel Watts sharing that car. Power Sports Garage makes up the 4th and final row of the grid. Jason Bivens, Adam Roberts, and Ben Norfolk will start in that car in the 022 machine on the inside of the row, with the sister entry of father and daughter Hugh and Megan Leahy, Kevin Kenny, and Jake Porter in the 011 sister entry from Power Sports Garage. First of the 2 formation laps complete. Field making its way around on the second sighting lap. And very soon we'll be turning this field loose, ready to go at the first laps at speed, the inaugural running of this CrowdStrike Veterans Race of Remembrance, powered by AWS at VIR. Know a lot of our friends across the pond are tuning in very early for them, of course, with a big race coming up in Anglesey, but we wish you the best. Hope for a nice, safe 12 hours of racing and a wonderful ceremony as well over in Wales. An event that is so special. Anyone who's been comes back with stories about how life-altering it is to be a part of an event like that, and that is the goal, that is the dream, to replicate that magic here in the United States. Couple-year deal with VIR to host this event this year and next year, with huge ideas and expectation of growth in the years to come. But a big and sincere thank you to the 8 teams that answered the call to join us for this inaugural running. It's the proof of concept, and everyone here has a firm belief that it's the start of something spectacular. Let's head down to the pits briefly for a quick update from Chris Wilner before we go green.
Yeah, Ryan, what a scene down here. It is absolutely electric with some of the teams just getting ready to watch their cars take the green flag in this inaugural event. It's been a special morning so far. We had a great grid walk, and I know we brought to you at the end of that broadcast just how special and how moving even just the pre-race ceremonies are. And, of course, we've got the remembrance ceremony coming up at 10:40. It's going to be absolutely really just moving. And if you've never been exposed to Operation Motorsports before or the mission, just buckle up and be ready, because this is not only an opportunity to celebrate our love for motorsports, but to honor those that pay the ultimate sacrifice. And we have, as you mentioned, plenty of military men and women who have served and are now involved in motorsports, and it's bridging that gap and making a community of those that have military backgrounds in motorsports. So it's been fun to be a part of. Likewise, Ryan, it's been fun to be your broadcast partner this morning, and looking forward to bringing 6 hours of racing here from the pit lane. We'll have plenty of interviews, and of course we'll cover all the pit stops and talk to some of the drivers after their stints. So it's going to be a great 6 hours of racing here, Ryan, and looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too. We're going to have some fun, Chris. You can see he's got the Remembrance Poppy on. So many poppies are on display. Worldwide symbol of remembrance, stemming, of course, from the famous poem For the Fallen, written by actually, that would be In Flanders Fields, written by Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae. Here's the field in formation, coming down the front straightaway, looking for the green flag that will get the inaugural running of the CrowdStrike Veterans Race of Remembrance powered by AWS underway. We are racing at VIR, and it is Anderson from pole position, able to sweep away into the Horseshoe Bend. Turn number 1 here at VIR. Oh, and a big moment further back. That was a really close call there. I think that could have been Morgan there that got sideways, opened the door for one of the Random Vandals cars to pop to the inside and take second place, but a great save on what you have to remember is a damp and cold track here this morning. These are not racing slicks. These are tires that are going to take a little while to get up to temperature, especially given the track conditions. So that was a hairy moment there at the start, but for now, nice and clean, able to move on through the first sequence of corners. Now, into the S's for the first time. Snake and then the climbing S's. Very technical, very challenging. Anytime you come to VIR, this is where you cinch those belts tight just that little bit more. Coming up to this section for the first time, Watts has jumped up to 5th overall, it looks like, able to jump ahead of the Mustang from the Remembrance class, and putting a little bit of a gap between the next cars in the class, settling in very nicely. But at the front of the field, down to Oak Tree Corner for the first time, and it is the Aston Martin coming under pressure here. Colombo starting to close in the 11 from Random Vandals. Operation Motorsports emblazoned on the side, putting in a really impressive opening lap here, and in the slipstream, headed down Madison Avenue. Aston leads BMW. Morgan is dropped down to 3rd in the second of the Astons. Then it's CJ Moses sitting in the 4th spot. Now, into roller coaster, looking from up on high. Anderson forced to go a little bit on the defensive here. Experience primarily in karting and in single-seaters, but feeling out this GT4 in race conditions for the first time. He's got Colombo just behind, tiptoeing through a damp part of the racetrack. You can tell, just look at the color of this surface here, that there is still considerable moisture down on the track. And that will make for a treacherous opening couple of hours. A little bit of spray coming off the cars as they come around to complete the first lap. And at the end of lap number 1, it is Anderson showing the way, but Colombo is starting to reel him in. We mentioned we have a father-daughter lineup in this field. We also have a father and son lineup. This is Adam Colombo, father of Bruno Colombo, who's holding down the second position. Put together that nice lap to jump up into the second spot. But at the front of the field, still Anderson, graduate of the Skip Barber Racing School, showing the way. Really interested to see how that lineup fares. It's a couple of young guns graduating out of Skip Barber's single-seater program into this GT4 car, but they're light on tin top GT experience. and likely feeling out a damp track for the first time. But getting into a nice rhythm here. Anderson's opening sector, fastest of anybody here on this second lap of the race, starting to build that gap, pulling out now to 1.2 seconds ahead of Colombo. We'll keep an eye on these two as they fight it out at the front of the field, but a chance to head down and hear from some of the dignitaries. Pit side with Chris.
Absolutely, Ryan. It takes a village to put on such a great event like this, and the coordination it takes to pull off such an event starts with a lot of great partners, including CrowdStrike, who's, of course, the title sponsor for this event. And Dalton Minks is the vice president for the Veterans Employee Resource Group, and you attended the Race of Remembrance last year. That got you involved. So I guess what does it mean for you, CrowdStrike, to be part of this inaugural running here at VAR?
It's really a fantastic opportunity to be here again at Race of Remembrance. Last year's event was truly phenomenal. We were able to get, understand the stories of each of the beneficiaries, really get to see how this program impacts them on a day-to-day basis. It's a phenomenal program, Operation Motorsport. We're really excited to be out here again this year supporting.
Kenny Gutierrez, also here from CrowdStrike. And Kenny, what has impacted you the most about Veterans Affairs and really CrowdStrike's involvement on giving back to veterans?
Yeah, CrowdStrike is very welcoming to veterans. We support the veterans community in a variety of ways. In addition to our sponsorship of Operation Motorsport and the amazing work they're doing, we also partner with American corporate partners who helps mentor military folks that are trying to transition over to the corporate sector. As well as internally, we have our Veterans Employee Network, which gives CrowdStrikers a place of community for the CrowdStrikers have served veterans, nice places of community.
Finally, Dalton, I'll ask you, the partnership with Operation Motorsport, what is the mutual benefit and how important is it to partner with an organization like them?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so partnership with Operation Motorsport is fantastic. Really what we see is a direct connection between the skills that those in the military can bring into cybersecurity, skills such as teamwork, adaptability, planning, mission-driven mindset, all of those things we see veterans are able to bring into the cybersecurity community. Ultimately, we want to be able to see those veterans transition successfully into the civilian life and hopefully a career into cyber.
Appreciate you gentlemen for both being here. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Kenny Gutierrez, Dalton Mink, also from CrowdStrike and their Veterans Resource Group here, joining us at the Veterans Race of Remembrance. And of course, what a great event, and enjoy the rest of today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ryan, back to you.
Appreciate it, Chris. Great to hear from them, and a big thanks to all of the partners that make an event like this possible. CrowdStrike's name is right there at the front of the event. That goes to show their level of commitment to the veterans, to Operation Motorsport, and to this race, which is still pretty hot at the front of the field at the moment. Anderson and Colombo separated by 2.3 seconds. They've been trading quick sector times back and forth, but right now this has been Anderson's best lap by a pretty good margin to this point. Putting together the best middle sector here, coming around through Hog Pen. We'll see what kind of lap time he's able to put up, if that lead will extend. It was 2.4 seconds at the last sector break. Meanwhile, we have a few onboard looks for you. This is jumping back to the 7th place car, Ben Norfolk here, and his Mazda MX-5 Miata. Let's just watch on board as he heads down Madison Avenue, and when he crests this hill, it's the start of a sequence called Roller Coaster, and from on board, you're about to find out why. Here's the plunge down the hill. Very technical sequence here. Oh, and we've got a car off the track here. Just 8 minutes into the race. This is one of the two Skip Barber liveried entries. This is the 249. This is Morgan, who has hit trouble here. Aaron Morgan from Basingstoke, England. Car off track here at VIR. Runner-up last year in the British Endurance Championship D-Class. Driving for Team Brit. This is The driver driving with hand controls, paralyzed from the waist down in a motocross accident as a teenager. Spent about 4 weeks in a coma. It's been a long road to recovery, but pretty much immediately started pursuing his driver's license, even while in the hospital. And shortly thereafter, started pursuing motorsport as well. Holds a degree in sports science, does Aaron Morgan. And over the last few years, he's been really busy with the Team Brit initiative, driving in Britcar, driving in the British Endurance Championship. And good news here, this car has been able to extricate itself from the trouble, and it might be heading your way here before too much longer, Chris, but let's get a little bit more on Aaron's story.
Yeah, that's the plan, is to hopefully get Aaron's car back to pit lane. But before we talk about what may happen as far as the diagnosis on the race car, had a chance to visit with Aaron this morning on the open grid walk, and one of the amazing stories here for Operation Motorsports in the Veterans Race of Remembrance. And he had talked about the challenges of Virginia International Raceway. And I tell you what, Ryan, you had talked about the changing track conditions. That was one of the things that worried Aaron, was the fact that we're on these, changing track conditions with the wet. Maybe now the sun's coming out, it's starting to dry up a little bit, but the tires are super slick, and it's about not overdoing it in the early minutes of the race. And so we saw the off there, unfortunately, for Aaron and that team. But again, able to get rolling. We'll diagnose what happens when they come down pit lane. But what a story for him just to be here and be able to race. And he had talked about seeing the race over in Anglesey in the UK, but now getting to be here in the States racing for one of the first times in his career. It's a special moment. It was a special moment for everybody down here on the grid. So Aaron will bring that car, I believe, down pit lane, trying to monitor radio commissions, but we'll see if that's the case. But for Aaron, at least, the car's rolling, but what a great story for him just to be here racing in the Race of Remembrance.
Oh, no question about it. Looks like that car might be back up to speed. I'm not sure he caught anything solid. That could be very good news, but we will see if that car makes its way to the pit lane or not. And for the moment, I think it's staying out on the track, but it's dropped to the back of the 8-car field and will have to fight its way back up through the traffic. Mentioned Team Brit, established in 2015 by Dave Player. The goal was to operate motorsports programs for drivers with physical and psychological disabilities, and it's been a really fascinating initiative in the subsequent decade. And we see a great level of commitment to this race from Team Brit. They paired up with Resilience Racing, which is another wonderful story, which we'll talk more about throughout the course of the show. But that's an all-volunteer-led auto racing team comprised of combat veterans who are united by the common mission of promoting and advancing adaptive racing programs across multiple forms of motorsport, working in partnership with Team Brit for a number of years, as well as MME Motorsports out of Slovenia and Glenn Sidman of SimAbility. There's so much that can be done now, racing virtually as well, and developing some systems for virtual racing that can be plug and play in real-world racing as well. But those two working in conjunction here this weekend, Resilience Racing and Team Brit. And that particular car, the 249, that has had its problems, Aaron Morgan, Adam Poppenhaus, Jonathan Winker, and Paul Fullick, the driving crew, those four set to share that car. Does look like Morgan has come to the pit lane. That car has dropped a couple of laps to the class leader. And that will be difficult to overcome. But it is endurance racing and a long way still to go. There is the car up on the jacks, and the crew's taking a look at it right now. It seems like the attention primarily with the splitter, which did seem a bit loose to my eye when the crew member gave it a shake. And then the left-hand side of that car as well. That perhaps made some contact with the barrier, but they'll get that car checked over. Does not look like it's, at least to the naked eye, any kind of significant damage that could rule them out of continuing. And one theme you will hear, I guarantee, throughout the course of the 6 hours of racing today, getting to the finish line is a win for so many of these teams and so many of these drivers. You think about what has to be overcome just to be here, whether that's the logistics or coming up with adaptive controls for drivers that don't have the full range of mobility. that others might have. Across the board, it is a monumental effort to be here. So to see the checkered flag, that is step number one. This is our leader, or it was. I take it back. It was not our leader. This is the Power Sports Garage entry. That is currently out on track. .022 driver lineup is Jason Bivens, Adam Roberts, and Ben Norfolk. The 011 is Kevin Kenny. So, not sure that the graphic there is matching. Not sure if we're looking at, well, I can see on the windscreen, can't I, that it's the 011. So this must be Kevin Kenny. So ignore the 022 down at the bottom. Here he has been in the sister car coming under the Michelin Bridge. This is the first part of this high-speed S's section. You could tell going up into the sunshine, visibility at a premium. Drops down a gear here with this fast left-hander, and then heading down to the famous Oak Tree Corner, really technical portion of the racetrack. We mentioned that Morgan had made his way to the pit lane, and Chris Wilner is there.
Ryan, the crew has the car up on jacks as they continue to diagnose the left side. That's where the primary cosmetic damage is. The left front headlight kind of busted a little bit on the front nose of that Aston Martin. The crew also looking up underneath. There is a significant amount of grass that has been lodged underneath kind of the front splitter on the left front into the floorboard, really, underneath the engine compartment for the Aston Martin. So, again, the crew trying to diagnose that. They told Aaron to stay in the car. We were wondering if maybe we'd get an early driver change, but that is not the case, at least for now. Aaron is going to stay behind the wheel as the crew continues to peel some of that composite body, as well as some of the grass and debris that got lodged underneath that Aston Martin. So also change tires. They're going to put fuel in the car as well since they're on pit lane right now. But Ryan, that's the major concern, is getting some of that debris and some of that cosmetic damage out from underneath the left front.
It's a good point you bring up, Chris. Anytime you go off track here at VIR, I mean, this was farmland for a long time, and a lot of that is preserved with all the grass alongside the track, and the grounds crew here are really on top of things, constantly manicuring the grounds, but oftentimes that means there's grass trimmings that can get caught in inopportune places that can affect cooling. It's not a super hot day today, but nevertheless, that's something that will need to be monitored. On board here with the leader in the honor class, this is Dr. Joel Watts from Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. So excited to be here. It's only his second trip to VIR. He was telling me he was supposed to run a 24-hour Champ Car race here a couple of years back, but there was an incident in the first hour of that race, and a good chunk of the lineup never got a chance to race. So this has been a long time coming for Dr. Joel Watts, who is a professional forensic psychiatrist. That's the day job, but also works as a mental performance coach and spends a lot of time coaching in motorsports specifically. Works in the SRO paddock. If you follow GT4 America, you might recognize the Dome Motorsport team and its driver Eddie Killeen, and Joel has been working with him over the last couple of years, and is able to merge his passion for racing with his profession as a psychiatrist. Really fascinating guy who I hope we get a chance to hear from a little bit later. But a chance now to hear from some more dignitaries down in the pits with Chris.
Thank you, Ron. Yeah, of course, Michelin, a huge supporter of this event and motorsports in general. Want to welcome Tom Sullivan from Michelin and their marketing. And Tom, this is a little bit different than the IMSA races that we're usually accustomed to meeting at, but what is the significance of Michelin to be here and just to be a part of this organization in this race?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pleasure for us to be involved. We have such a robust veterans resource group internally at Michelin. Serving and helping veterans is really close to the heart of the Michelin's mission. So to come out here at a beautiful racetrack, and we have a partnership with VIR, we're so glad to be a part of it. for the last couple of years, we have sent some folks to support the Operation Motorsports teams in Wales for this global competition. So to bring it here, and today we've got 8 cars with 5 on BF Goodrich and 3 on Michelin. So at some point, we're going to be pretty happy at the end.
What kind of things do you learn at Michelin during an event like this? Another opportunity to see your work, your tires on the racetrack in GT4 spec and other machineries. But what are some of the takeaways for an event like this?
Yeah, it's a great point because in IMSA, obviously, we use slick race tires, right? But here we're using 200 tread wear DOT-approved tires, so it gives us an opportunity to be an enabler to our mainstream business and to learn a little bit about the high-performance capabilities of these tires. So we have the BF Goodrich Rival Plus, and we have the Michelin Pilot Sport 4S, 2 very high-performance tires that a lot of folks might use on the weekend at their track days. So we're able to put them to the test through 6 hours and learn a lot.
Well, we're glad you're here, and you got to wave the green flag, and you didn't drop it, so your job's complete.
Usually that's the Michelin man's responsibility here, but I had to step in, and I'm glad I did not drop it. It was such a pleasure, such an honor to do that for this event.
Well, we're glad you're here, and thank you to Michelin for their support. Tom Sullivan, Michelin Marketing Manager for Motorsports in North America, joining us here at the Veterans Race of Remembrance. And Ryan, like you said, his job was complete. He waved the green flag, didn't drop it. Now we get to have fun for 6 hours.
Not quite done yet. He's going to have to come and join me for a little while down the road. I'm looking forward to having that conversation. But, yeah, great to hear from him, and well done up in the flag stand. That's a great view, great vantage point, amazing opportunity for him. And a big thanks to Michelin for their continued commitment to this event and also to this venue here at VIR. Back to the racing on the track, and our lone entry in the Remembrance class. This is the Ford Mustang of Resilience Racing and Team Brit. This is a car driven by 4 drivers this weekend: Jonathan Winker, Brian Winker, Callum Belden, and Caleb McDuff. And it is Callum Belden in the car at the moment. Callum, a 9-year U.S. Marine Corps veteran, retired at the rank of captain. Right now watching as the overall leader comes through. Really neat car, though, this Ford Mustang platform. It's as though that overlap in the classes, and those GT4 cars, they are proper race cars built for purpose effectively, although they do start their life on an assembly line like the rest of the cars in this field, but certainly have a few bells and whistles that some of the lower classes here do not. But Callum began racing at age 16, experience in SCCA, in Champ Car, also some shifter karting, and has been plugged in with the Resilience Racing team for quite a long time now as a driver, but also most importantly as an instructor, helping to bring this great sport to more people, and right now still tiptoeing around on a track that's not totally dry just yet. Great to see Ford and the Mustang represented in this race. This is an event happening in conjunction with a few other racing series here this weekend, included among them Mustang Cup. Ford certainly as invested in road racing as any manufacturer around the world at the moment, with support to the grassroots level all the way up through its single-make Mustang championships into GT4, into GT3, with a new prototype coming in a few years' time, and an engine program in Formula One as well. So Ford very much invested on the road racing side in the same way it has been in circle track racing for a long time now. Happy news to report. It looks like the 249 and Morgan has left the pit lane, back out on the track, admittedly down several laps, especially to the rest of the class. It'll be fun, though, watching that car fight back through. Hopefully any residual damage from the off-track moment has been repaired, and that car will be in ship shape to fight the rest of the way. talked a little bit about some of the great partners that we have, and another one certainly is Mobil 1, and Chris has more on that story.
Thank you, Ryan. Well, Mobil 1 is the official lubricant for CrowdStrike's Veterans Race of Remembrance, powered by AWS. For more than 50 years, Mobil 1 has been entrusted to drivers to keep their engines running longer, and it's our pleasure to welcome Motorsport's technical assistant joining us here. Cliff, welcome to the Veterans Race of Remembrance. Veterans Race of Remembrance, what was the calling for Mobil 1 to be a part of this group?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's two parts. Mobil 1 goes racing because we want to prove that our products can take care of your race car. But we're here at the Race of Remembrance specifically to make sure we take care of our teammates, we take care of each other as well. So, you know, again, maintaining your race car, using the right products in that is a great product. The reason that we're here is checking on one another. Taking care of yourself is not that different than maintaining a race car. If you don't know how to fix it, you go see a mechanic for the car. If you don't know how to fix yourself, or you're struggling a little bit, go talk to your friends, go talk to a professional, and make sure you reach out and take care of one another. Operation Motorsports is one at a time, and I think that's really an important thing. If you're struggling, knowing that you're not alone, knowing that you come here, come to the racetrack, be around people that care about you and that are happy you're here is why we're here.
It's been impressive and really humbling to see the camaraderie with all these teams and a lot of the veterans that are embedded or even driving these race cars. What have you learned and what have you enjoyed the most just about being here and learning about some of these stories?
That motorsports is one of the greatest unifying forces on the planet. No matter who you are, no matter where you come from, we all love race cars, we all love being here. And regardless of your background, regardless of the situations you've encountered, the love of race cars gives you common ground, something to talk about, something to share.
Cliff, we're glad you're here. Enjoy the rest of the race.
Thank you. You as well.
Mobil 1's Cliff Salveson joining us here at the Veterans Race of Remembrance. And again, Mobil 1, a huge impact into motorsports. But being here, you heard it from him first, the fact that it's just so special and everybody wants to be a part of it. We're glad Mobil 1 is joining that long list of sponsors and those that support this race here this year.
Thanks, Chris. Great to hear from the Mobil 1 folks. And again, a heartfelt thank you to them, putting their money where their mouth is and supporting veterans' causes like this one. Can't do this without the help of our partners, so let's take a quick timeout. 5 hours, 33 minutes still to go here in the inaugural running of the CrowdStrike Veterans Race of Remembrance, powered by AWS.
Time is your most important asset, and AI is transforming the speed of business. Your innovation and how you protect it depends on the technology you choose to trust. 70% of the Fortune 100 trust CrowdStrike's leading AI-native cybersecurity platform, built to secure their business and the AI fueling their innovation. AI is changing the world. We're securing it. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Hello, I'm JC Herrera, Chief Human Resources Officer at CrowdStrike. We're proud to be the presenting sponsor of Operation Motorsport's Race of Remembrance. At CrowdStrike, we believe in the power of service and the strength of our veteran community. Operation Motorsport's mission to engage and empower medically retired veterans through motorsports embodies the values we hold dear: innovation, determination, and passion. This race represents more than competition. It stands as a tribute to those who've sacrificed for our freedom and celebrates those who continue to inspire us with their resilience. Together with Operation Motorsport, we're creating meaningful opportunities that transform lives. To all our veterans, thank you for your service and your sacrifice.
Racetrack to road, Mobil 1 motor oils make whatever you drive more beautifully.
Back to the racetrack here at VIR and the inaugural running of the CrowdStrike Veterans Race of Remembrance, powered by AWS. It's a privilege to welcome into the broadcast booth now a driver who will be racing in this race in a few hours. Kevin Poem, welcome to the booth, and also back to a race of remembrance. It's not your first race of remembrance.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks for having me. And yeah, this is really special to be here because I had the privilege in 2022 to go over to Wales, to Anglesey, and see the Race of Remembrance on that side of the ocean. And here we are at the inaugural event at VIR, and what an event it's been so far.
Kevin's part of the Random Vandals team, drives this weekend the number 22, sharing the car with Paul Sparta and CJ Moses. That car third right now. CJ behind the wheel, about a minute or so behind the overall leader. When I walked out of the Lodge hotel room this morning and I saw all the fog, I kind of thought maybe some of that Welsh weather had found us here at VIR.
Yeah, I think it's pretty fitting because when I was over in 2022, it was kind of the same thing where it was dry, but it was never dry. And there was plenty of fog, and we have less wind coming off the ocean here, which is very pleasant. But yeah, the visibility when we woke up this morning was pretty bad, but that's cleared up now with the sun, and we still have the track to dry out a little bit, and I think all the drivers are kind of feeling that out right now. So it's we're starting to see that dry line, and that'll start to make everybody feel more comfortable out there here shortly.
Did you hear from CJ at all about what the conditions were like the first couple of laps?
No, CJ's pretty quiet behind the wheel. We kind of had a chat before the race started and just kind of gave some tips and tricks about kind of this track in these conditions. And the main key when in these conditions is really just adapting to what the track gives you, because it's going to change every single lap. There's going to be areas that dry sooner than others, and it depends on how much the sun's out and things like that. So it was really just preparing for how those conditions are going to change and just being willing to adapt and look and search while he's out there for the first stint of the race here.
Had you had any wet running in the build-up to this, or were those laps the first?
That was the first. So it was really critical, the two pace laps that we got to really kind of feel the car out, try to get some heat into the tire and brakes, and kind of get an idea of where the grip was going to be. I think we were pretty fortunate because there wasn't any standing water. It's just kind of a dampness to the track. So that kind of took some of the variables away, but it's been so cold that it's going to take a little while for the track to dry out, even with the sun. And with the number of cars out there, it'll take a little bit longer from that too. But fortunately, the Michelin tires that we have on the car are kind of made for these conditions. So that was kind of just giving some reassurance to CJ that he can trust the tire, he can lean on the tire, and we'll keep adapting as the track changes a little over time.
Kevin Bohm, Random Vandals Racing, joining us in the booth. If we could reflect a little bit on your journey and how you got to this point. It wasn't that long ago, and you were wrenching on your own car. You were competing at the SCCA level, club level racing in the States, won a couple of national championships, but it's been a rapid ascent for you. I don't know if it feels that way, but from the outside, certainly winning touring car championships in SRO, and then this year, your first GT4 title.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely accelerated in the last few years, but it's been a long journey to get here. And as you mentioned, yeah, I've probably held every position that you can hold on a race team. So I love events like this where we get to work alongside all the beneficiaries, and I've done all the roles that they're doing this weekend, so I can kind of help them no matter what they're doing, and kind of. I can experience it with them. And I think I had the privilege once I started to race in SRO from the beginning to begin working with Operation Motorsport, and we've had beneficiaries with us for every single year, and they've been critical, especially that first year. It was we were in touring car. It was a very grassroots effort. It was myself, my dad, my wife, and 2 Operation Motorsport volunteers, and that was how we campaigned for a championship. And without the beneficiaries that contributed to that program, they worked really hard. They helped prepare the car. They did all the tasks that I couldn't do as the driver itself. We won that championship, and it's so special to think back about the contribution that Operation Motorsport has had to me, and vice versa, for me to kind of see how I've been able to work with so many beneficiaries over the years. And I see so many familiar faces this weekend that maybe they're not working on my car this weekend, but I've worked with them at other teams, at other events, at other locations, even all the way out to Race of Remembrance in 2022. So it's just an amazing thing to look back, and Operation Motorsport's been a huge part of that story.
At the Heroes Dinner last night, we heard several testimonials of the beneficiaries and what being embedded with a race team, what finding a new path through motorsport has meant to them. And you've been able to see that firsthand now for half a decade plus. Can you describe what it means to you to be involved, even tangentially, in a program like Operation Motorsport?
Well, I mean, the special thing about racing is fundamentally it's a competition. And you can't win that competition on your own. It doesn't matter how hard you try. It takes a full team. And when we've incorporated our beneficiaries within all the teams we've worked with, and we have that success, we're doing it together. And I know how much enjoyment I get from winning, and when I can see everybody involved having that same level of enjoyment, it just compounds and makes it that much sweeter. And of course, over the years, we've been fortunate enough to win some championships, so that compounds even more when you have enough success over the course of a long period of time, over the season, to win a championship, and to look back at all those individual moments as a team that it took to do that. Sharing those moments with all the beneficiaries is probably one of my favorite things, and all the lessons that are learned and the friendships that we've made over the years, I just wouldn't trade for anything.
It is special, certainly, to watch from the outside and then to get an inside look here this weekend at what this is all about. We're watching on board here with Joel Watts with the Tooth Autosport team driving one of the Miatas. That's the lowest in performance class that we have here this week, and you're racing in the top class. And the speed disparity is eye-popping, is it not?
It's definitely, we have to on both sides. We have to keep our head on a swivel. They got their head on a swivel. I think at times we're probably at 40 miles an hour different on the track, so the closing rate is pretty substantial, and it takes a lot of respect from each other to kind of coexist, but we have that respect between all of us. I was joking with Joel and some of his teammates earlier this weekend that we're going to see him about every 4 laps, every 5 laps or so. So they know to look for us, and we're definitely paying attention to where they're on the track as well.
In some respects, this track, you've got a couple really long straightaways. That makes it nice and easy. But there are other places where if you're in the lower class car, there's not really a good place to hide when the big old GT4 BMW comes up behind.
That's correct. But what's I found it fascinating during the test day. There's some places that I never would think are a passing zone because the power disparity normally wouldn't allow you to pass there. But between the Miata and our GT4 car, there's the difference in acceleration is enough that there's a lot more passing zones than there would normally be. But you also have to, some of them have, the traditional passing zones go away because the closing rate is too risky to kind of maintain. So you have to be a little bit more cautious. So it's kind of adapting to how everything flows out there and just being ready for that. It's been a little bit of a learning experience for sure.
Well, you mentioned the adaptation. We talked earlier about how the track was wet when the race started, but it does seem to be drying out. We just had the race's fastest lap set the last time by our race leader, Anderson, first driver to go sub 2:12 here on the track this morning. That is going to be, especially for some of these drivers that have never been to VIR before, they're having to learn it in changing conditions. That can't make it any easier. This place is pretty challenging as is.
And that's absolutely true. And with this track having so much elevation change, there's trees involved, so you're going to have some places that the low areas and high areas that dry at different rates. There's not a lot of breeze out there right now, so we're fully relying on the sun and the heat of the tires to dry the track. So kind of just being able to trust yourself, trust the car, to experiment a little bit. That's how you can kind of find the grip as it evolves. But there's a lot of painted curbs and things like that are going to have different levels of grip as the track dries. So definitely you have to be pretty flexible and be willing to to try things, and there's not a lot of opportunity for mistakes. We're in the race right now. This isn't a practice session, so you have to do that with really very small exploration. You have to basically explore very methodically so that you don't accidentally find too far beyond the limit. So that's the challenge that everybody has out there, and I think everybody's doing a great job, to be honest.
Your car right now sits in third, but it's a two-car entry from Random Vandals, and right now Adam Colombo doing a nice job hanging within 8 seconds of the race leader, keeping that car very much in contention. You come in as the most experienced racing driver across the two cars, most likely. What kind of pressure does that put on your shoulders? What kind of role does that give you within the team, trying to prepare some drivers that are kind of low on experience for the challenge ahead?
Well, I mean, what we tried to leverage when we got here was to use some of my experience to kind of level up all the drivers within the car. So straight from the beginning, we really focused on making sure the car was in somewhat of a consistent window that we could just rely on the car to be somewhat easy to drive but still have nice performance. And then once we set that baseline, it was all about just trying to get everybody to position the car in the right spot, be able to get on power, basically start to optimize the track. And we just used my experience to try to kind of raise the level of the team a little bit, and I think that went great. We saw all of our drivers make some really good gains from the beginning of the weekend to now, and what that really comes down to is the configuration of the car with these tires and kind of these rule sets are a little bit different than everybody's experience level. So it was having everybody adjust to this car, this track, this weekend, these weather conditions, and I think it's really showing off now. I think Adam in the 11 car is doing a fantastic job, and CJ missed a couple of the test sessions, and I think he's done a great job getting up to speed after he got back in the car, and it's a really long race. So I think once Paul gets in our car, I think we'll be able to start closing the gap a little bit, and we'll just have to see how it comes, because at an endurance race like this, often you're not necessarily racing the competition, you're just racing the race. So that's what we're focused on right now.
How much driving do you expect to be doing?
I don't know. I think it's always beneficial to pit during yellows and things like that, so how much we kind of try to hold on to something like that, I'm not sure yet. In the end, I'm leaving all that up to our trusted engineers at Random Vandals, and I'll just do whatever they ask me to do.
With that in mind, is the goal simply to see the checkered flag, or is Random Vandals all about winning this race?
I mean, there's dual goals. I mean, we're here to race. We're not just out there to lap. I think we've definitely got a shot to win this race, and for now, I think our pace is really good. It's honestly a little bit better than I expected, but compared to the Aston, I think there's a little bit of a tire differential, some difference in strategies for how the driver lineups are put into the car. So there's some things that are going to develop through the race, and I think we're positioned really well to start clawing some of the ground back as we get closer to the end of the race.
Kevin Bohm joining us in the booth here at the CrowdStrike Veterans Race of Remembrance, powered by AWS. We'll close with this. I'm sure you can't spill the beans on anything, but what can you tell us about your racing plans looking ahead to 2026?
Well, yeah, I mean, I wish there were beans to spill.
All right.
Maybe that's the best thing to say, but no, I think right now we're fielding a lot of ideas. There's a lot of really cool ideas that we could kind of put together for different programs for next year, and I'm really excited. This is kind of one of the best off seasons that we've had so far, kind of as we start to see what kind of options are out there and just what might work. There's a lot on the table, and I'm just really excited to see what we can put together. And it's just been a wild last few years as we got to SRO and we started to have some success, and definitely want to see how far we can take that for sure.
He's a three-time SRO America champion, twice in touring cars, most recently this year in GT4 America, won the silver championship with Kenton Cook in Random Vandals Racing. 4-time SCCA runoffs champ.
That's right.
One
yeah.
was here.
That's right.
So happy memories of this place.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of good memories here. So really happy to be here for the inaugural Race of Remembrance. This is a special one for sure.
Now it is for all of us that are involved. Kevin, thank you so much for your time and your insight. Always great to catch up and chat, and looking forward to seeing you in the race car here before too much longer.
Me as well. Thanks for having me.
Anytime at all. Kevin Boehm joining us here in the booth as we watch the cars circulate. It's still Anderson showing the way for the Skip Barber team, but there's not much pace disparity between the top two. Their best laps now are within 1/10 of a second of one another, so super, super close between those two. And then don't count out Kevin's car either, with CJ Moses still on the lead lap as we approach the end of 45 minutes of racing here in this event. Leading in the Remembrance class, of course, it is Belden in the lone entry in that class. And right now, Dr. Joel Watts showing the way in car number 68, leading in his class. I think Chris Wilner's lined up someone for us down in the pits. Chris, who do you got?
Well, you mentioned the race leaders in Skip Barber Racing Team. Logan Anderson, who qualified the car on pole, still leading. Robert Mosteller anxiously awaiting his turn behind the wheel. You were just telling me this is going to be your first interview. This is also the first racetrack you've ever turned laps in, and as well on iRacing. What is it about VIR that is just, simpatico with you?
I don't know. I just always seem to find my way back here and have big moments here. Always, big highs. I was always told that, you have to be in karting since you were a little kid, and then I learned about Skip Barber, who was able to give me the opportunity to get in a race car, in their Formula car, and then I joined their series and podiumed here. So, I have nothing but good memories here at this track, and I just can't wait to keep that train going.
This is a special event, obviously, with Operation Motorsport. This is your first really introduction to the organization and its mission. What is it like to be here and hear some of the stories and be a part of a race like this?
It's super special for me, for sure. I have tons of ties to the military and my family, so as soon as I heard what Operation Motorsport was doing, I was just super eager to get in the car and drive for this, for this purpose. And I think that what they're doing is absolutely amazing. I think what Team Brit is doing is absolutely amazing, and I'm just grateful to be a part of it all.
What do you learn behind the wheel, especially in this Skip Barber machine? Obviously leading right now, which is good, but when you get behind the wheel, what are some of the things you're going to be focusing on as somebody with a lot of experience at this racetrack?
I'm just going to be focused on driving my own race. The strategy we're on right now is actually the strategy Logan and I have practiced in iRacing. So if I just stick to that plan, I think we'll be all right.
Now you and Logan are just a 2-driver team here for 6 hours, so I would assume it's going to be heavy lifting by the both of you here for the whole 6 hours.
Well, I mean, this is what we do, right? This is a part of being a driver. We signed up for it, and honestly, I'm excited to go throughout this entire day and see what we got in store.
It's going to be fun to watch. Robert Mosteller anxiously awaiting his turn behind the wheel of that Aston Martin for Skip Barber Racing, the USA team. Again, they are locked and loaded here with a lot of pace, Ryan. Early, but still looking pretty strong.
Yeah, thanks for that. Oh, we got a problem on the track. One of the MX-5s off on the right-hand side. This is at the top of the hill in Madison Avenue. Local yellow, no, full course yellow. Full course yellow out for the first time. This comes at an interesting point. This is a big break for the 2022 car for Brand of Vandals Racing because it helps them stay on the lead lap. They had dropped about 20 seconds away from perhaps going a lap down, but this will bring them back into the mix. And interesting, there's a car in the pit lane. Was this car here before the full course yellow? And I'm told he was. This is a big break as well, potentially, for this car, assuming this is on schedule. Reports are that there's been a driver change in this car. The regulations are such that you can fuel the car and do a driver change simultaneously, but you have to wait until that is done to do anything else with the car, any other repairs or tire changes. And it looks like there will be at least a left front tire change here too. And fortunate, I think it's safe to say, for the 011 to be able to do this with the field slowed down under full course yellow conditions. Understand that it's Megan Leahy who will be driving next when that car is sent back out. The car stopped on track is the erstwhile leader in the honor class. That is the Tooth Autosport car that had built a sizable advantage prior to hitting misfortune here, and now has dropped down to second in the class with the third car right here stationary in the pits. So we'll see if we can get an answer to what might have been the problem for Dr. Watts and the Tooth team. So busy across Canadian motorsports in various different categories, all the way from running TCR cars as high as Michelin Pilot Challenge in IMSA from time to time, very active in the Canadian sports car scene, professional sports car scene, all the way down to club level racing. In fact, I was racing against the Tooth guys just a couple of weeks ago. I think Chris has been able to get an answer to what might be the problem.
Well, Ryan, we're trying to. Just checked in with the Tooth Autosports team. They said we lost comms with the driver, Joel Watts, so they don't even know what's going on, but certainly an issue aboard that car as it came to a stop. They're trying to figure out a way to get it back to pit lane before they can diagnose, but some of the co-drivers are getting ready to go. We saw Max Havercake, one of the drivers suited up, Tim Schonecker as well, here in the pit lane ready to go. But again, they're not going to know what's going on with this car until we get that Tooth Autosport machine to the pit lane. So losing comms, not a good sign, especially when you're trying to figure out what's going on with the car, but they're going to wait to see if it gets back to pit lane.
And our producer, Mike Burba, telling me that we've lost the onboard camera too, which could be a sign of an electrical issue in that car. Megan Leahy has left the pit lane in the 011. Service done on that car, so their first pit stop is complete. But we're under our first full course yellow for the stranded car from Tooth Autosport. Dr. Joel Watts, who had been leading the class, stopped on the side of the road and right now attached to the tow truck and being towed back to the pit lane. Safety car is out and has picked up the race leader. Let's take this opportunity to hear from one of the beneficiaries of Operation Motorsport to help tell their story. In this instance, we'll hear from Richard Davenport.
Hello, my name is Sergeant Richard Davenport. And, what brought me to OPMO was there's actually a guy in OPMO right now who works for Random Vandals Racing, who was in my company when I was in Afghanistan. And I saw a Facebook post that he had made. The military was going to be my career. So that's why I say I was listless. I didn't know what to do. Ultimately, I picked up a camera, and then that helped me out a lot with my PTSD. And then I got into racing through iRacing and racing in Sims, found OPMO, and I go from racing these little GT4s and GT3s, all these cars on tracks in iRacing, to now I'm standing there photographing their car, thinking there was no way I'd ever be able to get to that point to where I'd even be adjacent to one of those cars. It's very easy to get into Operation Motorsports, to be honest. Just Googled the organization from there, found the application, which was very easy to find, filled it out, and then within a couple of weeks, I'd already been through the initial interview process. And so, it was pretty simple. I'm anxious because, again, I'm the photographer, and I never want to let anyone down, and so I get anxious about that. But also, I'm very excited. I get to tell the story of these other veterans while they're at the track, and that's such a special thing for me personally. Yeah, I tend to not be a very emotional person, but I find myself being emotional, during the ceremony, and even at the end, I took time to where I just kind of stopped and had to absorb and briefly process the past week and shed a few tears. I'm gonna miss it. So it was awesome, incredible. Wouldn't trade it for the world. The military is all about, brotherhood, sisterhood, fraternity. When you're in, you go through a lot together and you forge pretty strong bonds, but there's no reason those bonds should end when you leave the military. There's a whole community of us out there, and we're always willing to listen and help any way we can. So if you're feeling like you're on an island, just reach out. Be the master of your own destiny, you know what I mean? Like, there may be forces throughout the world or in your life that might be trying to impact you negatively, and just stay positive, stay empathetic, be a good person, and hope for the best.
Great story there, and you heard the mention of iRacing being an entry point into motorsports, and Operation Motorsport has its own e-Motorsport iRacing League. In fact, 4 veterans who compete in that league got the chance to visit the Ford Racing Technical Center in Concord, North Carolina earlier this week, and we'll have more on that story throughout the course of the show. Let's take this chance to head down to the pits. Maybe we can get an update on the former race leader in the honor class with Chris.
Yeah, and that's the Tooth Autosport Mazda Miata, the 68 machine sitting on pit lane. They finally got the car towed back, and the crew leaned over the window and said, "What's going on?" And he said, "I think it's the fuel line." And sure enough, it actually does smell like fuel, and they're going to get some of the clippers out to replace the fuel line. So that is the reason why that car suddenly lost power and lost it. But if you take a look, the crew already underneath the hood taking a look at that. But again, that may be the biggest issue is going to be the fuel line. They're going to leave Joel Watts behind the wheel. The co-drivers are all suited up, ready to go as assists, just in case they opt to maybe do a driver change. But right now, it looks like the fuel line is the biggest culprit aboard that Tooth Autosport machine.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, normally these cars are pretty darn close to bulletproof. Mazda MX-5s. I've had the privilege to drive them quite a bit over the years, including in endurance formats, and they've got pretty simple cars. There's not a whole lot to them, but consequently, there's not a whole lot that can go wrong. Very strange, actually, to see an issue for that car. And difficult there for Dr. Joel Watts, who had been really fast in that car prior to this issue. In fact, had the fastest race lap in class by over 3 seconds at that point. But the good news is he's got a really good team behind him. This Tooth Autosport team owned by brothers Trevor and Travis Hill. Travis is actually on the board of Operation Motorsport, and they often run with the Opmo colors on their cars in various racing series, based out of Calabogie up in Ontario at that great racing venue north of the border. And that crew, they certainly know their business, so if it's something that can be repaired, it will be, and they'll get back out there. It's interesting to note that that car is still shown in second place, but now on the same lap as the 011, which also has come back into the pits. So pit lane has opened up, and it looks like both cars that were still running in the honor class have made their way in. Parade of MX-5s, led now by the 022 of Ben Norfolk, who looks like will be climbing out of the car. Driver change taking place there along with refueling. Those are the only two things that can be done simultaneously. Otherwise, you have to wait till the fueling is complete in order to make any tire changes or repairs to the car. And we'll see if we can figure out who might be getting in to replace Ben. The options are Jason Bivens or Adam Roberts. And Chris is making his way down there. We'll try and get to the bottom of that in just a moment. And Chris, do you have eyes on the driver change?
That's Jason Bivens, who's going to be climbing aboard as Ben Norfolk climbed out on his opening stint. Right now, Ben serving as the driver assist. You can do that per the sporting regulations, as if you don't have a separate driver assist crew member, the co-driver that climbs out can act as the driver assist. So right now, Ben operating the seatbelts, making sure that Jason is buckled in, and Jason Bivens is going to do driving duties for the 022 with the Operation Motorsports colors. The names of all the fallen soldiers, military personnel on the hood of this race car. And matter of fact, there was a initiative to where donations would land, an opportunity for you to have a loved one's name on the front hood, and they had so many they had to transfer it over to the 011 as well. And as a matter of fact, they may have to go to a different card maybe next year with how many. They raised over $10,000 in donations to Operation Motorsport to get names on the front hood.
Well, somebody
so
gave me the heads
really
up.
cool initiative. Just one of the many, many cool aspects of this Operation Motorsport and Veterans Race of Remembrance. So Jason Bivens climbing behind the wheel, going to get the steering wheel buckled into the steering column, and then we'll see him down and away. No driver change on the 011, at least that I saw, so it looks like that was just full service here under this yellow.
Thank you, Chris. And sorry, I don't know that I had my mic muted for some of that, so apologies, because we're setting up an interview here that we're going to knock out under this full course yellow. Gentlemen, if you'd like to go ahead and put your headsets on. Not that one. We got too many up here. We got these two, and it's a pleasure to welcome Travis Rubelman, the Director of Solution Engineering for Cloudera, as well as Jim Uton, the Corporate Security and Compliance Director for Cloudera. Great to have you, folks. Great to have you, first of all, as part of this great event. Jim, we'll start with you. What is the significance of being involved with the Veterans Race of Remembrance?
I think the key thing here is that as corporations around the world, and of course up and down the East Coast, it's our support back to our given veterans. Our company, Cloudera, has several veterans. And our previous boss, who, bless his heart, just retired, Rob Carey, was a former Navy captain and also a Govey. So he was significant. We've had the program going for about 10 years now within Cloudera. And each year it kind of grows, expands, and gives us an opportunity to show who we are and give back. And as I said last night during our Heroes Dinner, one of our former staff members, Paul Wooding, was the individual that provided the introduction to us, and it kind of grew from there. And then our boss, Rob Carey, had a great discussion with Diesel, and we saw the significance of it. And we all learned last night, and we're impressed with all of the stories and the conversations we had from the veterans, because as a family, and when you are in the military, we are a family, so we all covering each other's backs, and our families are out supporting us while we're doing our job and mission. It's not only the veterans that suffer, it's also our families that suffer as well. And so anything we can contribute to the welfare, the growth, development of our veterans, we're all key for it. So yes, thank you.
So it's certainly a pleasure, and then to see firsthand, as we did last night, the significance of an event like this and what Operation Motorsport does. It can't help but tug at your heartstrings, right, Travis?
It absolutely does. Family with many veterans is part of it too as well, and it's actually my younger brother too served many tours in Iraq, and seeing him come back with the kind of the impact that was related to that as well, and the organizations that have been stood up to and built around that to help them transition into career life and get past some of the trauma that was inflicted as part of those times in country. It's amazing to see, and it's amazing to actually be part of this too as well, and be able to support the cause.
Is it your first experience with Race of Remembrance, or had you been over to Wales before?
Oh no, it's my first experience.
First
Absolutely.
two here as well.
Me too, for what it's worth.
It won't be our last.
No,
so I can assure you, it will not.
So, it gets your attention really quickly, and I think the thing I took away from last night was amazing, the synergy between the military world and the motorsports world, and the theme that kept coming up was just how natural the transition proved to be for so many of the veterans.
The teamwork or the team family concept is something that grows, and when you believe it or not, when you actually get in with a company, whatever job you have, Travis is the same way that he can tell you. He's got a team. There's 11 support engineers working for him, and they all collaborate together. They all work together. They all feed off each other's energy. So it's important to feel that need, when you walk out the door. Because the hardest part for me, 20-some years ago, was the transition to let go of that and become an individual now, and then regrow yourself as an independent, commercial individual on the outside. It's tough. It's not something for the faint of heart.
What was your level of knowledge and interest in motorsport prior to getting involved in something like this?
Zero, really, zero. I had
Across
no idea.
the board, both of you?
Yeah.
No, I love motorsport.
Okay.
I love anything related to autos, and both sides of the family on my wife's family and my family are active in just following motorsports, being part of the car culture and stuff like that. So it's really cool to actually be here now and actually see some of the impact of motorsports.
So this was right up your alley.
I love it.
But Jim, I mean, are you a convert? Do you get it now?
Well, I'm a big drag racing nut.
Okay.
I'm a big NHRA guy.
Sure.
I'm actually a mechanic myself. A novice mechanic and so forth. I have a son that's military as well. He's an F-22 mechanic and crew chief. So the idea of motorsports, I kind of find it boring, for especially NASCAR or Winston Cup. Okay, I go around in circles. Sure, it just drives me bonkers. No thanks. This seeing that they're stock cars, there's nothing special about them, and the individual driver is the one that makes the significant accomplishments. This is incredible. It really is. And the program they've grown over the years. It's unbelievable. Nobody knows this, and that's what we want to take back to our company with pictures and stories to tell. And the stories we heard last night from Mr. Bell and CJ, were just something that is going to be have a momentum to the individuals that support us.
Yeah,
so
no question about it. I would be remiss if I didn't ask about Cloudera and what you guys do and how there's a synergy there with what we're doing here this weekend.
It's funny.
So we just talked about this. That's why I brought him along. He's my expert. Okay.
All right.
That's right. So I have always described Cloudera as we're ushering in the modern era of data and artificial intelligence equally. So we offer a hybrid platform that enables our large commercial entities as well as the public sector to make use of their data for analytics and artificial intelligence where that data may reside, whether it's in public clouds or on-prem too as well. And I've always harkened back to some of the use cases that we support. It's very diverse, that span from fraud detection through all the way through helping identify basically biohealth kind of situations. So one of our customers is the Centers for Disease Control, and they use us for flu surveillance. So the diversity of use cases that Cloudera is enabling across all the global customers we support is quite amazing.
So one of the things we mentioned last night was AWS is a partner with us. We do a lot of AWS relationships. When we started in 2013, our company was created.
Even before that.
And so we've kind of grown from, started out with 700 or 800 people to almost 3,000 folks now. We're a West-based company, but we're scattered all over the world. We have more than 13 subsidiaries scattered around, and we're on the public sector side, so which means we specifically support the civ-SLED or the civilian governments, the corporations, the school colleges, and then we also do DoD and IC as well, intelligence community. So yeah, we're pretty unique. We have our hands just about everything. Actually, we could probably come up with a use case to use our software on this.
I was wondering about that.
Yes.
Yeah, I think there are a number of race teams in this paddock that would love to hear what you could bring to the table. That seems to be the next frontier when it comes to whether it's race strategy or working through simulation. That's so important in modern motorsport. And you can see a potential use case for what you guys bring to the table.
Absolutely. I mean, connected car and telemetry analytics is like, and actually doing conditions-based maintenance or predictive failures and things like that. That's all about those data points you're collecting off of an automobile platform. So think of it from more of a race and motorsport perspective. That is absolutely it. And every team does this today, where they're collecting all that telemetry off the automobile frames, and then actually analyzing that to increase performance, ultimately to lower times on the track, improve driver performance.
What's your plan the rest of the day?
We have tons of interviews. We get to meet Diesel and Tiffany one-on-one, and then we get to go check out the workspaces and meet all the Operation Motorsports folks, and get one-on-ones with them. So we're going to have a full fun-filled day and grip a lot of hands, shake a lot of stuff. I'll drop off some swag for you before we depart, and to make sure you got some Cloudera stuff.
I like it.
And we hope to see you again. We hope to be back soon, next year.
Well, that was what I was going to ask. There's a long-term plan, a long runway for this then.
Yes, there is.
Awesome.
Fantastic. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your continued support. Thanks for stopping by, and I think great news. Looks like we're about to get this race started again.
All right, good deal.
Nice.
All right, we'll let you jump off the headsets and get on with your day, but always a pleasure, and a big thank you as well to all the partners that make an event like this one possible. First full course yellow has come to a close, and with that, it's time to go racing once again. Here comes the field onto the front straightaway once again, and Anderson leading the way, sees the green flag ahead of Colombo and Moses. Top three still on the same lap. Bivens alone on a lap in fourth overall, leading in class. It's now McDuff in car number 240. Running in the fifth overall position, Megan Leahy now aboard the 011, and looks like Morgan and Watts both are shown as back out onto the racetrack, albeit much delayed after issues early in the going. And we'll head down in just a moment to Chris to get an update on that. But for the moment, let's keep an eye on this battle here at the front of the field where the top three run nose to tail. It's Anderson, who has led since the drop of the green, holding the advantage over Colombo, who has been inching closer in terms of that fast lap time. Right now, the two of them separated by just a tenth of a second in terms of their best lap, and they're separated by only 0.5 of a second on the racetrack. Then looking really strong, the third car in the shot is actually Morgan, who had the spin early on and is shown 5 laps down to the overall leader, but showing good pace as well at the moment. Has run laps in the 2:12 range, which is not a far cry away from what the top two have managed to run, and that's on display as he's not letting those two disappear at this point. And CJ Moses sitting a bit a distant third overall, behind fourth in line at the moment. As the cars make their way down Madison Avenue, let's get an update. Maybe we can clean up on some of the issues that took place in the pit lane before and during that full course yellow, Chris.
Well, Ryan, as far as the Tooth Auto Sports number 68 machine in the honor class, looks like they were able to button up that fuel line issue and were able to get that car back out onto the racetrack. There was another pit stop. Our Lone Ranger in the Resilience class, the Resilience Racing, Team USA and Team Brit out of the UK, the number 240 Mustang, did opt to come down pit road and complete service. Also a driver change with Caleb McDuff getting his first laps in this race here as he climbed behind the wheel. The driver out of Wales in the United Kingdom. An incredible story. Was absolutely just thrilled to be here after being diagnosed at being deaf, at the age of 2. He had multiple severe ear infections. He uses cochlear implants to hear, and those implants use sound processors that transmit signals through his skull and into receivers where are connected to the nerves of his ears. So incredible technology that's allowing Caleb to not only hear, but also now use his platform to inform others about the advances in that kind of technology. And of course, his background too in racing is pretty incredible as well, being in karting as a young kid and now growing up and now running several different series over in the UK, including the Brit Car Endurance Championship for Team Brit as late as this year. So really cool for Caleb now to get the drive behind the wheel of this Mustang, again behind the wheel as he climbed aboard during that most recent yellow for a full pit stop and driver change. So one of the drivers we'll keep an eye on here in that number 240 Ford Mustang.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Great story there. Caleb McDuff from Wales, as you mentioned, and the story that he is still creating. It's not done yet. A young man at just 17 years of age with a bright future ahead of him, has been racing in cars for the last handful of years, but as Chris mentioned, very active in karting in his youth, despite the fact that he had to race without the ability to hear at all while in the kart or in the race car until very recently. Chris mentioned the implants, and that's helped him regain some of his hearing in day-to-day life, but the problem was it wasn't something he could utilize under his racing helmet. But that all changed, actually. Team Brit helped to create this pioneering technology that has now allowed him to have his implants and use them from inside the helmet, which is a huge breakthrough for him. I've read some quotes where he was talking about the fact that for the first time he can actually hear the car, and anyone who's ever driven a race car, you get a lot of the feedback that you need to know what the car is doing, when it's time to shift, when the tires are on the edge of adhesion, especially in some of these series that run a DOT tire like this, that the tire really talks to you more than it does with a racing slick. And it's such a huge advantage now that he has some of that sensation that he had been racing without for so long and had so much success with even without that sensation. And now that he has it, it's just another step forward for him. Just a tremendous story. In fact, if you're interested in learning more about Caleb, recommend his website, calebmcduff.com, and actually at that website you can purchase his book, Breaking the Sound Barrier, the Caleb McDuff story that he helped write along with his father, Ian. And if you're in the UK, you can order the book directly from the website. It's available on Amazon elsewhere around the world. But a really fantastic story, and great to have the young Welshman here this weekend sharing that Ford Mustang with Jonathan Winker, Brian Winker, and Callum Belden, who we've already seen behind the wheel. That car situated right now 5th overall and only a lap behind the next car for the overall order of the race. And Caleb brings a great deal of experience racing in junior saloons and Brit Car Trophy, and now this year in the Brit Car Endurance Championship for the first time, driving a McLaren GT4 car, which should prepare him very nicely for the challenge of this Mustang here this weekend. It is still Anderson and Colombo. No driver change in the top two. They continue to plug along. In fact, the top three have not made a pit stop yet. They're stretching this opening stint as best as they can. Remember that there will be an intermission halfway through this race for a remembrance ceremony, and you won't want to miss it. It is very poignant, replicating what is done at the midway point of the original Race of Remembrance in Wales, which is a few hours away from getting started. And we say a hearty hello to our friends over in the UK. Sorry that the North American continent can't be there as it has been in previous years, but thrilled now to be starting up a North American version of the Great Race of Remembrance event with this inaugural running here this weekend. We're watching Caleb McDuff on track now in that black Mustang. Looking right at home. Going through and closing out that first segment of the track. Speaking of Mustangs, how about this? That is fantastic. The old and the new, and in fact this generation of Mustang we're watching here was consciously modeled to some degree, trying to channel the beautiful lines of the classic Mustangs of the 60s and 70s. It's a great platform, the Ford Mustang, and continues to evolve, whether it's at the club level, in a car much like this one, or up into GT4 and GT3. And it just sounds fantastic as well. Sounds like what an American race car should sound like. We'll watch Caleb McDuff continue to drive, but while we do so, a chance to head back to the pits and Chris.
Yeah, down here in the Resilience Racing pit with car number 249, and John Winkler is joining me before his stint. I know you're anxiously awaiting getting behind the wheel of this race car. What are these moments like before it's your turn to get behind the wheel?
I'm Adam Poppenhaus.
Oh, I'm sorry, Adam.
No, you know what? I'm not going to lie. There's a lot of nerves right now. Our team has worked really hard to make it this far, and so I'm feeling a little bit of pressure. It's good, but the competitor in me is dying to get in that car and get this going. I couldn't be more proud of this group, and just making the billing was an endeavor, and so I'm feeling a little pressure not to ruin it for everybody else.
What's this weekend been like for you personally so far? We had the Heroes Dinner last night. Of course, all the pomp and circumstance before we got into the race car, but just kind of what goes through your mind over the course of a weekend like this when we get to celebrate and honor those that served?
One of the most special things about this event for us or for me is that I'm here with my best friends. This is a special group of men and women, and it's one of the only places amongst these people that I feel safe and happy. So trying to manage the gratitude and the emotions of getting back together with these folks is fun, but it's difficult.
I see how much this means to you. What was your first introduction to Operation Motorsports and this mission? Obviously teaming up with Resilience Racing too, and all the great work they're doing.
Operation Motorsport during COVID. They had spun up an e-motorsports series on iRacing, and Resilience Racing entered a bunch of cars, and it kind of stemmed from there. Then I joined into the beneficiary program, and then they saw something enough in me to bring me on as event coordinator, and that was an incredible experience. I got to spend some really good time with some amazing people, and I grew as a person a lot throughout that experience. So Operation Motorsport's been pretty influential in any success that I've ever had in motorsport.
We'll let you get mentally prepared for your stint. Thanks for joining us, Adam.
Cheers, thank you.
Adam Poppenhaus, again, Resilience Racing, getting ready for his stint here behind the wheel, and one of the many incredible stories that we just find out in a retired U.S. Army sergeant, and now you heard his testimony about the impact of Operation Motorsport, in particular, also this race. Getting emotional, but boy, it's really cool to see and hear some of these stories, Ryan.
It sure is. Great to hear from Adam there, who unfortunately lost both legs to an IED while on tour in Iraq back in 2006. So drives with a prosthetic, actually only uses one of them. It's his left leg that he uses when driving the car, and doesn't even attach the right prosthetic, but uses the left to drive the race car, and has been involved in racing for quite a bit of time since coming out of the military, involved with the Atlantic Motorsports team, and then helped with some club-level racing teams in the National Autosport Association. Went to multiple racing schools and has really found a calling here as part of the Resilience Racing team. He's also an excellent golfer, I gather. Has participated on the VGA Tour, which is a golf league for veterans and their families, and won a national championship a couple of years ago. And I suspect that his wife Megan and kids are probably watching on, so a hello to them, and excited to see Adam in that car, which he's sharing with drivers as well, not just from Team Resilience Racing, but also Team Brit, as we've talked about. And it's a really cool crossover there with veterans from both sides of the pond sharing this car, sharing their passion here this weekend. Pit stops underway, and these are the overall
and Ryan,
leaders.
I was
going to
say, not to interrupt you, our race leader is in.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
The Aston Martin, number 16 for Skip Barber Racing. They just completed the driver change with Logan Anderson, who qualified the car on pole. Hopping out behind the wheel now is Robert Mosteller, who we heard from not too long ago, the Dallas, Texas native, getting his first stint here this morning at Virginia International Raceway. We're rapidly approaching when the pit lane will close, of course, with the remembrance ceremony coming up at 10:40 Eastern local time. The pit lane will close in just about 4 minutes from now, so trying to get our final routine services and driver changes complete now. But again, your race leader is in. That car's had a lot of pace, and now it's Robert Mosteller's turn to get behind the wheel.
Thank you, Chris. Busy pit lane all of a sudden, but strategically this has worked out well with that full course yellow, that the top three were able to extend their stints pretty close to when the pit lane starts to close ahead of that remembrance service, which happens at 11 o'clock. Again, recognizing the fact that in 1918, the First World War was effectively brought to an end by an armistice that went into effect at the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month of the year. And consequently, November 11th has been Remembrance Day or Armistice Day or Veterans Day around the world for many years. In fact, a couple of countries recognize that as their Independence Day, Poland among them. A lot of countries born out of the aftermath of the First World War and the settlements that ensued thereof. But nevertheless, we have that remembrance ceremony to look forward to in just a little bit of time. But with that planned break, there are some rules put in place so that the pit lane closes. We don't want to really have cars in the pits, if at all possible, going into that service. And so these teams will be trying to get their service done ahead of the pause for the remembrance ceremony. Great onboard shot here of just how hard the work is in the 022 Miata through Oak Tree Corner. You might notice there's not an oak tree in that corner anymore, but if you go back through the history, there used to be a towering oak tree right at the apex in the inside of that corner, and unfortunately had to be removed by the staff here at VIR. But an acorn from the original oak tree has been planted just outside of that corner, and Son of Oak Tree is growing rapidly. Very soon will be casting a shadow in the way that its predecessor did, just from the outside of the racetrack. And even despite the fact the tree is gone, the corner still bears the name Oak Tree Corner. Here's C.J. Moses now in the pit lane. Again, these pit stops governed by a 4-minute mandatory time. That's from pit in to pit out. And as we talked about earlier, the idea is to not have the pit stops form a competitive part of the race. The sister car now with Palais in has taken over. Paul Sparta has climbed aboard the 22. That's the team boss for Random Vandals. He takes the place of the Virginian C.J. Moses and now heads out onto the track. We've still running in the third spot. Still at last check, just 6 seconds between the top two. And I think we heard from Kevin Boehm earlier that he felt like the Random Vandals driver lineup strategy might be different than what we're seeing from the 16 and the 249. And might see those cars get stronger as the race progresses. This is Megan Leahy here, lapping in the 011 car. Megan from Canada racing alongside her father Hugh, as well as Kevin Kenny and Jake Porter. Megan has been racing in FEL over the last few years, racing in Miata Canada Cup, Spec Miata Challenge. So she's got plenty of experience in these MX-5 Miatas over the last few seasons. It also has been a leading light for empowering women in motorsports. She's the director and co-founder of Slate Racing, which is Canada's first female-led sports car racing team. They get their name from the stone, slate, which is often used as a whetstone, so used to sharpen implements and enhance strength and efficiency, and that's how they view this race team that they've started, Slate Racing, bringing more and more women into motorsports. And right now, Megan's doing a great job behind the wheel of this car. In fact, her last lap was her fastest and the car's fastest lap of the race at a 2:25.7. That compares favorably to what the other cars in the class have been doing over the last handful of laps. Megan getting into a nice rhythm here as we approach the intermission. Had pit stops as well moments ago for the 249. That's the car that had the delay early on with the spin. Now it is Paul Fullick driving that car. That's down a few laps, 5 laps to the overall lead of the race, but is starting to creep up the order in the overall. And we also saw Tim Schoenecker climb aboard the number 68 that had the fuel line issue that Chris chronicled earlier, but that has been resolved. And that car now has made its second pit stop, this one of the scheduled nature, and back out on the racetrack with Tim now doing the driving. Launching Megan Leahy with plenty of racetrack to work with, and this is such a fun place. It's just a thrill, whether you're in the heat of battle or driving on your own. This place never ceases to be a challenge. Here's Fullick now in the 249. This is the car that was delayed that I mentioned earlier just a few moments ago, and Paul from Fareham in Southampton, England, is now the driver here. Finished second in the British Endurance Championship a season ago, driving with Aaron Morgan, who's here as part of this lineup this weekend, and then Adam Poppenhaus, who we heard from a moment ago, and Jonathan Winker, the other two drivers in that car. Paul is a former member of the British Army, survived life-threatening injuries from a diving incident that left him with limited walking ability, reduced strength, and problems communicating, and forced to medical retirement from the Army, but turned his passion and his focus after leaving the service to buying and restoring cars. He's a qualified mechanic. He's done some really remarkable fundraising efforts as well. Things like driving to the Gambia in Africa in a car that costs, problems here for the 240. We'll get back to Paul's story in a second. That looks like a spin, relatively harmless here for McDuff. And looks like Caleb will be able to rejoin the racetrack, albeit a bit delayed, but no worse for the wear. So back to Paul. As I mentioned, 2008, bought a car for under 100 pounds and drove it from Europe to the Gambia, raising over 20,000 pounds for charity. He also had a long-distance drive at a tuk-tuk across India here recently and tried to set a world record a couple of years back as another fundraising initiative. Just a really fascinating person and doing a really good job behind the wheel at the moment. Lost his right leg, incidentally, in a street motorcycle accident, but credits that accident for helping him to get behind the wheel of a race car because he got linked up with Team Brit, which again was established to provide racing opportunities for drivers with physical and psychological disabilities, and that has given him the chance to pursue his passion at a level higher than he ever could have envisioned. A remarkable story. Pit lane is closed, which means we are inching closer to the cessation of racing. Oh, problems here. Car goes off wide. That was a close call, but no harm, no foul. For the 16, that's Mosteller, the leader, goes off track. Does have quite a bit of debris, though, in the grill, and that's really interesting because of the pit lane being closed. There are some emergency service rules that could come into play here potentially, but hopefully on a cool autumn day in Virginia, they don't need to worry too much about cooling and that car will be all right. But that has brought Pelé back into this conversation. It was a pretty healthy lead until just a few moments ago, but now Pelé is within 1.2 seconds, and you can see that car closing in. That's the BMW. Now the top two have hit some traffic. That's not making it any easier on the front runners. Mosteller looked like might have been held up at the entry to Oak Tree, but Pelé was held up on exit. So it might have come out even in the wash, but look at this. The battle for the lead is on at the front of the field. I think we've got to look back at what happened just a few moments ago. And Mike, if you got it, we can roll it. Oh, this is for the Mustang. McDuff with the spin. That was, I think, in front of the race leader. So Mosteller, over the last couple of laps, has had a few hairy moments. You could see what the gap used to be with Pelé coming through there. But now it's less than a second separating the top two. McDuff was able to continue and run solidly in the 5th overall position. By the way, Paul Sparta just did his car's best lap of the race and is quicker than either of the top two, some 31 seconds behind. Not in a particular hurry because the race will be neutralized anyway. Really the key here in this first stage of the race is staying within striking distance in order to make sure you're still on the same lap going into the intermission. And they've certainly done that, but Paul starting to unlock some pace in that car. Race winner in GT4 cars over the last few years in GT4 America. Suffered a significant back injury at a crash at Road America last season, but came back stronger this year. Put together a campaign that saw him contend for the championship going into the final handful of weekends of the season in GT4 America's AM class. Had a couple different co-drivers this year, Mike Kanishak and Darius Trinka. Darius, who is actually racing this weekend over in Europe at the Lamborghini World Final. We wish him the best. But Paul Sparta right now doing what he needs to do, holding down a solid 3rd place, and still with Kevin Boehm to go in that car. But looks like Mosteller's been able to bounce back as the full course yellow comes out. We're approaching that remembrance ceremony, so this is planned here. Mosteller, Pillay, Sparta. 1, 2, 3. Still all on the same lap after 90 minutes of racing here at VIR. Bivens in the 0-2-2 now all alone on his lap. Just one lap off, remarkably, of the overall lead of the race. But with several laps in hand over the next car in that honor class, that is all MX-5s here this weekend. Leahy's second in that class, 6th overall. And Schoenecker down in 8th overall, 3rd in that class, having been delayed by a fuel line issue in the opening hour. Safety car deployed and has picked up the leader, so very soon they will be making their way into the pits. And we'll have for you here on the live stream that remembrance ceremony that you will not want to miss. Under 4.5 hours to go in the inaugural running of the CrowdStrike Veterans Race of Remembrance, powered by AWS, here at Virginia International Raceway, put on by the folks at Operation Motorsport, who have done so much to help veterans get reintegrated with civilian life following a career in the military. So many of those recipients of their help are here this weekend. And this has meant so much to so many over the years since the founding. Let's take a moment here to learn one of their stories. Casey Sobel, one of the beneficiaries, talking about Operation Motorsport and what it has meant to his life.
So I'm Casey Sobel. I was a Master Corporal in the Air Force. I worked on F-18s and P-3 Auroras as an ABN tech. I was dealing with some physical and mental injuries. I needed a way to kind of find something to focus on while transitioning out of the military. And, since I grew up around cars, this was kind of a thing that went hand in hand with me. So to get involved with Op Motorsports was as easy as just going to their website, writing a quick email, kind of giving a blurb about why I thought this would be a good fit, and I think I heard back within a couple of weeks. The biggest change I've noticed is I was getting quite antisocial, so trying to find different ways to deal with my PTSD. I've now connected with people that I haven't talked to in 2 decades. I've brought out friends and family to the track. Just overall, I always look happy, but now I actually feel much better. So all weekend, it's been a lot of emotions. Getting to meet a whole bunch of people. This kind of let me find a different way to kind of take my emotions and maybe help steer people that don't know how to deal with what's going on after their service. Yeah, so for any veteran that's maybe looking for help, feels lost, doesn't know what to do, maybe they're at the same point in their career as me, they went to a transition center, take a chance. OPMO is great for me. Not every program will work for you. This isn't something that is easy to do, but if you've got the passion, you see the people around you, I think coming to something like Op Motorsports, just to see how it could change your life, and you can actually witness how it's changing other people's life. When you take that step, you could totally change the trajectory of life. So I highly recommend look into all the programs that are available for veterans, and don't just stew on your emotions and think you're alone.
Time is your most important asset, and AI is transforming the speed of business. Your innovation and how you protect it depends on the technology you choose to trust. 70% of the Fortune 100 trust CrowdStrike's leading AI-native cybersecurity platform, built to secure their business, and the AI fueling their innovation. AI is changing the world. We're securing it. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Hello, I'm JC Herrera, Chief Human Resources Officer at CrowdStrike. We're proud to be the presenting sponsor of Operation Motorsport's Race of Remembrance. At CrowdStrike, we believe in the power of service and the strength of our veteran community. Operation Motorsport's mission to engage and empower medically retired veterans through motorsports embodies the values we hold dear: innovation, determination, and passion. This race represents more than competition. It stands as a tribute to those who've sacrificed for our freedom and celebrates those who continue to inspire us with their resilience. Together with Operation Motorsport, we're creating meaningful opportunities that transform lives. To all our veterans, thank you for your service and your sacrifice.
Racetrack to road, Mobil 1 Motor Oils make whatever you drive more beautifully.
Back to VIR, and the engines have gone silent as we are moments away from the remembrance ceremony at this inaugural running of the CrowdStrike Veterans Race of Remembrance, powered by AWS. This is the first running of the American edition that has rich history, 11 years running across the pond in Wales. This was the brainchild of a couple of former British military members, as well as motorsport enthusiasts that dreamed up an event like this. And now it's a pleasure to have this here in the United States. And we invite those of you that are here trackside to make your way out to the pit lane and join us for the remembrance ceremony. You can make your way down to the end of the pits and walk around the pit wall, or if you'd prefer, it's possible to climb over the wall as well. But we welcome all of you that are here in attendance at VAR to be a part of this ceremony, and we welcome all of you watching in from around the world as well as we approach the most poignant moment of the race weekend. As mentioned, James Cameron, John Earp, they were the ones who thought up the Race of Remembrance. They had a conversation back in 2014 at Motorsport International, that great convention for motorsport lovers in the UK in Birmingham. Originally thought this up as a track day, but it quickly grew into charity and ultimately an endurance race that we've seen many of these same teams and drivers participate in over the years over at Anglesey Circuit in Wales. Back in 2020, the event was forced to go virtual, and that has become a big component of the Race of Remembrance and Operation Motorsport specifically. A big aspect of their initiative is based around the virtual side of racing. This year, though, some brand new initiatives getting underway, not just here in the States, but even at the UK version of the event. Supercars Saturday will be kicking off here shortly in Wales with a chance for passenger rides for service leavers, veterans, and their families in some pretty remarkable cars around the track in Wales. That's something that I know a lot of folks are looking forward to. And also, a karting race of remembrance in the UK will be staged this weekend at the Thruxton Karting Centre. It continues to grow, both across the pond in its original form and here in the United States as well. The cars stationary in the pits, race halted with 4 hours, 20 minutes still to run. At the end of the day, this is what all of us are here for. Now just minutes away from the beginning of what promises to be a very moving 30-plus minutes here at VIR on Veterans Day weekend. Veterans Day on Tuesday, known as Remembrance Day in Canada, formerly Armistice Day, recognizing the end of the First World War, but subsequently it has been a time of reflection for our military generally, regardless of the conflict. We'll have music, we'll have readings, wreath laying, moment of silence as well. A couple minutes, in fact, of silence coming your way as part of this ceremony. And it is our privilege to be here with you for it. Here at VIR, so much effort has gone into putting this event together. In many ways, all circling around what's about to unfold down in the pit lane. And again, if you're here trackside, feel free to make your way out to the pit lane and join us for this very special presentation and celebration of the members of the American and Canadian, as well as other armed forces from around the world. As soon as we get the okay, we'll transition down trackside for the festivities. But the silence is striking, having just had the race cars driving around at high speed until just moments ago. Now everyone stopped and standing respectfully as we await the beginning of the remembrance ceremony. And let's take this opportunity now to head down to your MC, Chris Wilner.
Thank you, Ryan. Well, ladies and gentlemen, veterans, beneficiaries, race teams, partners, and guests, good morning. We gather today here at Virginia International Raceway in the midst of competition to pause for a higher purpose. Together we honor the men and women who served, who sacrificed, and who gave their lives in the service of their country. This is the Veterans Race of Remembrance, and we remember not only as Canadians and Americans, but as a united motorsports family. Today we stand together in memory and in motion. I now invite Chaplain Tony Terry to lead us in prayer.
If you would bow your heads, let us pray. Almighty God, we gather in your gratitude and remembrance for those who gave all in service to this country. We remember their courage, their sacrifice, and their love of freedom. Father, bless this gathering, bless our veterans, and bless the families who continue to carry the burden of loss. May this service renew us in spirit of peace, unity, and gratitude. Amen.
I'd now like to invite Timothy Lauder to share the words of Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae.
In Flanders fields the poppies blow, between the crosses, row on row, that mark our place, and in the sky, the larks still bravely singing fly, scarce heard amid the guns below. We are the dead, short days ago, we lived, felt dawn, saw sunset glow, loved and were loved, and now we lie in Flanders fields. Take up our quarrel with the foe, to you from failing hands we throw the torch, be yours to hold it high. If ye break faith with us who die, we shall not sleep, though poppies grow in Flanders fields.
Thank you, Tiffany. As the 11th hour approaches, we join with Canadians, Americans, and Commonwealth nations in remembrance. Please stand if you are able for the act of remembrance. And now we hear the exhortation from Lawrence Binions for the fallen.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. At the rising sun, and as it's going down, we remember them. At the blowing of the wind, and in the chill of winter.
We will remember them.
At the opening of the buds, and in the rebirth of spring.
We will remember them.
At the blueness of the skies, and in the warmth of summer.
We will remember them.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now honor the fallen through the laying of wreaths, symbols of remembrance and gratitude.
Let us pray. God of peace, as we depart this moment of remembrance, may we carry forward the torch of those who served. May their sacrifice inspire us to live with courage, compassion, integrity, and unity. Bless our veterans, bless our families, and bless all who walk the road of healing. We leave here committed to remembering, not just today, but always. Amen.
On behalf of everyone at Operation Motorsport, thank you for standing with us in remembrance today. As you depart pit lane, our volunteers will be moving the wreaths to the podium stage, and once placed, you're invited to place your poppies upon the wreaths as a final act of tribute. Together, we carry forward the memory of the fallen in memory, in motion. Let's go racing!
At this time, we need drivers to your cars. Crews, please clear the pit lane, and spectators, you may exit the pit lane area at this time. Will James Haggie please come to the podium? James Haggie to the podium, please. James Haggie to the podium, please. James.
Time is your most important asset, and AI is transforming the speed of business. Your innovation and how you protect it depends on the technology you choose to trust. 70% of the Fortune 100 trust CrowdStrike's leading AI-native cybersecurity platform, built to secure their business and the AI fueling their innovation. AI is changing the world. We're securing it. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Hello, I'm JC Herrera, Chief Human Resources Officer at CrowdStrike. We're proud to be the presenting sponsor of Operation Motorsport's Race of Remembrance. At CrowdStrike, we believe in the power of service and the strength of our veteran community. Operation Motorsport's mission to engage and empower medically retired veterans through motorsports embodies the values we hold dear: innovation, determination, and passion. This race represents more than competition. It stands as a tribute to those who've sacrificed for our freedom and celebrates those who continue to inspire us with their resilience. Together with Operation Motorsport, we're creating meaningful opportunities that transform lives. To all our veterans, thank you for your service and your sacrifice.
Racetrack to road, Mobil 1 Motor Oils make whatever you drive more beautifully.
Hi, my name is Brent O'Connor. I was a captain in the Canadian Air Force as an Air Combat Systems Officer for 20 years. I found Operation Motorsport on a social media post. Always been really interested in motorsport, and yeah, so I got in touch with them and see what it was they did and whether or not I fit. So I'm finishing my second year with Operation Motorsport. Initially it was really different. It was an environment that I hadn't been in before. As I went through the first season, I found myself getting really comfortable with what I was doing. Come the second season, you know, they were asking me to do things that I never really thought I'd be doing on my own. Yeah, really grew as a person as I went through it. I learned a lot about myself. When I first realized I had a mental health injury, I lost a lot of capacity to just do stuff. And I started to learn that maybe I had more capacity than I thought. You know, the beginning of last year, I'd crash for a day or two after an activation with them. And come the end of this year, I don't crash anymore. I don't even necessarily need to take a day off anymore. I've learned that the person I used to be, the capabilities I used to have, I still have. And yeah, they're not gone. There's still a huge part of me that I always loved that's still here.
I'm an incredible overthinker about perceptions that other people have. And one of my fellow beneficiaries told me, would you please tell your brain to stop being mean to my friend? And this was someone that I had not known for long, but that wasn't just a funny thing to say. They meant it. I'm worth being friends with, and I am going to remember that phrase forever. It's not easy for any of us, and being surrounded by this group of people is a chance to learn that I don't have to listen to my brain when it's being mean to me.
Special stuff here at Virginia International Raceway, here at this inaugural running of the CrowdStrike Veterans Race of Remembrance, powered by AWS. Just got through with the moving remembrance ceremony. Right now, the wreaths are being transported to the podium, and the assembled fans and paddock are laying their poppies on the wreaths right now. But for those that were in the car prior to the stoppage, prior to this planned intermission, now their attention has to turn back to the job at hand behind the wheel of these race cars. We're closing in on a resumption of the race. 4 hours, 20 minutes still remain. Top three cars still on the lead lap, and with a full reset here with this intermission, that leaves three cars very much in contention to fight it out for the win of the race. As expected, it is three cars from the Freedom class running 1, 2, 3 overall. Classes here this weekend for this event. It's basically a horsepower to weight ratio that dictates the classes, but it's effectively, this weekend at least, an all GT4 top class in the Freedom class. The Remembrance class sits in the middle. We have a Ford Mustang entered there. That car shown 5th overall right now, but behind the leader in the Honor class, which is made up exclusively of Mazda MX-5 Miatas, a couple different generations of Miatas. But right now, it is the 022 that has the lead by a pretty healthy margin, several laps. It's the only car in that class that has not had strife at some point in this race. And by virtue of that, in a smart race run through nearly 2 hours of racing, that car has a sizable advantage in the class, but still a long way to go, and a lot can happen here in this event. Hello to all of those joining us from around the world, especially those over in Wales. If you're tuning in early in the morning, getting ready for your own Race of Remembrance, welcome to VIR. It's a privilege to be here, privilege to share the stories of all of these veterans for whom this means so much, and it's a real honor to be a part of it. Raised a lot of money last night at our Heroes Dinner, which had a charity auction component to it, with nearly or over $20,000 US raised, and that was a talking point. Which currency are we using? Because there's a rather sizable Canadian contingent here. In fact, the founders of Operation Motorsport, Diesel and Tiffany Lauder, are Canadian, but have very much embraced their American brethren. And so, too, veterans from other countries that are here joining us this weekend. Great contingent from the UK, as you would expect, given the heritage and history of the Race of Remembrance over in Wales. And great to have their presence here in the same way that there have been American and Canadian delegations racing in Wales at the Race of Remembrance in the past. An event set to get started a little bit later on today, if it hasn't started already. Longer race there, 12 hours in duration. But 6 hours here for this inaugural running of the Veterans Race of Remembrance. And a chance to hear from a driver who's already been on track today. Got to start in some tricky conditions. CJ Moses is standing by with our Chris Wilner.
Yes, he is in his fire suit just following the remembrance service. CJ, stint number 1 is done. What did you think about the racetrack, the race car, and now you can breathe a little bit?
Yeah, I get to breathe a little bit now. Track started out really sketchy. I mean, you had to stay off all of the shiny stuff. But I think that, obviously as the stint went on, by the time we were done, it was a pretty much dry track, so it was back up to full speed. The sun came out. It was beautiful, just like I predicted. For our team, it worked out really well because I wasn't as fast as some of the other cars, but with the full course yellow just before there, we were able to catch all back up and keep close. So I think it's going to be an excellent race. I think 1, 2, 3 are all right there at the beginning, and we'll see how it goes. But we're looking forward to a good race today, and following the remembrance service there, it's hard to be happy about all the stuff going on here. But I know all the other vets here are just happy to be here, enjoy the sun and all the racing out here on the track.
Say, how do you describe that moment? There was remembrance service. Everyone lined up on pit lane, the wreath laying. The hair on my arms was standing up. It was just absolutely touching.
Yeah, the whole thing just chokes me up. Yeah. It's a really hard thing to go through.
Appreciate your time. Enjoy the rest of the race.
Appreciate it.
CJ Moses and, of course, Random Vandals Racing doing what they need to do so far. All their cars running up toward the front, Ryan, but you could hear the emotion in his voice, just what this day, this race, this organization of Operation Motorsports means for, I think, most of everybody down here on the pit lane, and it's incredible to hear.
Well, CJ gave a very moving keynote speech last night as part of that Heroes Dinner. He's an Air Force and FBI veteran himself, now has a very lofty role within AWS, Amazon Web Services, great partner of ours here at the Veterans Race of Remembrance, powered by AWS, but spoke about the meaning of his time in the military, and perhaps most poignantly spoke about a time that he did not speak up when a colleague of his was apparently suffering, and it was a poignant reminder to please, if you see someone who's struggling, reach out and help. And if you yourself are struggling, there's a whole community of people that are here to help you. So please keep that in mind. Cars are rolling here at VIR to get the race resumed. Did see maybe an issue for the number 240 Mustang. That's a car that's been off track once, but nothing major, just a spin. And in the bottom right of the screen a moment ago, you got to look at what's going on live over in Wales right now as the 11th running of the Race of Remembrance at Anglesey Circuit is underway. Occurs to me I might have had my time zones mixed up a little bit earlier, talking about it being early there. That's not the case, of course. In any event, welcome to all of those of you watching from the UK, and again, best of luck for a fast, safe, and wonderful race in Wales throughout the course of the weekend there, Remembrance Day weekend, as it's known in the UK. We'll dispatch Chris to try and get to the bottom of what might be the problem for the number 240 entry. And Caleb McDuff behind the wheel, the Welshman. Car he shares with Jonathan Winker, Brian Winker, and Callum Belden. That's a look at the car, which was in line with the rest of the cars in the order in which it came to the pit lane for that cessation of racing for the remembrance ceremony. But then we got a glimpse of it just being pushed backwards by the crew. This is a Resilience Racing and Team Brit dual effort here on that car, and evidently something is amiss. The car shown 5th overall right now, but at risk of losing a couple of positions with that car stationary right now. Hopefully it's a quick fix, whatever the problem might be. Again, we did see the car have a brief spin, but it didn't appear to be anything significant. Rejoined immediately afterwards. Whether related or otherwise, that car currently not on the racetrack. Only car currently shown in the pits. A couple of others that have had some issues include the number 249. That car had a spin in the opening hour, and possibly, it would appear, some contact. We saw that car stationary for about 5 laps as it underwent repairs, possible splitter damage, and they were definitely looking at the left-hand side of that Aston Martin, but it's since resumed and has been running at a decent clip, so hopes remain that the 249 car driven by Aaron Morgan, Adam Poppenhaus, Jonathan Winker, and Paul Fulick will be able to continue to run at the pointy end and make its way forward in the remaining 4 hours and now 16 minutes as the clock has resumed here at VIR. Looks like the safety car has accelerated away, which means the race will be resuming in just a matter of moments. That's the field making its way through roller coaster and into hog pen, down onto the front straightaway, and it starts to pick up the pace. It's Mosteller showing the way, but the 2 Random Vandals BMWs are starting to close in. In fact, they might be fighting amongst themselves as Pelé fends off a challenge from Paul Sparta. But now Pelé with an aggressive move, looking to the inside of the Aston, the door left wide open, and the BMW is through. The second BMW through as well, so Vandals goes 1-2 on the restart here with 4 hours and 15 minutes remaining. Hope everything's all right for the Aston crew. Mosteller dropping back a couple of spots. Now situated in third for the first time. It's not the Skip Barber liveried Aston at the front of the field. It's now the 2 BMWs, 1 and 2. Pelé from Sparta. What a restart at the top of this field with the top 3 cars still all on the same lap. And still 4 hours and 15 minutes of racing to go. The McDuff car still shown stationary in the pits, trying to get to the bottom of that. I know Chris has made his way down that way, and we'll look into it. But that is certainly heartbreaking news for the 240. And I think we're moments away from an update there, so we'll wait with bated breath for that. But how about that restart? Pelé and Sparta both through on Mosteller for the lead of the race. Meanwhile, work continues on the 240 of McDuff. That car jacked up right now, the crew working underneath. But it is tight at the front of the field. The 2 BMWs running nose to tail. I talked to the Random Vandals team about that yesterday. How are you going to race one another with the 2 cars in this race? And they said there's simply one rule: don't hit one another. Other than that, feel free to race. And that's what we have before us right now. Pelé and Sparta coming through to lead a lap for the first time. It's a car not that Skip Barber entry that has led a lap, and the lead is half a second. Pelé back to Sparta. Down into the horseshoe now. Nose to tail at the front of the field. Here comes Paul looking to the inside. Oh, that was a late lunge. That was very close to Paul breaking his own rule. Remember, he's the team boss at Random Vandals Racing. They came so close to touching there, but Paul was able to extricate himself from that situation. We'll watch as the top 2 battle, but now an update. Chris in the pits.
Able to follow up on that 240 of Caleb McDuff. Remember his off right before the remembrance service. It actually knocked the exhaust pipe loose, so they spent the time on pit lane just to get that tightened back up so it doesn't drag and ultimately fall off and create a bigger issue. So they're just about finished. Going to put some more fuel aboard this Mustang and send it back on his way, but that's the report in that pit.
Wow, that is frustrating, heartbreaking for them, but the hope is to get that car back out. The good news is they're running unopposed in class, so They're just thinking about overall positions. They don't lose anything here, at least in the short term, but that's definitely frustrating for that team. Thrilled now to welcome our Grand Marshal, that's the correct title, is it not, of this race into the booth. It's Greer Martin. I'm sure there's a better title than just your name to go along with that, but Grand Marshal Greer Martin has a pretty good sound to it. Welcome. Great to see you once again. It's been a little while.
It has, Ryan. It's so good to see you again also, and want to take this opportunity to thank you on behalf of Operation Motorsport for your wonderful support of Operation Motorsport and the veterans who benefit from its services. Adding your name and professional stature to this event really, really is a great stamp of approval.
Well, that is exceedingly kind. It is special to be here. My grandfather served. My wife's family has a long history of military service going back to the Revolution, actually.
What branch was your grandfather?
He was in the Navy, Naval Air Corps, as it was at the time.
Wow.
Flew Catalinas,
if
that means anything to anybody.
I built a model of a Catalina
Is that right?
when I was a kid. Oh,
okay.
Yeah. I know
wasn't
exactly
sure
what
that
it
was
is.
going to resonate, but I guess I'm in the right company here for this weekend. And you, sir, as well, are a veteran, proudly wearing your medals in addition to your remembrance poppy here this weekend. We just went through that beautiful remembrance service, and it tugs at the heartstrings.
It does. It's one of the most surreal experiences I've ever had, to go from the sadness, the despair of remembering those who didn't make it home, and the tears that come with that, to then at the end of the very moving ceremony to have, in this case, Diesel Lauder say, right, let's go racing, and to turn on a dime from sadness to complete joy and excitement at the rest of the race to come is... I don't have any other words to describe it, but I'm glad I got to experience it today.
Well, I am too, and I'd heard and I'd seen from afar what happens in Wales, and to see it firsthand here is special. We've got a really good battle heating up, and I know you're a race fan as much as anything else, so this is really fun to watch here. Mosteller starting to get into his rhythm a little bit. He didn't start this car and didn't get a whole lot of seat time before the stoppage, and it seemed like maybe in his first start in a GT4 car just... was a little bit cautious at the beginning, and that's allowed the two Vandals cars through, and actually Paul Sparta has now come to the lead of the race. But, you know, the field might be a little bit thin in overall numbers. I know that there's an expectation of growth looking ahead to the future, but we do have strength in the cars that are here, and it's on full display. The top three are all covered by less than 2 seconds.
It's amazing. Well, as they say, you only need 2 cars to make a race, and we've got 4 times that many here. What was fun for me to see, Ryan, was the group of Operation Motorsport veterans all together last night at the banquet where you were the MC and great auctioneer, all part of one team, Canadians and American veterans all together as one team. But today, as we've got a Canadian BMW racing an American BMW and an American Miata racing a Canadian Miata, you could see the rivalry and the competitiveness heating up.
Well, that is something that you get in the military, you get in motorsport as well. There is that pride, whether it's unit pride or national pride, that is at stake. And we got a little bit of both here, I think, when you look at the teams that are taking part in this. Good news is McDuff has returned to the track. That Mustang spent a couple of laps in the pits, and it did lose a few spots in the overall order, but you can see it ahead of the leading trio here, and that's some traffic now that the leaders are going to have to contend with. A little bit more about your story, though, Greer, if we could. Your military service then segued into a career in public service, and I know you've held a state office as an elected official in North Carolina, if memory serves. What was the calling for you to serve your country first in the military and then as a public servant?
I think initially when I was a thick-headed young college student, age 18, I had some vague sense that I needed more discipline and motivation in my life. My father had served a few years in the Army, and I know that it had been of great benefit to him. So I signed up for RTC in college and stumbled my way through that, and joined up after that and did a few months of active duty. We've got an event on track.
Yeah, I think that could be Mosteller, and we were looking at glimpses, I think, of possibly a tire that had come apart, and I think it might belong to this car. Full course yellow is out, and that's for the debris that you can see here. I think that could have been the cause. That tire might have gone down and then sent Mosteller for a bit of a ride. Now he's got to limp this car back. But the good news is the full course yellow, under the regulations, he should be able to do emergency service and repair that tire. They'll then have to do a subsequent pit stop according to the rules. Although there could be something more wrong with that. It looks to me like that car is listing slightly. And Chris reporting he's hearing it could be rear suspension, and I do think I'm seeing some telltale signs of that. That is a great frustration there for the team based right here at VIR. We'll get an update from Chris when that car gets back to the pit lane. But, Greer, if you wanted to continue your story, please pick up where you left off.
Yeah, so joined the Army and found that discipline and motivation I was looking for. Other than marrying my wife, it was the smartest decision I've ever made. And was in the reserves for most of my career, and right after 9/11, volunteered for active duty and reported to Fort Bragg, and deployed. In the middle of that, our daughter was born, and I deployed 6 days after that to Afghanistan. And anyone out there who is a parent knows that the responsibility you feel as a parent for creating a better world in which to raise that child, having that responsibility all of a sudden, and then going to Afghanistan and seeing the families there that were the parents that could not raise their child in a safe environment where they could have a job, get educated, that sort of thing, really made me realize that when I got back home, I needed to take a more active role in ensuring that North Carolina, that the United States stays that kind of place. And so that's what led me to run for the State House of Representatives.
And have had a long career in public service ever since. Here's the car in the pits. Up on the jacks, initially there was a replacement tire there, but I think Chris's report might be spot on. There could be something more at play here, possibly rear suspension. And the Skip Barber crew, it's an excellent crew. They've raced at a high level in various series, IMSA and SRO, so they know what they're doing. They know what they're about. Quite frankly, to see one of these homologated GT4 cars have an issue like that is very strange. So anyway, they'll get to work on that car and hopefully get repairs made and get that car back out on track. That had led basically the opening 2 hours of this race. I think Chris is on the spot there. Chris, what can you tell us?
Yeah, the Skip Barber crew is still trying to diagnose officially, but I believe it's a left rear shock because they put it up on the air jacks, and when they dropped it thinking that maybe there was a tire issue, you could just hear it hit the diffuser, the rear diffuser of this Aston Martin. So certainly there's something, you mentioned it, Ryan, listing to the left. It looks like suspension, but definitely a left rear shock is at least part of the issue. So now the crew's going to diagnose and see what they can do, but certainly a lot of frustration down here with a car that was so dominant in the early part of the race.
Yeah, so frustrating for them. Greer, thank you so much for spending some time with us. I hope you enjoyed being the Grand Marshal. I know how much this track means to you, the sport means to you, and, of course, the cause as well. It's been a real pleasure.
Ryan, thank you again for everything you've done for Operation Motorsport and spending your precious time here also. And look forward to seeing you here next year.
I would love to. That's definitely the plan. So Greer Martin, our Grand Marshal, joining us in the booth at VIR. Always a pleasure to catch up, sir, and hope to see a whole lot more of you down the road. Skip Barber team working at the back of that Aston Martin right now, and frankly not looking like they're in a giant hurry. This is, again, a car, the only two-driver lineup in the field, with a couple of drivers who are graduates of the Skip Barber single-seater program. Both came into racing quite late, relatively speaking. I think we heard from Robert earlier, didn't we, talking about the fact that he thought racing was a sport for someone who started karting as a young kid, and that was not his experience, but then found the school. And something that the DeMontes, Dan and Anthony, who now run Skip Barber Racing and the school, have started as a great initiative, is to have racing programs in a bunch of different series as the next step to stay within the Skip Barber family but continue the motorsports journey. And we've seen them with entries at the GT4 level in IMSA and SRO, as mentioned. They've raced in touring cars in SRO, GR Cup, among other series. And it's just a way to provide the next step in the racing journey for those that have come through the Skip Barber school, like so many have over the years. You think about the great careers that Skip Barber helped to jumpstart, and A.J. Allmendinger, Ryan Hunter-Ray, Juan Pablo Montoya, just to name a few, are all Skip Barber graduates. But it's not just for aspiring racing professionals. It's there for anybody, and I'm living proof of that as a graduate of the Skip Arbor School myself, going on 15 years ago now. But it's a special, special brand that means a lot to people who've been a part of it, and they've been a big supporter here of this event. Now, we see a car there, bottom of the screen, one of the lower class cars making its way around the front of the field. What this is the wave around. This is a rule that's put in place so that a full course yellow like this one doesn't separate cars within their own class artificially from one another by effectively a lap. So what basically happened here is this Tooth Autosport car, the 68, was ahead of its class leader, but behind the safety car in the safety car train. So basically the overall leader had split the battle within this class, and prior to these wave around rules, which are now pretty commonplace across global motorsport, but before they came into play, you ran the risk then of basically dropping a lap to your class leader if the overall leader came through. And so this wave by then allows them to get back to the back of the train and avoid being split by a lap. That's a pretty big deal. And that's a big help for the Tooth team that's trying to recover from a fuel line issue earlier in the race. Chris continues to monitor the problems down in the pit lane for the Skip Barber team, and let's get an update from him now.
Yeah, so the team's actually waiting for a shock to come from the team's HQ, which is on property. Skip Barber has a facility here at Virginia International Raceway, so they sent a reconnaissance team back to the shop to go grab the part that they need on that left rear shock. But yes, that seems to be the issue. So unfortunately, there's a lot of standing around right now, but as soon as the crew gets back with that part, they'll be able to diagnose it and put that in to that Aston Martin. So I guess that's one of the benefits, Ryan, is when you have all your supplies here on property, you don't have to transport them from afar. You kind of have that opportunity to go back and make sure you have the part that you need.
Yeah, it's been big for them being able to work out of their own shop here at the track instead of out of a temporary structure or an awning or the garages here along the pit lane. And it's home field advantage to some degree for the team. Made it a little complicated for us. We were trying to find them earlier in the weekend to get a couple of questions answered, do a little recon and intel gathering. But couldn't quite find them because they weren't paddocked with everybody else. Come to find out, of course, they were just operating from their headquarters. And that's where they're headed now to try and track down the replacement part that's needed to get that car back in the fray. 2 hours now complete here at VIR. By the way, this is a look at the Skip Barber shop, one of several race teams based here, and actually the whole fleet of cars for the school, I understand, is based here at VIR as well. But there are several teams that are based at this racetrack. It's all part of the Virginia Motorsport Technology Park, which is located here on the premises. This is really becoming a hub for road racing in the U.S., and it helps. There's a good proximity to Charlotte, where so much of the motorsport industry is based. It is Virginia International Raceway, but we are right on the North Carolina border, and it's an easy drive up or down to or from Charlotte. So you do see this track utilized regularly by a bunch of teams. Chris, you got something?
No, I was just going to say, and don't forget, this racetrack hosts not only, sports cars, but NASCAR had used this as a testing ground for many, many years. Car Tomorrow, different development aspects of things. So that, you're right, the proximity to the Charlotte-based race teams not only includes the sports car teams that we're used to seeing here, but even some of the NASCAR Cup Series teams have used this as a training ground. So VIR has a rich history. No matter what form of motorsport you enjoy or that you pay attention to, it's probably has turned laps here at VIR at some point.
Yeah, I think so. There's a look at some of the condos that are located here on site. I mentioned earlier the fact that this track was closed for about 26 years, 1974 until it reopened in 2000. When it reopened, it was really at the forefront of that country club model of racetrack, which has become a bit more prominent ever since. And having those condos here on site is a big part of that. And having had the chance to visit a couple of times, they are fantastic. It's really special to come here from a work perspective because any chance you get to stay on the grounds, there's a lodge here on site. In fact, there's rooms that you can rent in the garage structure above the pit lane, and I've had the privilege of staying in that on occasion in the past. In fact, one year I was here pit reporting, and I had a 45-minute break in between races I was covering, so in my full fire suit and gear, that's right there. I went up those stairs, popped into my room, took a little nap, and went right back to work when I woke up. And don't get to do that at a racetrack very often. Chris, I might be giving you some ideas. And thank you to our friends from Cloudera who came back as promised with some awesome stuff. Thank you. You're welcome. Appreciate that. My wife always is happy when I bring back free things from the racetrack, so check that box. Thanks to them for their hospitality. This is a look at the lodge. I mentioned that earlier. One of our camera positions is actually up on the third floor of the lodge. I think I can see my room right there, believe it or not. And that's pretty cool, too, to come out of your front door and be looking at the racetrack, which is under green flag conditions once again. 3 hours, 56 minutes to go. It's Paul Sparta leading overall with his teammate Pelé right there behind him and putting some pressure on. Those two have come to the fore since the intermission for our remembrance ceremony. They stormed to the lead. First Pelé, then Sparta got around his teammate. Had a close call, battling for position with one another, but now running 1-2 for the Random Vandals team with their closest competition now falling by the wayside. Two cars, two Astons, both with Skip Barber liveries, have dropped back. And in fact, actually, now the 249 that was delayed earlier is back on the same lap as the 16 of Mosteller, and as they go, could take that position away and move up to third for the first time since it had its spin and subsequent damage in the opening hour of the race. We do have a few pit stop callers down here towards pit out, and driver change underway in one of the MX-5s. Jason Bivens, we're told, is getting in to the 022, which is pitting from the lead in class. And Chris, I think you've got eyes on it. If you've got an update for us, go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, the driver change is already completed, and what's pretty unique is the driver's seat actually is almost like your passenger vehicle where you can reach down between your legs and scoot the seat forward and backward. There's a little bit of an adjustment there as well. So Jason getting locked and loaded into this Mazda Miata. Again, the fuel going in on the left side where the fuel nozzle is, and we'll get some driver assist as well, make sure the radio is plugged in. But you mentioned pitting from the lead. They've been slowly picking their way to the front. And what is also unique, and several of the teams have done this too, on these set of tires that are aboard, especially the 022 right now, the team has signed in Sharpie the sidewalls on all four tires. So I kind of was looking, I said, what manufacturer is that? Is that a BF Goodwrench or a Michelin? Oh, no, it's just the team, just signing their names, just all wanting to ride on board and be along for the ride here with this team.
Great story, Chris. Thanks. And it is an open tire choice here at the Race of Remembrance. Teams have quite a wealth of possibilities that they could choose from. It has to be a 200 treadwear DOT tire. No racing slicks allowed, but within that, you've got quite a few different brands that produce a tire that would be fit for purpose. Michelin, though, is the official tire, of course, and offers a special incentive because they're donating a portion of the purchase price for each set of tires used in this race to Operation Motorsport, and we thank them for that and their continued support of the charity. So driver change complete here. This team, this is a three-driver lineup. We saw Ben Norfolk earlier. Jason Bivens, and then Adam Roberts is the third driver. And Adam is really, really quick in a Miata. I have seen that firsthand. He's a former SCCA Runoffs national champion and has raced at a reasonably high level at the club level, but is an IMSA mechanic, actually, works for the Action Express team as an interior mechanic. So basically he was telling me everything from the gearbox up to the firewall at the front is his responsibility for their LMDH spec Cadillac. But in addition to being a handy mechanic, he's run race teams as well as team manager for Porsche team like JDX and the Skip Arbor team he's worked with in the past as well. Excited to see him get a chance to do some driving here. And this could be all part of the plan. Remember, it is a 4-minute minimum stop if you put fuel in, and we saw they did that. It doesn't look like anything is amiss here. Might just be taking their time, but that car is stationary for the moment. And now it starts to roll out. It's still Paul Sparta leading. It's now 2.5 seconds, the advantage. I think all is well for Bivens and the 022. Interesting, though, they're keeping... Oh, I take that back. That was not him headed back out onto the racetrack. He was headed back to the paddock. Okay, so another car from that honor class that has had some problems. It seems like everyone's been a front runner at one point or another. That was the only car still on the same lap in its class, but it too now has had an issue and is headed back to the paddock. And we'll do our best to get to the bottom of that. And there from on board, you can see that car.
Yeah, just checked in with the team, Ryan, actually, and it's not good. Basically, when they went to go leave the pit lane, it just started to stumble. There was no throttle pickup. They're debating whether it's either fuel-related or electric-related, but the call as he was working his way down pit road was to turn and basically make that hard right-hand turn to the garage. So, yes, that Mazda is now back in the garage. The crew's going to take a look at it, but what was a routine pit stop, as you called, and we talked about the driver change, well, it's gotten a lot worse for that team.
Okay, well, keep an eye on that. If you have an update for us, Chris, feel free to jump in. Let me know, because we do have a guest here in the booth, but we'd love to get an update on that situation as you get more information. It is my pleasure to welcome Tom Sullivan, Motorsports Marketing Manager of Michelin North America, to the booth. We were just talking about tires a moment ago. We were talking about the incentive that you've given to teams to choose Michelin here this weekend. They have choice, but many of them have chosen to go with Michelin. I suspect some of it has to do with the incentive of the donation, but also speaks to the quality of the product.
Yeah, I hope it's a little bit of both. It's our pleasure to support this event. We've been a partner of Operation Motorsports for some time, really feel their mission, and it's very similar to the Michelin mission as well, as taking care of people and providing them an opportunity to continue to grow and develop. But yeah, part of what we would do here is try to bring the best high-performance tires to the market, and we want to make sure that people choose Michelin or BF Goodrich. BF Goodrich is owned by Michelin. So it looks like the entire field, similar to an IMSA field, is on one of our products. So I think we'll be pretty happy once it comes down to it at the end of the race.
And this is a perfect venue because Michelin is so involved here at VIR.
Oh, VIR has been a fantastic partner of ours for a long time, and they were gracious enough to put our branding out there on the starter stand. I was absolutely privileged to be able to wave the green flag. That is something I've never done before, and I can't think of an event that I'd rather do it at than this one. But what Connie and Kerrigan and the entire team have done with this facility, it's such a pleasure to be here for a non-IMSA weekend as well. It's just right up the road from where we are in our headquarters in Greenville, South Carolina, not too far. So we always love to be able to come up here.
Yeah, so is the proximity a part of the reason, or is there something else about this venue specifically that makes it a perfect one for Michelin to have that relationship with?
I think there's several reasons. The proximity, of course, is one of them, but we're actually closer to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta than we are to this racetrack. But this has such a unique environment, such an iconic look and feel, such an outstanding, rich history. And being independently operated is a really interesting thing for us. We just actually had members of our product team up here testing a new tire. So we can use this kind of venue to test the next product that comes out in the next 2 or 3 years.
It is perhaps cliched to say, but it is true, isn't it, that Motorsport is the ultimate test bed for someone in the tire business.
It is, and that's what we always call it. We say we're the sort of the tip of the spear and the ultimate test bed, as you said, for not only innovation but also sustainability. As you guys might have heard down at Petit Le Mans recently, we're going to be bringing a new tire to that event, and at the GTP class, the Pilot Sport Endurance tire, that's made of 50% renewable and recyclable material. So all that is able to be come to fruition through motorsports. That's the place that we choose to test innovation, sustainability, and to lean into really important people events like this one here.
Well, let's focus in on that then. This race is not your average race. To see this come to fruition here this year, I know there's been a lot of work behind the scenes, and I suspect Michelin's been a big part of that from the beginning. But to see this come and culminate in this race, and to see as well our remembrance ceremony, the Heroes Dinner last night, the meaning that this has beyond what happens on the racetrack. Can you describe what it means to you and also to the brand of Michelin?
Absolutely. I met Tiffany and Diesel probably 5 years ago up in Canada when we were supporting a Canadian series up there. And immediately when they explained what their mission was, I personally felt a longing to be a part of that in some way. My father was a United States Marine for 23 years. So I've always honored that, and he's a hero to me. And I did not serve, so any opportunity I get to serve this community, I will do so. Even if it's as a motorsports marketing manager, if I can do something and lean into that, I will certainly do that. And, last night we heard so many outstanding stories of real people going through real issues, and to have an organization like Operation Motorsports who leans in and provides a platform for them. You heard so many different people this morning and last night say motorsports is a true connector, it's a true family, and you don't see that any more so than you did last night and today, where it creates an environment for somebody to feel like they're part of what they used to be.
It was certainly moving and drives home the fact that there are a lot of veterans out there that are looking for a purpose. The statistic came up a couple of times. 22 veterans on average take their own lives each day. That's why you see cars in this race carrying the number 22 or 022. Very much meaningful. And the fact that through an initiative like Operation Motorsport, there have been dozens of veterans that have found a new purpose in life, that perhaps were walked back from the precipice. That really gives a whole new meaning to what we're doing this weekend.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I can't imagine the families and the friends and the comrades who had to go through that pain. And then not only that, the individual that was going through the pain that might have not have been spoken. And I think that's the biggest learning out of this is you have a group of people that you can speak to. You have a group of people to reach out to and can understand that sort of feeling that you're going through. I mean, Michelin has a veterans resource group that's very active, and we really try to lean into veterans and give them a place that they feel belonging and that they can make a difference. But this environment is wholly different, right? I mean, this is where you have a group of people who get together with a singular mission, very similar to what these gentlemen and ladies have served previously in their career. But it's such a tragic number, and any time that we can get a group that is passionate about Operation Motorsports and other groups like that to get the word out to say it's okay, as they said, to not be okay.
Right. Tom Sullivan, Motorsports Marketing Manager, Michelin North America, joining us in the booth. You talk about the outreach that Michelin already has within the veterans community. As this event grows, as Operation Motorsport continues to grow, it's easy to forget this is not the longest running organization out there. It's been roughly a decade, not even, since the beginning for OPMO here in North America. How do you view Michelin's involvement with that moving forward? It seems like a natural tie-in for a cause you're already interested in, plus you have the automotive angle too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Michelin provides an excellent opportunity because we're at the racetrack all the time and we work in an environment where we can work with Operation Motorsports and bring some of their folks over and give them a place to act and operate. You see us at the track of the IMSA. There's so many different walks of life that we're responsible for, whether it be tire fitting or pushing tires or engineering or marketing or public relations, there's so many opportunities for us. So I really, I'm going to take it as a personal goal of mine within Michelin to make sure we plug in a little bit more, that we give these folks an outlet and an opportunity to bring one of their folks in and to help us out and to be a part of our team, whether it be on a race weekend or, heck, who knows, maybe in a plant somewhere.
Yeah, you don't know.
No.
Anything I haven't asked you about that I should have? Any initiative or anything like that you'd like to highlight?
One really interesting thing that's happening here this weekend is several of the cars are on the BF Goodrich Rival Plus, which was actually just launched in August. So this is going to be the biggest test that tire has had, and I've talked to a couple of teams that are running it, and they've been very impressed. So not only do we get to be part of this event that's much larger than us, and we're just a small part of it, but we're grateful to be a part of it, but also we're going to get some actually data from this, and it's going to be really interesting for the teams to give us feedback on this Rival Plus tire. But so far, so good is what we've heard.
And you got the best view of the house at the start of the race, like you talked about earlier. How cool was that, just from a personal standpoint, to be up there and see this race start?
I have not been in motorsports all my life, but I've probably been in and around it for about a decade, and I've never done that before. I've never had an opportunity. Yeah. So my role typically is to push that opportunity to somebody else, whether it be an executive or a Michelin man himself, which typically does it here and waves the green flag at the VIR IMSA race. But it was outstanding, and it's amazing. It's such a simple act, but how nervous you get right before that, because you keep thinking, am I going to wave too early? Am I going to drop the flag or whatever? But the folks up there are professionals. You can't go wrong with what they make it idiot-proof, really. And it was an amazing experience to do that.
Not unlike your Michelin tire technicians embedded with the race teams,
That's
right?
exactly right. Yep.
Make it easy for all of us that are trying to go racing from time to time. Well, thank you so much for your continued support of Operation Motorsport, of the Veterans Race of Remembrance, for motorsport generally. Michelin is such a big proponent of it, and it's not lost on us that the only thing that's connecting these cars that we love to the ground are 4 round rubber things that are going around at a pretty quick rate. So thank you.
Yeah, we're absolutely thrilled to be a part of that. And I said last night at the dinner is Michelin chooses people in leadership positions that can inspire people, that have an awareness of themselves and those around them, and that create trust. And as I said last night, all these ladies and gentlemen who stepped into that room last night, it was called a hero's dinner for a reason, because they truly are heroes by just sacrificing what they have and for doing something that is larger than themselves. So they embody all those traits that we look for at Michelin. So I'm very appreciative of everything.
Well, enjoy the rest of the day. Great to have you here. Thanks so much for the insight as well.
Thank you, Ron.
My pleasure. That is, again, Tom Sullivan, Motorsports Marketing Manager, Michelin North America, who is kind enough to spend a little more time with us, having already spoken with Chris, but can't get enough talking Michelin with Tom. Thank you very much. You're welcome anytime. Pit stop's underway. By the way, while we were having that conversation, I had Chris in my ear, and I think you saw it on the screen as well, that the 022 was out on track briefly, but has made its way back into the pits and ultimately back to the paddock. And so the former leader in that class has dropped down now and finds itself third in the class. All 4 cars in that class have had issues at one point or another. We're watching a driver change here. This is now the leading car in the class once again, the 011. Hugh and Megan Leahy swapping back and forth here in the early stages of this race. And I'm not sure who got in the car just yet.
Hugh got in. I'll go ahead and update that for you, Ryan. Yeah, so Megan transitioning back to Hugh. Again, what a story, father-daughter getting to race in an Enduro for the first time. So you mentioned pitting from the lead. The issues with some of the team cars, we mentioned the 022, the Power Sports garage entry that currently sits not all the way back to the paddock. It's actually just behind pit lane, over the wall, directly at the pit gate here, close to pit out, and the crew is frantically working on that Mazda Miata. The last check was it was an alternator issue that ultimately was just not letting the car continue to run at optimum speed, but also just randomly shut off. So the crew's changing the alternator now, and their goal is to get back out on the racetrack, but forwent going all the way back to the garage, but rather just behind the pit wall here, trying to get as quickly this service change done so they can get back out on the racetrack.
Thank you for that, Chris. Plenty of stories for you to stay on top of down in the pits. You've been a busy guy, and feel free to, again, jump in if you have any further information for us here, because we've got another guest joining us here in the booth. Cliff Salveson from Mobile One. Fantastic to have you here and part of this event. What do you make of this first running of the Veterans Race of Remembrance?
It's fantastic, Ryan. I mean, I'm delighted to be here, and I think this is going to be one of those things that we look back in 5 years and go, I'm so excited we all got to be there at the inaugural event and to be a part of it. You know, a lot of these things start small. There's always learnings to take away from it, but it's a great place to start from, and more to come.
Yeah, really solid foundation, no question about it. Motorsport's technical advisor, is that the correct title?
It is.
What does that mean? Can you translate that into layman's terms?
Absolutely. So Mobile One's involved in just about every form of racing there is. We do rally, we do NASCAR, we do NHRA, we do IMSA and sports car racing. And my job is basically when teams have questions, when we're setting up a sponsorship with a team, we give them lubricant recommendations. And if you're competing at the NASCAR, NHRA F1 level, we'll actually design custom lubricants for your team. So we'll try to fix problems that you're having, find you some extra horsepower, find you some extra durability.
This day and age, so many of the rules are very circumscribed. You don't have a lot of freedom to choose, but lubrication actually is an area where teams and manufacturers do get to make that choice. So why do so many of them choose Mobile One?
I think it's a case that we've got the resources to really do the in-depth testing, and it's another piece where the track isn't just a sponsorship for us. We're not just writing a check. It's an actual development tool. It's a laboratory. It's like having engine dynos or like having lab equipment back home, except more real world. You know, if your lubricants will hold up to an endurance race, especially, the engine temperatures, speeds, loads are all going to be so much higher than a street car. When someone says, how do you know this oil is going to work for my Corvette, my Porsche, my whatever for a street? You go, well, it survived 24 hours of Le Mans, it survived 6 hours at VIR, it survived 12 hours at Sebring. And it gives us a lot of confidence.
Well, and with the width and breadth of your involvement in motorsports, yes, it can survive an endurance run, but if it could survive in a dragster, you know, that's a pretty high-stress environment, albeit for a short amount of time. You know, the stock car stuff is somewhere in the middle, but it gives you that well-rounded aspect, right, that you want to take to your road product.
That actually, the dragster side is one of my favorite stories to tell people. I'm going to be out in Pomona in a week for the season championships there. And those cars, I mean, they go less than 2 minutes between engine rebuilds for a top fuel dragster. I mean, they rebuild the car 4 times a day on a championship day. And you've basically got startup in the pits, you've got valve adjustment, you've got warm-up, burnout, and track. And it's 90 to 120 seconds of runtime before it's done. And they change the oil twice in that 90 seconds. I mean, it's just crazy, the physics involved in making 12,000 horsepower out of an engine like that.
I'm embarrassed as a longtime Indianapolis native. I've never made it out to the U.S. Nationals. It's always on a weekend I'm out doing something else, right? But I certainly aspire to. One of my colleagues, Amanda Busick, you probably know from the drag racing side of things, and she's been trying to coax me out to the racetrack. And one of these days, I'd love to see it. I can't imagine the sensation being up close to one of those high-powered cars.
Absolutely. Get double hearing protection, get the foamies, and then the over-the-ears like we've got now, and stand right on the starting line. It'll kind of rearrange your insides. You know, your heart goes up and your lungs move down, and it's just crazy.
Great to talk with Cliff Salveson, Mobile One, here about this. We got a good battle for the lead happening on the racetrack right now. Paul Sparta's got his hands full with his team car. Again, Paul told me earlier in the weekend the only rule is we can't hit each other, and he came frighteningly close to breaking his own rule about an hour ago, but both cars made it out on the other side, and he's now got the lead of the race, but only by half a second. We were talking about Mobile One, though, and its involvement across the width and breadth of motorsport. For you, I take it you must be a gearhead to have this job. You must be a race fan.
Big time.
So to get to travel around and see some of the biggest series in the world and see everything that motorsport has to offer, I mean, what a thrill.
Yeah, I would say my favorite part about motorsports is it's a unifying force, regardless of your background, regardless of which series you like. If you find someone else that's a car enthusiast, it's like the Spider-Man meme where you just point at each other, and then you're instantly best friends. You're like, tell me about your cars, and why are you here? Why are you so excited about that? And I think it really transcends job occupation or how much money. If you don't have a ton, you're racing lemons or jump car. If you're Gene Haas, you go and you're racing Formula One. But we're all excited to be here. We're all excited to be enthusiasts. So I love that about motorsports.
Well, that brings us nicely to what we're doing here this weekend. We've got people here who are passionate about racing, but also there is a higher calling What is it about Operation Motorsport and the Race of Remembrance that drew Mobile One's attention?
I love the overlap for veterans that are finishing their time with the military and maybe looking for a sense of purpose. A lot of the call for them.
I'm going to jump in just a moment. We have a problem here. This is a car that's been delayed already. It's now Paul Folik driving, third-place car overall, off track and not moving at the moment. This car had a spin and maybe some wall contact in the opening hour, which cost them 5 laps. They've been able to overcome the rest of the field and move back to third overall, but right now going the wrong direction. Paul from Southampton, England, shares this car with Aaron Morgan, Adam Poppenhaus, and Jonathan Winkler. And right now still under green flag conditions, but this has the makings potentially of a full course yellow if that car can't get moving once again. Sorry for interrupting you. I'll jump in again if necessary, but pick up, please, where you left off.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think looking at the pit crews here, looking at the guys working on the cars and the drivers, you'll hear a very similar story from a lot of them, that the teamwork, the camaraderie, and even the focus of working with a motorsports team, it's maybe not quite the same experience they had in the military, but it's familiar. There's a lot of stuff that they recognize, and that shared purpose. You're here at Dark 30 for setting up for the cars. You're scrambling, you're hustling. You get that shared sense of victory, and then you're done for the day. You break and you go out with the team for a beer and a burger, and it's something where it's very familiar, and it gives you maybe a sense of purpose that you're struggling to find. And I think the reason we work with Operation Motorsports is to get that message out. When your car breaks, there's no shame in going to talk to the mechanic or taking it in for maintenance. We don't always know when we break as people, and if you need some help for a broken knee, it's maybe a little bit more obvious than if you're just not feeling 100%, if you're starting to hit depression. And I think talking to your friends, talking to your teammates, seeing a mental health professional if you need to, is no different than taking the car in for a tune-up and just making sure everything's okay. Getting that message out and telling people that asking for help isn't a sign of weakness. If anything, it's a sign of strength and bravery is an important one to convey, because you never know who else on your team is struggling. We all put on a brave face. We all try to say we're doing well. Somebody to raise their hand and say, hey, guys, I need some help. You'll have the whole crew jumping in to help you. And someone else that may not have been comfortable speaking up sees that and goes, man, okay, maybe it is okay.
Yeah, so sometimes you just need a full course yellow, as
Absolutely.
we have
Absolutely.
right now. Trying to get this car back to the pits. This is the 249, as mentioned, off-track. Paul Folik behind the wheel, currently third overall. The stories we've been hearing all weekend from the OPMO beneficiaries, from veterans in general that are here in various roles, you can't help but be moved by the stories. And then to cap it all off, that remembrance ceremony we had just about an hour ago, if you don't have tears in your eyes, there's something wrong with you. That was really special.
Very, very moving. I think the absolute silence amongst everybody there, and the shared purpose of bringing everyone together to know the folks that didn't make it home, we remember you. The folks that did make it home and maybe need some help, we remember you especially as well. And if there's anything that we can do to help, that's why we're all here, right?
Yeah, very well said. Anything I haven't asked you about that you'd like to highlight, given Mobile One's contributions and commitment to an event like this?
I think you really covered it very, very well. Certainly I hope we'll get a chance to be more involved as this event continues to grow and continue to have more opportunities. I'm looking forward to the rest of the race. I hope we get the Aston Martin back out on track. That's one of my favorite cars. I think it's just stunningly pretty. So hopefully the pit crew is able to work on it a little bit and get them where they need to go. Hoping for a good rest of the day and a good race finish.
Yep, we are as well. And again, for so many, to be here is step one. To see the checkered flag is almost a victory. And then those that will be fighting for the overall win or a class win, that too will be very, very special. But couldn't do it without great partners, and Mobile One certainly is one of those. So it's a pleasure to have you here, Cliff.
Thanks
you
for
so
having
much
me.
for the insight.
Much appreciated.
Great to meet you. Don't be a stranger. Feel free to pop by anytime we're doing something like this, and hope to see you at an IMSA race or IndyCar race, or I don't know, wherever we happen to pump. Maybe finally I get to a drag race and we'll get to see you down the road. That'd be good fun. It's wonderful to have Cliff here joining us to talk about this. And again, a big thank you to all of the partners that make all of this possible. Again, Cliff Salveson, Motorsports Technical Advisor from Mobile One. Thanks so much. So cleanup underway. We're under full course yellow here. And Chris has done some digging for us, and rather than me repeating what he has just said in my ear, Chris, why don't you tell the folks yourself?
Yeah, Ryan, it's a bit puzzling. Obviously, that car is still stationary, the 249 machine. You talked about having that incident earlier in the race where they went off and had some of that left front damage as well as some of the grass and debris underneath the car. But it is currently stationary there with Phil behind the wheel, Phil Fullick that is. So they're gonna try to at least get it towed or get it started, but cycling the power and trying to do all the troubleshooting things. But certainly that car not coming up to power as quickly or as frequently as they needed it to at least get it back. So they're going to try to hopefully wait for a tow, but not what they wanted to see. They moved their way up to third in class with some of the issues early on in the race, but now going to try to at least limp it back and diagnose the issue, but it's not firing that 249.
And bad sign here that this is the ancillary pit lane. This is used on some of the alternate courses here at VIR. It's a great place to pull off if you've had a problem. It's a nice, safe place to go, but looks to me that car can't make it back to the pits. The other thought I have is maybe they're getting this car back to the Skip Barber headquarters, and maybe this is a quicker way to try and do that, to get some work done on it. But it sounds like they're still scratching their heads a little bit as to what the problem might be. So we're under full course yellow once again, just under 3.5 hours to go in the inaugural running of the CrowdStrike Veterans Race of Remembrance, powered by AWS, put on by Operation Motorsport, which has been helping veterans find a purpose in life, in their career after the military. Let's hear from another one of the beneficiaries of OPMO now, with Matt Kellogg.
My name is Matt Kellogg. Got out as a captain from the Army, as a signal officer. I mean, I'm a car fanatic. I've been that way all my life, so it was kind of from college, from 99 and up, I just nonstop building cars, going to shows. I didn't really race. I just did a lot of car shows and watched racing. But it was kind of one of those things where it never went away. It was like a hobby that never died. I actually found out about the Operation Motorsports just browsing the internet on Facebook, I believe it was. And then I saw them again. They had a booth for a car corral at the Circuit of the Americas in Austin. And so I signed up again there because I didn't remember if I'd signed up or not online. So, okay, yeah, it was a lot easier than I expected. Once the phone call came in and I got my interview set up, we talked for about a good hour and going over every kind of thing that I liked about the whole idea. A few months later, I got the call that they, had hooked me up with Flying Lizard Motorsports, so they called me and interviewed me. And then it was Laguna Seca right after that, like the next month. But the team overall is like a family. So by the time I reached the end, and Indy is when our last race was, it was like being with a family reunion instead of a race team. I've made even in the airport, I made a lot of friendships right off the bat. So I've already, in our chats on WhatsApp, so we've all been almost like a family. So it's really been fun. Yeah, the last week's been pretty amazing. A lot of emotions, a lot of life-changing events happened. I've noticed a difference in myself just from the group gathering we had, where everybody kind of had their spouses read to them some letters they'd written. So that was pretty awesome. If I was giving advice to a younger version of myself, I would say take things less seriously and have more fun. Veterans were lost and needing some help, I'd say ask anyone. Doesn't even have to be a veteran, just don't keep it to yourself. But I would definitely make sure that they knew the avenues that they could take to keep themselves in a good standing in life.
Time is your most important asset, and AI is transforming the speed of business. Your innovation and how you protect it depends on the technology you choose to trust. 70% of the Fortune 100 trust CrowdStrike's leading AI-native cybersecurity platform, built to secure their business and the AI fueling their innovation. AI is changing the world. We're securing it. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Hello, I'm JC Herrera, Chief Human Resources Officer at CrowdStrike. We're proud to be the presenting sponsor of Operation Motorsport's Race of Remembrance. At CrowdStrike, we believe in the power of service and the strength of our veteran community. Operation Motorsport's mission to engage and empower medically retired veterans through motorsports embodies the values we hold dear: innovation, determination, and passion. This race represents more than competition. It stands as a tribute to those who've sacrificed for our freedom and celebrates those who continue to inspire us with their resilience. Together with Operation Motorsport, we're creating meaningful opportunities that transform lives. To all our veterans, thank you for your service and your sacrifice.
Racetrack to road, Mobil 1 Motor Oils make whatever you drive more beautifully.
Full course yellow still here at Virginia International Raceway and the inaugural running of the CrowdStrike Veterans Race of Remembrance powered by AWS. The wave-by, the final wave-by just took place, so we should be closing in on a restart to the race. And while we've been away, Chris Wilner's done a little more digging for us and has a few more stories from the pits.
Yeah, still awaiting word, Ryan, on the 249 that brought up this full course yellow caution. Now, there was a pit stop during this period, and that was the Power Sports Garage 011, that Mazda Miata for the Canadian team with Hugh Leahy behind the wheel. They had apparently, Megan, when she was doing her stint, had smelled something that resembled fuel, so they made a quick check under the hood to make sure they didn't have some sort of fuel line issue or things like that. We did see a fuel line issue on the 68 machine for Tooth Autosport earlier in the race, so certainly they wanted to button that up and make sure that was good. The 022, the sister car for Power Sport Garage, that has made it back out on the racetrack. You had documented they were behind pit wall. We talked about the alternator change. They were able to get that done pretty quickly, lost a few laps, but certainly the full course yellow will help a little bit, although that car still certainly going to have some catching up to do. But hey, the good news is they're back out on the racetrack and able to compete, so good news for the 022, but still waiting word on the official diagnosis on that 249 machine that had to get a tow back to the pits.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, we see two cars shown as either in the pits or the paddock. This is one of the cars in the pits here. This is the 16. This is the car that brought out this yellow and had to be towed back. So that is interesting. Actually, both of the cars are there, aren't they? I can see them both in a line. So they've been able to get both cars to the pit lane. And fuel is going in, which presumably you wouldn't be doing if you didn't think you could get back into the race. So hopefully that is a good sign.
Yeah, Ryan, the 16 which was the leader at that one point earlier, is the one that had that left rear issue with the shock, and they had to wait on a spring that would fit the left rear shock mount. So again, that was the Skip Barber team that's been sitting here, but the 249 able to make it back. You mentioned the fuel going in as well. We're going to wait and see if there's any other adjustments or possibly if they just had an issue with the fuel pickup or something like that. But the Skip Barber crew also helping with Resilience Racing and Team Britt down here as well.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate you keeping me straight on who's who and who's done what. Lot to sift through here today, but yeah, frustrating day for this side of the garage and this side of the paddock in the top class. We had a really good three-car battle going on prior to this full course yellow. It's down to two. The two Random Vandals teammates separated by 0.6 of a second. Of course, behind the safety car, but starting to pick up the pace. And in fact, we're going back to green right now with Paul Sparta, the team boss at Random Vandals, showing the way. Poulet sits in second place. Interesting that the Mustang of McDuff, which has had its issues at various points, has cycled back up through into third overall. That car was way down the order not so long ago. It is seven laps off of the overall lead, but solidly in an overall podium position as they run. And you'd think with pace in hand over the car behind, it has a lap in hand, in fact, on Hugh Leahy, who's fourth at the moment. Top two making their way through the first sector, now up through the S's after the restart with Paul Sparta showing the way. Paul with so much experience in a GT4 BMW over the last few years, whether it's been in SRO GT4 America, a little bit of IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, and at the WRL level as well. He's raced with the likes of Connor Daly on occasion, including he had Connor as part of his team for the Indy 8-hour last month. That was at the GT World Challenge America, the GT3 level. But Paul's been a long-time supporter of Connor in IndyCar. But a solid driver as well as a boss of this burgeoning team that has massive ambitions. Don't have all of their plans for 2026 set just yet, but expect we're going to be hearing a lot from Random Vandals Racing next year. Right now, right where they expected to be, where they set out to be at the front of this field, running 1-2. Pit stop here for the Tooth Autosport crew. This is the second-placed car in the honor class. Go ahead, Chris.
I was going to say, and Ryan, I'm down here actually. This is the similar issue that they had faced just a little while ago with the fuel line. They're still smelling fuel. So they brought the 68 back down in the Tooth Autosport group with basically everybody on hand. That includes the co-drivers as well. It's a small organization that's here this weekend. So those that are not in the car, like Leon LeBlanc and Tim Schoenecker, as well as Joel Watts, who's climbed out of the race car, they're all acting as assists as well with the fire extinguisher. But the front hood is up. The crew's looking at it underneath. And just standing here, maybe about 10 feet from the race car, you can smell fuel. So certainly they haven't remedied that issue with what was a punctured fuel line that they found out. Actually, a matter of fact, I thought this was interesting. The crew had told me the last time they came down to replace the fuel line, there was such a big puncture under the hood. It was spraying fuel when they came down pit road, and they were just baffled how it did not catch fire. So that was a good sign, but certainly still an issue, and there is some fuel now that is being deposited under the race car here as it sits on pit lane.
Wow. Yeah, that is remarkable that a fire was avoided. Of course, these cars are built with safety in mind, and there's a high level of safety equipment that's required to take part in this event, in the event of such an occasion, but thankfully it never came to that. And again, that Tooth team really experienced up in Canada and has done some racing in the States as well. And they'll get to the bottom of it and get that car back out. But at the moment, it is Tim Schoenecker behind the wheel, but Saduk stationary in the pit lane. Go ahead, Chris.
I was going to say, I'm going to get to the bottom of the source, and we'll get the information directly from Joel Watts, who climbed out of the race car a little while ago. You have more information. This is not the first time we've had fuel line issues. What's going on?
Well, it seems like perhaps the high-pressure fuel line we have on the car is maybe a little bit more brittle than we realized. So the first time it completely ruptured, and car had no drive. That's why I got stuck on track. This time he was able to bring the car back in on power, but it once again flooded the passenger compartment full of gas, and he was waving and saying it really reeked of gas. But we could see the fuel pouring out as we raised the hood. So we're trying to replace the entire high pressure line right now. It looks like we got some spare hose, so I hope we can get it fixed and get back out again. We just got the lead back, so it'd be fun to be able to stay kind of at the front, but we hope our competitors who are having problems too are able to get back out.
I was going to say, you guys were the beneficiaries of others having issues. You may still be in contention. There's still plenty of time to go. Are you done driving, or what's your plan today?
Well, I'm probably done driving because we got a couple of other young guys who want to get in here and get some time in and are pretty quick. So I'm happy to let them have the rest of the day.
All right, Joel, we appreciate your time. Again, it's all hands on deck, but you heard it from him that I guess it's one of those fuel line issues with the brittleness of it. They had the big old rupture earlier that we didn't know how it didn't catch fire, and then this one obviously still has fuel in the cockpit, and you can even see it now as the crew continues to adjust on the fuel line. So it's going to take another little bit, but we hope to get them back out there and back in contention, Ryan. We'll see what happens.
Good to hear from Joel, or Dr. Joel, more appropriately, Dr. Joel Watts, who gave that car a really good run in the opening stint of the race and was solidly leading the class before they've had their issues. Told the story earlier, but professional forensic psychiatrist and also a mental performance coach working in motorsports largely, but an avid racing driver himself, and was really excited for this chance. Finished third in Super Production Challenge Canada in the production class last year, driving for Tooth. Actually, not last year. That was back in 2022, but in a Honda Civic Si. And he mentioned a couple young hot shoes in that car that are joining him, and certainly that's the case. Leon LeBlanc, who's a Miata Challenge driver, has driven that the last couple of years with this team. Then Tim Schoenecker, who's in the car right now, a 2022 Hamilton Regional Kart Club class champion in the Briggs Masters class. And Max Haverkate from Toronto, who has Radical Cup experience up in Canada. He's done some single-seater racing, karting background as well, and has done some long-distance sports car racing with the team over the last few years too, and works as a racing instructor for the Porsche Experience Center up in Pickering, Ontario. That's the driver light up there along with Dr. Joel Watts. So that was a team, I think, that had some pretty high hopes coming in. And look, still, we've seen this race ebb and flow a lot, especially in that class. So not going to count anybody out, but at the moment they've got their work cut out for them, stuck in the pits and losing more and more ground to the rest of their class. And while that's the case, the top two still are locked together. This has been awesome with Pelé and Sparta. Sparta right now in the lead, but both have led at one point or another in this race. And Paul's certainly not getting away from the team car. I'm trying to remember who we were talking to earlier who brought up the point that we've got, in a couple of instances, teams running an American car and a Canadian car. And this is another one. American livery on Paul Sparta's car. Canadian livery on the sister car. Same story in the lowest class as well, in the honor class, the 011 that we're on board with here. This is the Canadian livery with Hugh Leahy right now, Megan Leahy, Kevin Kenny, and Jake Porter, the drivers from the Power Sports Garage team, also based up in Canada, based in Calabogie. Team run by Jay Fredericks, who started that operation just over a decade ago and has a ton of experience in a wide variety of motorsport, everything from Canadian NASCAR to sports car racing, single-make racing, multi-class racing, you name it. He's worked in a lot of different paddocks. And that's a fun team and a good addition to the grid. Chance to hear from some more of those that are taking part in the race. Let's head back down to Chris.
Yeah, well, Ryan, we've heard a lot of the testimonials from drivers, of course, a part of Operation Motorsport, but I found one in Eric Holmes with Random Vandals Racing that is the fueler for both cars. How did you get involved with OPMO, and what's it like now seeing this all come to fruition here at VIR?
Absolutely amazing. I got involved within the beginning of this year, and it's been a life-changing opportunity. And I'm so proud to be able to be here and do the fuel on these cars and work with some other amazing veterans. It's just been so amazing that words can't describe how important this is and how special it is for the veterans.
A 20-year veteran yourself, 82nd Airborne. You're actually coming up on an anniversary of your retirement, too, so this is fitting that you'd spend it at a racetrack and be with some fellow veterans.
That's right. Next year I'd already been retired 10 years, so I'm like the old man, it feels like. So it's absolutely amazing. And I got my wife and boys here to watch it all. We live close to here, and I just thank OPMO and all the sponsors and everything that they do for all veterans recovery.
What's the biggest thing being a part of OPMO has taught you in this kind of second chapter of your life?
That to come out here and be yourself. It's okay to have emotions. It's okay to show them. It's okay. Everybody struggles with things, and when you can come together and just see the camaraderie with the other individuals and other veterans and just everybody out here, it's just absolutely amazing.
And not only are you out here with Random Vandals, you were with George Kurtz on the IMSA side of things as well in the P2 car, so you've gotten a little experience on the top level of sports car racing. That had to be pretty exhilarating.
That has been absolutely amazing, and that's right. I get to do the tires on George Kurt's car in the P2, and I had my first full season completed this year. This is in and up, and Right next, I'll be right back in Daytona and Sebring here coming up, doing it again.
We're glad you're here. Have fun the rest of the race.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Eric Holmes, again, he does the fueling on both the Random Vandals cars and just one of the many incredible stories. Not only the drivers, it's a lot of the crew members that are going up and over the wall that are benefiting from OPMO and its mission.
Yeah, it is a story worth telling. Thanks for tracking that one down, Chris. So many of those OPMO beneficiaries are here this weekend, embedded with the various teams, and I talked about it earlier. It's a bit of a reunion. They kind of go their separate ways as the year progresses. Some up in Canada, others supporting race teams in the States, but everybody comes together for this event. And a lot of smiles when you get everybody together in the same place at the same time. Heard him talk about working on the APR by CrowdStrike team. George Kurtz runs in IMSA's LMP2 class. George finished 8th in LMP2 points this year at a podium run at the 6 Hours of the Glen over the summer. And they're going to be busy because testing for the start of the 2026 IMSA season officially starts next week. I know there are several folks here in the paddock that will be headed down to Daytona for that official preseason test. Then a little bit of a breather, at least as far as official testing goes. And then January rolls around with first the Roar Before the 24 and then the Rolex 24 itself. And we are back up and running. It's not much of an off-season in motorsport these days. Like I said, a lot of folks going straight to Daytona right after this event. I know talking to Adam Roberts, who's hoping to be driving one of the Miatas a little bit later on, told his story briefly earlier, but he is a mechanic for the Action Express team that runs the Whelen Cadillac, and he was saying he's got a couple days to recoup after this and then straight down to Daytona to get prepared for 2026. Busy time for him as well and that team with some updates, it sounds like, coming to that Cadillac. '68 car back out on track. We're on board with it now. This is the car that's had that fuel line issue on a couple of occasions that Chris has chronicled for us. And it is Tim Schoenecker behind the wheel at the moment. And that team headed up by Trevor and Travis Hill. And Travis is on the board for Operation Motorsport. A couple of the board members are here this weekend racing, actually. Jason Bivens, he's another one in that class, driving for the Power Sports Garage team this weekend. And is on the OPMO board. At the heart of it, everybody here is a passionate racer, whether they're behind the wheel or part of a crew, our great TV team, you name it. They're here because they love it. And this weekend, the chance to get to race for such a tremendous cause. Bit of a bottleneck here with the class overlap. We heard from Kevin Boehm earlier about just how big the speed disparity is between these top class cars and then the little Miatas. And there was a Miata that was serving as the cork in the bottle there momentarily. Paul Sparta very patient working through that, but also very disciplined in his car placement. Never let the door open up for Pillay, at least not in the traffic, but he's left the door open here down into the horseshoe. Pillay looks up the inside. Paul sees him coming, gives him a wide berth, but the two lead BMWs are side by side. Sparta slips out wide, but he'll have the inside here for NASCAR Bend. Great speed around the outside from Pillay, able to hang on to the position despite being on the outside. Fight for the lead. Sparta late on the brakes, and he will hang on. In this USA versus Canada showdown, United States gets this round, but it's not done yet. And that all started with the traffic half a lap ago back through the roller coaster. Really good stuff. One of our guests earlier mentioned it only takes 2 cars to make a race, and this is case and point. Evenly matched, as you'd expect, between 2 team cars run out of the same tent. Pelé shares this car,
and Ryan,
by the way.
It's fun to watch down here in the Random Vandals pit. They're all chanting USA as the USA liveried car got by Canada, and then vice versa when they were neck and neck. But they're having a blast down here, checking out the race, watching it live down here on the pit box. But it's awesome to see, like you mentioned, 2 cars out of the same tent. They're competitive, but boy, the smiles on the faces of the crew members just say how much fun they're having watching these 2 drivers duke it out for the lead.
Hey, Chris, you can answer this one for me. Pelé's first name, is it Louis or Louis? I've been unsure, so I haven't said it. Maybe you've got the answer.
Louis.
Louis, all right. I thought that might be the case, with this being the French side, or the Canadian, rather, side of the operation. So Louis Pelé, joined by Bruno and Adam Colombo in that car this weekend. It's a father-son lineup. We saw Adam in the car earlier, and got into motorsport, got his love of racing, did Adam, drag racing his sister's daily driver, 1967 Chevy Camaro SS. No word on whether or not she knew this was happening or sanctioned it, but that incited a lifelong passion for racing, and Adam's been involved in the sport at a bunch of different avenues. He's been a track firefighter and track physician at a couple of tracks in his native Pennsylvania. Has gone through the Bertle Ruse Racing School, and then has been racing in club-level endurance racing and various other series, including some off-road stuff. He's done some Baja racing, which is, I'm sure, quite a story. But at any rate, now he's got his son Bruno as part of the team as well, and Bruno just wrapped up a partial season racing at IMSA this year, driving a TCR car in Michelin Pilot Challenge. Excited to see Bruno when he gets his chance.
And Ryan, you're talking about Bruno.
Yeah.
I was going to say, we're sitting on top of the pit box next to him, and he's got a big old smile on his face. What is it like watching these 2 cars get after it, and you're waiting to get in the car for the first time?
This is getting me excited. I was super nervous at first, but this is honestly just making me love the game itself. Doesn't matter where I'll place. I'm just going to love fighting with Kevin.
This is an exciting race developing, and obviously you're going to get in it in the thick of the battle, but how did you prepare for something like this with Operation Motorsport and this Veterans Race of Remembrance?
So since I just entered college, it's been harder to do more sim practice, so I've been watching a lot of videos, watching a lot of data, and basically just practicing the mindset over and over, thinking about consistency and how to maintain being comfortable for so long.
What's it like, too, being a father-son combo with your father, Adam? I mean, is there a friendly rivalry? Do you try to make sure you're faster than him? How does that kind of dynamic work?
Absolutely friendly. I love driving with my dad. In fact, when he started the race, when he was battling with the Aston, I felt such like the son's equivalent of a proud father moment, seeing him having fun.
That's incredible. And obviously your professional career continues to blossom in the Michelin Pilot Challenge Series and TCR. How do you feel like you're growing in sports car racing over the last couple of years? And I guess what does next year look like? Because that'll be here before you know it.
So, yeah, I feel like I'm growing a lot quickly, but I'm reaching the plateau of just needing resources and able to continue. Next year is a pretty open book. Random Vandals is actually giving me an opportunity, so I'll see about that. TCR is interesting, but I feel like maybe a different professional path is a better option.
Gotcha. Well, have fun, enjoy the rest of this race, and I know you guys are glued to the TV here watching this battle.
Thank you.
That's Bruno Colombo. It's been incredible to sit up here and watch the reactions of all the Random Vandals crews, and Bruno's one of them up here getting ready for his turn behind the wheel. It's going to be another minute, but we can't wait to see him drive this beautiful race car here in a little bit.
Chris, you might have a little something in common with Bruno. He started racing in quarter midgets at age 6. You were a circle track guy, weren't you, Chris?
I was a quarter midget racer, yes, at Mini Indy Speedway in Indianapolis, Indiana. So I guess I'll ask you, quarter midgets, where was your home track?
It was Schnecksville, PA.
Oh, okay. Very nice, very nice. And what classes did you run? As I lose my AirPod, look out.
So I started out obviously in the novice, and I stayed in junior and senior Honda for several years, eventually moving to animal, junior animal, senior animal, then unrestricted after I retired after 9 years.
For those of you that don't know, quarter midgets, some of the best memories of my life. I'm sure you could say the same thing too, just getting raced with family and no pressure, although we all want to win, right?
Oh yeah, it felt like the redneck community of racing. It was absolutely just so much fun, and it's where I learned all my car control. It was amazing.
Well, it's good to talk to you, Bruno. Enjoy the rest of the race. And yes, you were right. Quarter midgets, the background of many young racers. I got started a little later and quickly found out I wasn't cut up for it, so that's why I have my microphone in my hand instead of a steering wheel.
Well, you would have fit right in, though, if it is truly the redneck community with that stash you're rocking there, Chris. I think he stopped listening to me. I don't blame him. That's what he said about dropping his AirPods. So he didn't even hear me taking a shot at the mustache. Wow. Oh, well, that's how it goes. Anyway, we've got pit stops underway. And we're past the halfway mark. We should probably mention that as well. Past 3 hours to go in the race, down to the 2 hours, 57 minutes, and a couple of cars that have been delayed at various times. But it's been a really good comeback, especially for the 240, the Mustang we're looking at right here. Remember, Caleb McDuff was stopped on track for a while, but has recovered and sits third overall. This looks like a scheduled pit stop. So we've seen McDuff, we've seen Callum Belden. We're just waiting on Jonathan and Brian Winker to get in that car. We'll see who might be jumping in next. The car behind is the 249. And I've got a report that it was either that car or the 16 that... Okay, it was the 16 that was in the pits trying to get some repairs done, but has gone back out. However, now it is back in the pits, and the report we're getting from our observers around the track is that the repair didn't stick or something else has gone wrong. In any event, that car back in the pit lane, so work continues for both the 249 and the 16. All three Skip Barber liveried cars are in the pits in a line right now, and I think it's only the 240 that's here with a scheduled stop. The other two are undergoing some repairs at the moment.
And Brian Winker is the driver getting aboard that 240 for the Skip Barber Racing Ford Mustang. Again, they climbed after having issues. Granted, they're the lone car in class, but they are really scheduled right now third overall. But you mentioned the 16 back on pit lane. They're directly behind that Mustang of the 240, and the crew is again on the left side looking at the left rear. And that was the area of concern following the lengthy shock change. Then they had to wait for a spring that fit the left rear, and now the crew is looking at it again. So we'll get word officially of maybe what broke, but assuming it's that same area of the race car that they had issues with, and talking to some of the team members too, the original source of that rear end on the left side braking may have been some contact out on the racetrack with the curb, not with another car, but maybe hitting one of the curbs wrong. So Mossler is out of the race car, and we'll hopefully catch a word with him in a minute, but a frustrated team trying to diagnose the 16.
Yeah, it would be great to get his insight. That is a lineup that I had a lot of interest in coming out of the single-seater ranks and getting this chance with the Skip Barber team without really any significant tin-top experience, and just the two drivers as well, the only team to elect to go the two-driver route, everybody else with 3 or 4 driver lineups here this weekend. But two young men, they've been quick. I mean, that car has the fastest lap of the race. That was set fairly early on, but and spent too much time stationary, unfortunately, and has cost them seemingly any chance at a win today, unless something really goes sideways for Random Vandals, which has its 2 BMWs sitting first and second right now, 2 seconds apart from one another at the overall lead of the race. We also saw the 011. I can see out my window is in the pits. That looks like it's possibly a scheduled stop. They've got the car up on the jacks here. At least the right side's been jacked up. Now they've got the hood up on that car too. And this is the leader in the honor class, making, believe it or not, its 7th pit stop. 7 pit stops already. No one else has pitted more than 5 times. And no one that hasn't been heavily delayed has pitted more than 3 times at this point. So that is a bit of an outlier. And even still, this car right here, despite all those stops, is leading in the class by 2 laps. The sister car, now with Adam Roberts driving, is out and running in 2nd place in class and 5th overall, and is 2 laps behind. But this looks to me like it is a standard pit stop, which again is governed by pretty strict rules. Can only do fuel and the driver change simultaneously. It looks like they chose to do their work before the fuel, and then it's a 4 minute in to out on any pit stop that involves fuel as well. Let's go back down to the pits and Chris.
Callum Belden is out of the race car. Well, actually started the race car first, or started the stint, I should say, for the day in this beautiful Ford Mustang currently running in the honor class. Actually 3rd overall right now, because there's been a lot of attrition going on throughout these 3 different classes. But how would you describe that opening stint? Because it is completely different than what it is right now.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, but it certainly was some slippery conditions, especially with that car. Had to be really precise with the throttle coming out of turns, so I wasn't getting a lot of wheel spin, and wanted to stay with the Miata, but I thought better of it. Just he got up to get the grip in the tires a lot quicker than I was able to, so I just drove my race and let it come to us, and it's worked out pretty well, sitting in P3 overall right now, which is something we couldn't have wished for, earlier today. So.
When you got out of the race car, the smile couldn't be bigger on your face. How much fun are you having, not only with this car, with this group, Resilience Racing, Team Britt, but just what we're really here for, and that's all the veterans?
Yeah, I mean, Resilience Racing, I've been with them since pretty much the beginning, their first event at any motor speedway in a champ car race. And we've come a long way from then. To see our disabled drivers getting in the Aston Martin today with the Team Britt guys has been a long time in the making, and they're doing an amazing job. That's the whole mission of Resilience Racing. I think it's it's an unbelievable organization. Myself being a veteran as well, it's something that is kind of marrying my 2 passions, which is auto racing and my time in service. So. In terms of the car, though, itself, it actually reminded me of the first car I ever drove on track, which was my dad's 1986 IROC American sedan Camaro. And so it feels a lot like that, so I had a little bit of nostalgia there, too.
That's awesome. Well, we appreciate your time. Enjoy the rest of the day. Are you done driving?
No, I'm going to be finishing. If all things go to plan, I'll be finishing the last stint.
All right, that'll be exciting. Callum is doing a great job with this whole Resilience team. Team Britt, the Ford Mustang, is back out on the racetrack, and Callum Belden just gets to relax here just for a moment before he gets back out to finish the race in a couple hours.
Yeah, good to hear from him. 9 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. You heard him allude to his military service. We say thank you to Callum and all the veterans here and elsewhere, of course, for their service. Retired as a captain and then has been, as he said, with this Resilience Racing team pretty much from the beginning, helping as not just a driver but also as an instructor, helping to coach them along. And talked about it earlier, but it's worth reiterating. Resilience Racing is an all-volunteer-led auto racing team comprised of combat veterans who are united by the common mission of promoting and advancing adaptive racing programs across multiple forms of motorsports. And with that in mind, they've been working in conjunction with Team Britt for many, many years, especially on the adaptive side of things. That's what Team Britt is all about. It's a UK-based operation that runs motorsport programs for drivers with physical and psychological disabilities, so a natural tie-in there. And then perfect, of course, for them to get to work together here this weekend, too. Callum, though, as you heard, very much at the center of it, helping to bring some of the veterans through the Resilience Racing platform and get them introduced and up to speed to motorsports. And the perfect conduit to do so, because he's not just a veteran and can speak that language, but he's grown up around motorsports, as you heard. And has been something that's a lifelong passion for him. A lot of passion on display across the board this weekend for racing, yes, but also for veterans' causes. And it has been a really special event to be a part of. The first of many, I have no doubt. Veterans Race of Remembrance runnings here in the U.S. Race already underway over in the U.K. as well. In the 11th edition of their Race of Remembrance that started back in 2014 and helped to create the inspiration for an event like this one. That Diesel and Tiffany Lauder been working through their Operation Motorsport organization for many years now to help bring veterans a sense of purpose through motorsport, embedding them with race teams. Saw what was happening over in Wales with the original Race of Remembrance, and it's been a long process to get to this point, but it's a huge deal to be here today with this first edition. Meanwhile, top right of the screen, we're doing the same thing over in Anglesey. Pit stops underway in their Race of Remembrance as well. And a Miata on both screens. How about that? Pit stop from the leader of the race, Paul Sparta, has brought the race leading number 22 BMW into the pits, and Chris Wilner's got eyes on it.
Paul is going to stay behind the wheel of that BMW as the crew now go ahead and fills it up with race fuel. They did pit from the lead, lost it to the sister car of the number 11 that is still out on the racetrack, although the signboard may be coming out for them here in just a little bit. So they're going to go simultaneous, back-to-back, it looks like, pit stops for both Random Vandals racing machines. But again, Paul Sparta doing a nice job on his stint. We documented not too long ago the intense battle with the sister car for the race lead, but things kind of settled down there as of late. And Paul just, again, doing such a nice job behind the wheel, being the veteran and, of course, the team principal for Random Vandals Racing, but a U.S. Navy veteran in his own mind, too, so racing for a good cause as well. As we just await the final tank of fuel to get injected into that BMW, we'll see him back on his way. But flawless race, which is hard to say about. Everybody seems to have had some sort of issue, but Random Vandals so far, knock on wood, has had a clean race so far. Now they'll get to the tire change and then send Paul back out on his way.
That's the kind of 2025 they've had, quite frankly. If you haven't followed their progress in SRO America, they ran 3 cars in GT4 America and won 2 championships, one in the top silver class and then one in the Pro-Am class. And then they also ran a couple of GT3 BMWs in GT World Challenge America and won the Pro class there in the team's first full season of GT3 racing, and raced very competitively up against some top-flight international GT teams in the Indy 8-Hour last month. Now that Random Vandals team is at the top of its game at the moment, and that has carried over nicely into this event here at VIR. Paul racing on home turf, another Virginian in the field. Great Falls, Virginia. Team boss, but passionate racer in his own right. And as Chris alluded to, retired Navy veteran for whom this means a great deal. And he's been a strong supporter of Operation Motorsport since Random Vandals first came onto the scene. Wasn't that long ago, amazingly. But in a short amount of time, it has grown into a powerhouse organization with deep ties to BMW. Watch this space in terms of where we're going to see the team racing next year, but they have certainly vocalized their hopes and intentions to race in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. We know they'll have a continued presence in SRO, but I think a number of other avenues are being explored too, and they've been racing at the club level at events like racing series like WRL and AER, things like that over the years too. Looks like the pit stop is mostly complete. Remember, again, it's a 4-minute minimum pit stop time if you refuel, which they have. Some other rules to factor in. I don't think we've seen anybody flirting with this just yet, but there are rules governing how long you can drive. It's 3 hours consecutively, and 4 in 5 hours is the maximum, but we've seen pretty regular driver changes. Paul Sparta going out for a second stint here, so he'll be creeping up into 2 hours plus by the time this stint ends, but that's still well shy of what the maximum is, and I suspect it won't be too much longer, and we'll get to see Kevin Boehm in that car, and then Louis Pillet doing a really nice job here in the middle stint in the 11, but heard from Bruno Colombo with Chris a little while ago. Sounds like they're keeping the powder dry and saving him for the sprint to the finish. These GT4 cars, I mean, it depends somewhat on rules and regulations, but an hour is typically a safe bet on a tank of fuel, and we've seen them go longer than that a few times. So we're basically, I would suspect, 42 minutes away from seeing those final driver changes and get the hot choosing the respective cars plugged in and see them duke it out to the finish. Another chance to head to the pits. Chris, who have you caught up with this time?
Well, one of those cars that just seemed to have issue after issue, but so too as the other cars in its class, has been this 022 for Power Sports Garage. And Adam Roberts, you got out of the car just now on this driver change. It's been eventful, but how would you describe today overall, this whole team working together trying to get this car running?
Well, overall, the event's been nothing but fun. That's why we're ultimately here watching this team do what they do best and succeed and enjoy that and grow is really awesome. So far, the event has been really excellent. I had a lot of fun out there. As you alluded to, we had some issues, but I'm very thankful for the team for working as hard as they did. We were probably in here for 10 minutes for an alternator change, and we got back out there. We're still in this race. There's still a long way to go.
What about this crew? Are some of them new to the team, or how have they kind of gelled together over this weekend, starting with practice earlier in the weekend and then ultimately the race?
Well, there's a lot of the OPMO beneficiaries embedded within this team. Power Sports Garage is the team who brought the cars, and there's 3 of their individuals here to support those OPMO beneficiaries, teach them, train them, mentor them. I showed up actually a day late. I missed the test day, and honestly, if I walked in, I would have never known that it was a new team, genuinely. The cars have been running well. Yes, of course we have issues, but let's keep in mind that these are 25-year-old vehicles we're out here racing. So the effort's been clearly seen, and the teamwork is there.
The camaraderie's been incredible, but just how much fun is driving around VIR? I mean, I don't think I've seen any driver climb out without a smile on their face, no matter where they're running.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is definitely one of the most legendary circuits in the country. Definitely up there in the top 3, and especially with having this event here, I think there's nowhere better location in this country to represent what this event really means. So getting to thrash around this track is always a lot of fun.
All right, what's the game plan? Are we done for the day, or do you have one more stint left in you?
At least if everything goes according to plan, I should be back in for the finish of the race.
All right, could be the finishing driver right here. Adam Roberts, good to see you. Have fun the rest of the day. Power Sports Garage, they got that car buttoned up. You heard it, though, Ryan. I thought it was interesting with the amount of issues that some teams have had, just getting to watch firsthand them all come together. A lot of them, like including Power Sports Garage, have members in the OPMO beneficiary group that have never worked with each other, but they were all in together. They replaced that alternator again. We just documented it back behind pit wall relatively quick and have that car back out in contention. So it's teamwork. It's not just the performance on the racetrack. It's what happens down here on pit lane that's really been amazing to watch.
Well, when Adam says that this group has come together in a big way and that he would never have known it was a brand new team, that's really high praise, because he has worked at a high level on the crew side, helping as the team manager for the Skip Barber team in SRO several years ago. He was the crew chief at JDX Racing for their single-make Porsche racing over the last couple of years, a team that races and wins at a really high level, one of the top single-make Porsche teams in North America, I think it's safe to say. And he's now embedded as I've talked about earlier, as a mechanic with Action Express Racing in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. So he knows what it takes for one of these teams to execute at a high level. And if he says this team is really clicking on all cylinders, that is extremely high praise. And in addition to being so experienced from the team side, Adam is a really, really good driver. I've seen it firsthand. He's raced against my dad quite a bit in Spec Miata racing over the years. But before that, a WKA national champion in karting. He's raced Miatas and other types of cars at the club level for a long time. He's done a little bit of racing in between his mechanic duties this year in IMSA. But really, really quick driver when he gets the chance to jump in, and not a surprise at all that they're going to plug him in for the run to the finish. If they're in contention, I'm really curious to see what that car could do with Adam behind the wheel. And also, should be noted, an Air Force veteran. So this is a very special event for all the veterans here, but especially those that are embedded in race teams or driving some of the race cars. And Adam is one of those. That car currently second, chasing the car we're on board with. This is Hugh Leahy here, out of Oak Tree onto Madison Avenue. Watch him as he grabs a gear here, and this is old school. You heard Adam mention the fact these Miatas are 25-year-old cars in some instances. Some of them might even be a little bit older than that, and this is old school, right? H-pattern shifter. You got to use all three pedals. Heel and toe in the brake zones. There's nothing to auto-match the revs for you when you're going down through the gearbox. But anyone who's ever driven one of these little cars, I mean, they will tell you they are as fun as it gets. And I don't know if this is still true, but for many, many years, Mazda used to advertise that no brand was road raced more on any given weekend around the world than Mazda, and a big portion of that was the Miata. And what a democratizing force that car was in terms of providing fun and, to a degree, performative car at a price point that made it accessible to so many. And there's a reason so many of them are still raced today. And its successor, through the various generations of MX-5 that you see racing in things like Spec MX-5 and MX-5 Cup, it is just a tried-and-true platform. It's been a great proving ground for a lot of folks as well. Teaches you all the right things about what it takes to drive fast, but also, for many, it's a destination in and of itself. Just a fun car to drive. And I imagine, like the roller coaster here or through Snake, climbing S's, that this would be a ton of fun here at VIR. And you know what? I don't have to imagine, because Chris has pointed out, everybody he's seen get out of the car has a big grin on their face. Why not? This place is fantastic. And Adam Roberts, who we talked to a moment ago, brought up the fact that this is such a perfect venue to host an event like this. Credit where credit is due. Connie Nyholm, who runs the track now, owns the track now. She was certainly at the right hand of Harvey Siegel when he resuscitated the place back in 2000, but has been the owner in her own right for quite a while at this point. And then her deputy, Kerrigan, alongside. Great to see them here this weekend, and I know that they're thrilled to get to host an event like this for all the reasons we talked about throughout the course of the last several hours. Oh, we've had a change in the graphic. I thought it was Hugh Leahy driving this car, but looks like that is perhaps not the case. This looks like it's Jake Porter, actually. Haven't talked about Jake yet, but this is another veteran enrolled in the Canadian military back in 2005. 6 operational deployments in his military career. But another one who has had twin passions, service on one hand, but motorsport on the other, and has been awfully busy in recent years racing Spec Miatas, racing in the Calabogie Challenge Series, Champ Car, formerly known as Chump Car. So for overseas viewers, no, it's not the old Champ Car World Series or the old championship cars that were the Indy cars, but instead it's a new endurance series that has popped up in the last 10, 15 years, and it's been a great outlet for so many who just want to dip their toe in motorsport. Very accessible, and we've seen Jake race in that quite a bit over the years, and also has made several appearances in the Race of Remembrance over in Wales over the years as well. 2 hours, 33 minutes to go, and let's get a sense for the atmosphere down in the pits. We'll turn Chris loose and let him wander around and take us wherever he wants to go.
Well, Ryan, my stomach is growling because it's just about 1 o'clock Eastern time, and it's lunchtime on pit lane with just about every team. As we take a look at the Power Sports Garage Group, Megan Leahy's got her food. Actually, I don't want to interrupt your lunch, but what are we eating, actually, because that looks delicious.
It's a really good grilled cheese with bacon and something sweet and a tomato soup.
Wow, they treat you race car drivers really well, don't they?
Yeah, we're very, very fortunate.
How's your race car?
It's good. It's performing well. We've fixed some of the issues that we've had, and it's seemingly running well so far.
Perfect. Well, enjoy the rest of your lunch. But as you can see, a full-on spread here. We talked to Adam moments ago. They're all eating lunch. You got to find time to hydrate and also nourish yourself here at the Veterans Race of Remembrance, because obviously with the quick pit stops and the different changes, you got to be ready to go. Now, if we walk down just another pit box or two to the Tooth Autosports Group, check out this setup here. I'm not going to barge in. I know it's lunchtime, but this is pretty fantastic. We have snack wraps, donuts left over maybe from breakfast, I don't know, salad, good, we're eating healthy. Got to keep it light when you're down here on pit lane because, you know, it's sun's out, it's getting a little hot. You don't want to put anything too heavy in the tank. Tim's down here eating. How's the sandwich, Tim?
Good. It's great. Fantastic.
Good. Is that helping you when you go back behind the wheel, get fuel back up?
Yeah, definitely need some fuel.
Perfect. All right, we'll let him finish his lunch too as well. Ryan, I don't know if you have food up there. I may have to partake in some of this because I'm getting hungry, but this is kind of that lull before the storm, lunch hour here down on pit lane at VIR. It's a lot of fun to see what the different teams bring out, and yeah, we'll maybe indulge a little bit and get ready to go for the finish.
Yeah, you get tucked in. I don't have anything yet, but I'm told something is on its way. Big thanks to Emily for looking after us, making sure we're fed here, and you've got plenty to scrounge off of down there. I think you've made a few friends, Chris, so let's see what you can end up with. I think you could have a nice little sampler before it's all said and done if you stop by every single team. But it is an endurance race after all, and you have to look after not just the car, but the crews, the drivers, the human body as well. It's all part of the challenge of long-distance racing. When this event was conceived, I think the thought was, I know the thought was, to have a 12-hour race. And I believe that's still the aspiration long-term, to get into the true endurance aspect of motorsports. But for this year, for this first year, 6 hours seemed appropriate. Found a nice little rhythm here, finally. We had stop and start. First couple of hours, then there was the remembrance ceremony. So that was a planned stop. Then things picked up again, but again, had a few safety car interventions once the race resumed. But it has been a solid stint plus that has been more or less uninterrupted. And starting to see perhaps the relative strengths of these lineups come to the fore. It's Paul Sparta, whose lead was less than a second before that first pit stop. But now, here in the second stint of this double, is starting to pull a bit of a gap, and in fact, did the best lap of the race not so long ago, taking that honor away from the 16, which is still shown in the pit lane. Same for the 249. Both of those cars still undergoing repairs. But Paul now puts the 22 in the same category as the 16 in terms of cars that have broken through down to the 205 bracket. And Paul flirting now with 204s. In fact, he's on a really good lap at the moment. I don't think that traffic slowed him down a whole lot. Had a decent first sector, had a phenomenal middle sector, just set the best middle sector time of anyone in the entire race just a moment ago. And now he comes through Hogpen. So let's keep an eye on this Random Vandals BMW with the American flag livery and Operation Motorsport emblazoned on the side, coming toward the start-finish line. And it's a good lap, but not as good as his best. Let's see what it was. It was a 2:06.1, so maybe he was held up a bit more by traffic than I realized. That was about a second off of that car's best that he had set earlier in the stint. But in a really nice rhythm here, and sometimes when you get into that second stint of a double, you know the car, you're in your groove. Don't know that they threw tires at it. Remember, this race by rule is run on a DOT 200 treadwear tire. So these tires are certainly capable of going multiple stints without tire changes. And I don't think they threw tires at that car. But nevertheless, he knows exactly what the car is capable of. Filled it up with fuel and picked right up where he left off. If anything, got a little bit better. That lead has grown. Now 16.5 seconds. And he was over 3 seconds faster than anyone else on that last lap. Paul Sparta in a great rhythm at the moment. Chance to head down to the pits once again. Chris, who have you caught up with this time?
You never know, Ryan, who you're going to run into down here at the CrowdStrike Veterans Race of Remembrance powered by AWS, including a former Brigadier General, Keith Gallagher, retired Brigadier General Keith Gallagher. So you're on the board for OPMO as well. How special is it to see this finally come to life? This once was a concept here in these states, is now here, and we're past halfway already. Can you believe it?
I cannot believe that. This is going very fast. I unfortunately didn't get to Wales in the past several years. But I heard a lot of stories from the board, from some of the beneficiaries, and saw pictures and saw it on Facebook, and just gravitated to that because we have a program that truly helps our veterans who have not issues but have some challenges coming from war, coming from service, and it's up to us to try to find them and help them. And several of our beneficiaries hopefully will attest to that, and I've heard it already this morning that it has had a positive impact on them.
It has, and some of the stories we're learning over the course of the weekend have been pretty incredible. What drew you to Operation Motorsport? When your time in the military was done, what kind of was the introduction to this?
At one point after retirement, I wanted to serve on a board, and I caught this and saw it. It came through the general officer channels, and Jason had posted it. And so I talked to him, and next thing I know, I got hired as a board secretary.
Was racing ever in your blood as far as being a fan, or how new are you to racing?
When we were kids, we lived in Heidelberg, Germany, and my dad took my brother and I to a Formula One race in Hockenheim, and we bought a racetrack, so I got a racetrack with the 132nd series race cars, and my brother and I would just play that till almost we fell asleep there doing that. And then fast forward, we moved to Augusta, Georgia, and believe it or not, there was a racetrack next to our neighborhood. Unfortunately, it was dilapidated, but I went out there with some friends who could drive, and we actually rode that track. So I like racing. I did live in Germany for almost 10 years and drove there and could drive fast speeds, and it was a blast doing that. So I like to see race cars. I do watch a little bit of NASCAR, and I do watch some of the races that we've been here at OPMO.
So I'm curious, now that you've been exposed, as a fan and you're here at the races, is there any itch to maybe get behind the wheel?
No, I'm too old.
Never say that. You're never.
The reflexes just aren't there. Because you get out in the race, you want to win. So,
Obviously, too, we're here to have fun. We're also here to honor those that served and paid the ultimate sacrifice. The remembrance service we had about 1040 was one of the most incredible things I've ever witnessed. The power of this day, the power of Operation Motorsport, just what does it mean to you in words to be a part of it?
So I was able to put about a half a dozen to a dozen names on that hood of soldiers I knew, soldiers in my unit when we deployed. And, they're not here today, and we're going to remember their memory and their service as often as we can. So I will tell you, there was a lieutenant colonel who worked for me in Heidelberg, Germany, and we built a program for behavioral health for redeploying brigades out of Afghanistan. And we put that together in literally 2 or 3 months, and then we provided that for the warfighters, and it helped. Then fast forward, he went to Afghanistan, and unfortunately was killed in an IED crash, that killed him and one of my NCOs from my hospital in Tripler Medical Center. And both their names are on there. So I'd ask you to remember David Cabrera and Chris Newman.
Two of the many names that are on the hoods of some of these race cars. It's been incredible to see the outpouring of support for OPMO. So now it begs the question, we have this event, awesome, number one's in the books. What does the future look like for OPMO and especially the Race of Remembrance?
Well, the race can't happen without all the support we get from our generous donors and soldiers and civilians who see the beauty and the impact that this has. And they contribute. So we ask you to continue with your donations. We ask you to continue with your generosity. And then, of course, to come to the event where you can actually witness what you saw at 10:45 this morning for the remembrance ceremony.
Absolutely. Well, we're glad to see you enjoy the rest of the race.
All right, Chris.
Keith Gallagher. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Keith Gallagher, retired Brigadier General in the U.S. Army and board member at OPMO, joining us here this weekend and having a lot of fun getting to share some stories and, of course, enjoy some racing here at VAR.
Thanks, Chris. That was awesome. Having fun, also remembering those that we've left behind. And you heard him talk about how important those donations are. If you want to learn more, I should have done this earlier, but operationmotorsport.org is the website. You can learn more about the organization, and there is, at the very top, in bright red, you can't miss it, a handy donate button if this is a cause that resonates with you. It's just been amazing to hear firsthand what the opportunities afforded by Operation Motorsport have meant to so many of the veteran beneficiaries. And we have another story of those for you now. Let's hear firsthand from Dave Bell.
Hi, I'm Dave Bell. In the military, I was a major in the Oklahoma National Guard and a sergeant in the United States Marine Corps, where I found out about OPMO through a sim racing group that I was in. I've always been interested in motorsports, and when I came home from Afghanistan, my wife and I were watching TV one day, and she was just like, "Honey, I love you. I need you to take care of yourself so that you can be here for me in our farm." And so when I found a group of men and women who like motorsports and who like fast cars and who are also military veterans who are looking to improve themselves, it was just a perfect fit. Before I came and started working with OPMO, I could not go to a truck stop. I couldn't go to a racetrack. I couldn't hang out and do the activities that I always loved doing. But now I've had the opportunity with OPMO to pair with Random Vandals Racing and to work in the pits with their pit crew. And mechanics in the Army, mechanics in the Marine Corps, mechanics on the racetrack, they're all the same people. We have the same tools, we do the same jobs. It's just the car's a little bit smaller and a lot nicer. It's been a really life-changing event that I can do the things that I love again. If I had to give some advice to my past self, I think I'd like to know that it's okay to be hurt, and it's okay to be broken, and it's okay to know that things are rough and they're gonna be rough for a while, but that if you have a team, you can assess where you're at and how to heal, and that it's okay to do so. Just the same way that it's okay to break an arm or a leg and have a cast and put it back together, it's okay to break your brain.
Back at VIR, problems on the track. This is car 68, an early front runner in its class. The Tooth Autosport car off track and driver climbing out. Full course yellow is out at VIR. This car's had fuel line issues at various times. And the hope is that that has not been the case again. But you can see evident frustration there from the driver who has climbed out. This is Leon LeBlanc. And Leon evidently not feeling safe in the car. Normally you're told not to get out of the car even if it stops, unless you do feel like there's something unsafe about it. But in any event, this is a car that has been delayed several times over the course of this race and appears to be perhaps at a stop that it won't be recovering from. This is so frustrating for Joel Watts and Max Haverkate, Tim Schoenecker, and Leon himself, who's stuck just looking at the race car at the moment. So much work went into preparing this for this event. Safety team on the site there, but it looks like this car will need to get pulled back to the attention of the team and maybe return to the race. That will be the hope. But again, this is a car that's had a few mechanical issues already over the course of the day. So we will see. At the front of the field, Paul Sparta's lead had come down a little bit. It's now wiped away entirely because of the safety car intervention. This comes at an interesting point here strategically. Although, on the other hand, the only two cars that really are thinking about strategy, they're from the same team. So I find it unlikely that one would pull a blinder on the other. But we are at a point where, with any driver change, and we expect driver changes at the next pit stop for both of the top two cars here, but we'd be at a point where they can definitely run to the end already without running afoul of drive time rules. Their maximum consecutive is 3 hours, so that's not in play here at all. And then also right on the fringe of maybe being able to do this on one additional stop from a fuel perspective in a GT4 car, especially with some full course yellow. So had it been two cars from two different teams and maybe one was slightly on the back foot, then maybe you'd see somebody gamble and try and make a stop here when the pits open up. But we'll see what Random Vandals elects to do with both of their cars running in contention and on the same lap. Back down to the pits and Chris.
Yeah, Ryan, just talked to Joel Watts with that Tooth Autosport team. As you see, the car still stagnant over there right before the S is going up the hill, and you saw the driver, Leon, get out of the race car. I asked what happened. They said he had reported some issues, possibly what could either be a gearbox or started to smell something. They're not sure if it's related to that fuel line issue that we had talked about earlier this afternoon, but kind of puzzled as to why maybe he got out of the race car in a hurry. As you mentioned, you're kind of told not to get out unless you're in an emergency situation, but not sure if there was some smoke or something he had smelled in the cockpit. But it's going to be put on a flatbed and brought back down, and they're going to diagnose the race car. But certainly something was amiss. He had reported those issues maybe about a lap or two before this car suddenly came to a stop.
Good information. Thank you. Car being rolled up onto the rollback now, and Leon forced to sit and watch with a look of despair. Everyone so desperately wants to see the checkered flag in this race, and to that end, timing and scoring is to be believed. The 249, now with Adam Poppenhaus driving, is back out on track. It's shown as being on an out lap. That car has been in the pits for quite a long time, and is now 27 laps down, but they never stopped working on the car. And I think the intention always was to try and get it back into the race. So it seems like they might have been able to do that. We'll see if we can get any further information on that car. That Aaron Morgan started had a spin in the first hour, and it's been a trouble-filled day from there. But Adam Poppenhaus now behind the wheel. Jonathan Winker and Paul Fullick also part of the driving strength for the 249 Resilience Racing and Team Brit entry. That's one of the Aston Martin Vantage GT4s that was running up towards the front in the very early stages. But this, unlike the sister 16 car, this car really has not been in the mix. The car, speaking of at least, again, the car we're looking at here is the 68, currently shown 6th overall and 3rd out of the 3 cars in the honor class. Right now, just 3 laps behind second place and 7 laps behind the class leader, but losing ground with each passing moment here and making its way back to the pits right now, if not to the paddock, for some extensive repairs perhaps. So, full course yellow is out once again. And now the question becomes, when the pits open up again, if anybody blinks. And I do think that for Random Vandals, it might be worth considering going ahead and making this stop. And as I look out my window, I can see at least one driver suited and booted. That's Kevin Boehm, who we had up in the booth in the first hour or so of the race. He's waiting for his first chance. And does look like that team is prepared to spring to action if that's required. I'm told the pit lane has opened. It's all part of the process here. Anytime this race goes full course yellow, initially the pits are closed to let the safety car catch everybody, get everyone bunched up, get through the initial wave-by process if required, and then open the pit lane for service. And with each passing lap, we are getting closer and closer to that potential window of being able to make a stop here under yellow and only having to do one more stop from there. I think this would be awfully tempting. Talking about the top class specifically, for the top 2, things are a little different for the others. I'm frankly not sure what the stint length would look like for the Mustang that runs 3rd overall in a class of its own. And I would suspect that the Miatas could run well beyond an hour. In fact, depending on what the regulations are with fuel tank and things of that nature, from personal experience, sometimes they can run close to 2 hours on a tank of fuel, depending on track and depending on conditions and things. But those Miatas right now, none of them are on the same lap. So really our focus is on the top 2, which have been pretty well locked together most of the day. Actually, the car that leads right now was at risk of dropping a lap very early on. But I think it was the second full course yellow of the race was really timely. CJ Moses was in the car at the time and had been doing yeoman's work, but had dropped to within about 20 seconds of following a lap down, and the leaders were chipping away at him a couple of seconds a lap. So we really weren't that far away from perhaps the 22 dropping off the lead lap at that stage of the race, which it's not impossible to overcome. Oh, a pit lane is open, and here come the leaders, as expected. But they have certainly capitalized on the fact that they've stayed in the mix thanks to that timely full course yellow. And now, for what I believe will be the second to last time, here come the top 2 BMWs into the pits. And fuel and driver change, at least for the 22, is underway. And maybe Chris can see what's going on with the sister car. Chris, are you there?
Yeah, Ryan, both sister cars are into their pit boxes and services commencing. They emphasize making sure you get them packed full of fuel because, to your point, this could be the penultimate pit stop in this race. You mentioned Kevin Boehm suited up. He's going to climb behind the wheel of the car that is pitted just ahead of the sister car number 11. So the 22 driver is in. That's Kevin Boehm. Bruno Colombo now going to do driving duties. We talked to him earlier today watching that intense battle for the lead. He's going to get his first opportunity of the afternoon as he'll complete the driver change in car number 11. Fuel has been packed into both of these BMWs. Now the air jacks go up, and now the tire changes are happening here on both cars. But again, you have that 4 minutes of wiggle room, so want to make sure you get everything tightened up, everything buttoned up correctly. But again, driver changes now being complete on both of these race cars. To my left, a little bit up a pit lane in the honor class is the 011 machine. That has pitted out of the Power Sports Garage pit stall. So didn't see yet if there was a driver change there or not, but fuel service now being done on that Mazda Miata. So a couple of takers here with this pit road being open at this point, Ryan. We'll kind of maybe venture down and see what the honor class and the resilience class fuel windows look like, but certainly for the top class, you're looking like this is the penultimate pit stop.
Yeah, that's my read on it for sure. Paul Sparta out, already debriefing with CJ Moses, who started in the 22. Bruno Colombo, as mentioned, climbing into the 11. And we'll spell Louis Poulet, who had a really good stint there, especially the first stint of that double. He was right there on the pace of Paul Sparta. Could see him fresh over the pit wall, hands on knees, taking a moment to get his sea legs back. But did a tremendous job, and both of these cars are in the fight for the win with just over 2 hours to go. Yeah, only one car outside of the top two elected to pit. That was the leader in the honor class. It was Porter behind the wheel when it came in, that Miata, which has a healthy lead, so they might as well come in and top off, even if they give a lap back through the wave-around procedures. They would still have another lap in hand, it would appear, over the next placed car in the class, which is the 022, sister car. Cleanup underway, and this could be indicative of the problem that ended, presumably, the race for Leon LeBlanc. You can see there is speedy dry down on the track, and the maintenance crew now is working on sweeping that up. So a car that had fuel line issues earlier appears to have dropped some more moisture at one point or another, to the effect that the
And Ryan, I'm
track
down
safety
here in
crew. Go ahead.
the Random Vandals pit. I do want to get a word in with Paul Sparta, because you and Louis just giving each other high fives, because that was probably some of the best racing that we've seen as Louis comes back in. You had the entire timing stand leaping off their feet watching this battle. What was it like from behind the wheel?
Man, you know, when you do that, you're just thinking, don't hit me. I don't want to hit you. But no, it was good, clean race, and it was fun. And, you know, I knew Louis had a run because of traffic coming out of Hog Pen. And so I was like, oh, man, here it comes. And he was really good on the brakes. And so, you know, it was like, all right, we can be side by side. And, you know, we got close, but it was all good. It was great, clean fun. And, you know, I'm sure everybody was going just because they were scared up there as well.
Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun to watch, but I know this involvement with Operation Motorsports goes back a while. This has been a big mission for Random Vandals. Why is that so?
Well, I mean, I think the whole organization, OPMO, speaks for itself. And, you know, being a veteran myself, and the first time, you know, 3 years ago in Sonoma, they came up and said, hey, what about this program? And it was like, why wouldn't we do this? This is fantastic. So we did it, and, you know, we're lifers now.
Absolutely, and we're having fun while doing it. It's been a banner year, too, for your organization and SRO. It's been incredible. How fun is it to end the year at a place like this, getting to do this?
Oh, I mean, this is actually kind of a great cap to the year, like the mega stress of the pro season and everything, and that having gone so well. And now it's just like, you know, we're racing for the pure joy of it. We're racing for a good cause. You know, going door to door to Louis was fun, and, you know, what's not to like? Beautiful day.
You get to rest now, but are there team orders going down to the end of this thing if these two are back next to each other?
Yes, there are team orders. Don't hit each other.
Don't hit each other. You heard it from the man himself, Paul Sparta. Good to see you. Great stint for him. Him and Louis were just hugging each other after that stint. As Ryan, I know we were just having a ball watching those two battle for the lead.
Yeah, we were. It was a lot of fun. I wonder, though, Chris, if you're going to keep an eye on this, I think the safety car split the two cars. as they left the pit lane. So, again, because of the 4-minute minimum, they had to spend at least 4 minutes in the pits. I suspect because it's random vandals, they were right on their margins there. But it looked to me like the 22 got out just ahead of the pace car and therefore will be allowed to come around and catch the tail of the field. And I don't know that that's the case for the 11, although the 11 might then be eligible for a wave by, so that could wipe that all away. But for the moment, it does look like they are split by effectively a lap just because of how the pace car came out, or how they came out of the pits relative to the pace car train, let's put it that way. But I do think, actually, come to think of it, that 11 should be eligible for a wave by here before a restart. But we'll let race control sift through all of that. They've got a better grasp on the rule book than I do, and we'll see what comes of that. But that was a potentially dramatic moment in the context of this race. Yeah, we'll have to see how that gets resolved. All right, and I just got confirmation in my ear the 11 does get the wave by. So they're back on the same lap as one another. And a chance now to hear from the starting driver of our race leader, the car 22. It is C.J. Moses, who was the keynote speaker at the Heroes Dinner last night. And a bit of a star of the show in the first stint, keeping that car in contention. And, hey, you guys were right there where you needed to be when the yellow came out, so you did your job.
Well, that's sometimes you have to be lucky better than good in this case, and that was I think we have about 20 seconds before I was going to get lapped, and I was once they told me that they were coming up on me, all of a sudden I found 5 seconds a lap faster, so I was delaying that as much as I could. But the yellow flag saved us there.
Yes, but you know what? You found the pace, so you saved yourself too. You get a little bit of credit here. It is just like you, though, to defray the attention, but quite frankly, you deserve some. The keynote speech last night was incredibly moving, very special. It was a privilege to be a part of that, and if you could, maybe share the nuts and bolts of it for our viewing audience, what the overall message was last night.
Yeah, the message last night, obviously, Operation Motorsports does a lot for our veterans, and especially veterans that are medically retiring or have medically retired, in order to create community and connections, such that when you're in the military and you're getting out, sometimes you're losing your family, you're losing that camaraderie. A lot of things you lose, job and everything, and that connection to the mission is probably the most important thing that a lot of people in the military have, and you lose when you get out, especially under medical conditions, because it's not planned that you're actually getting out, and all of a sudden you have a medical issue and you're out, and obviously a lot of people that get all kinds of trauma. Both physical and mental, and I think what Operation Motorsports does is creates that connection back to team and a spirit, within the team. And I think one of the things that we talked about last night, and you saw it not only with what I said, but even more so with Dave Bell and others, that being part of a team in motorsports brings back that feeling of self-worth, being part of something bigger than themselves, and also by doing so allows them to gain some mental health in the process, I guess is a way to say it.
It is clearly a cause that is near and dear to your heart, and again, because of the way you go about things, I'm not sure that some of these stories have been told publicly, but a little birdie tells me that you have been a big supporter personally of Operation Motorsport and also of supporting the Race of Remembrance, in fact, helping Kevin Boehm, your teammate, get to Wales several years ago.
Yeah, it's OPMO is important, and the veterans that they're supporting is important. And it's not about me or what other, the sponsors, partners, or otherwise are doing. It's really about all of them. And I think that's one of the things that, always want to be able to support the effort. And especially when it was the first time that Operation Motorsports was really going to be fully engaged. They were bringing 2 cars, doing a lot of stuff there. If we can get Kevin and others over there and, representing the United States, and in that case also Canada, it was important to be able to make sure that happened.
I don't call out your individual contribution necessarily to highlight you. However, I think the greater point is what an individual can do and the impact of an individual, each in their own way, to their own means. And we've seen that whether it's an individual or a corporation, whatever the case may be, it takes everybody pulling in the same direction to make an event like this happen and to impact the lives of a veteran.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's, I think we saw, some of that come to play last night during the auction. That you got to be an auctioneer.
That was the first.
Check that off the bucket list. Or
I don't think I'm going to switch
resume.
career, but it was more fun than I expected.
Well, and it was a very good auction, and I think it was clear that people in the room were motivated to support Operation Motorsports and opened up the checkbooks, if you will. And I think the same thing applies, to our partners and sponsors, and. You're not kidding when you say one person can make a difference. The same way that Operation Motorsports is trying to help vets one at a time, if you have the means, it's a great opportunity to be able to support those of us who have supported our country so much.
Well, it's a very deserving cause, no question about that. Let's switch gears a little bit and talk about this event from the driver's seat for you.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not a stranger to VIR. You've raced here a lot over the years. You're not a stranger to racing at a pretty high level. We've seen you in SRO over the last few years. But have you driven the GT4 BMW before?
No, I hadn't driven the BMW. Matter of fact, I haven't driven a GT4 car since I want to say 2019, and that was an Audi.
Yep.
So mid-engine, very different than what we're running here. And hadn't run a car with street tires on it. I think that's one of the stories. I haven't been able to watch because obviously I was in the car. But one of the storylines that's kind of been hidden is that we are on different tires. The 2 BMWs we chose to run on Michelin Pilot Sport 4S's. Which we could have run the whole race. They just changed them, and it was mostly because the veteran crew wanted to actually do a NASCAR. They wanted to do a NASCAR stop, and they did a great job to the point where Kevin made it out before the safety car, which was like they were hooting and hollering, and I commend them on an excellent stop. And timing was perfect. It wasn't. Obviously we have a bit of time with the 4-minute pit stops, but they didn't use the 4 minutes. They definitely nailed it out of there. But being able to choose the tires have to be Michelin branded or at least Michelin, at least for Operation Motorsports teams that are sponsored by Michelin, and chose a high performance street tire tread wear of 300 plus, which is not the minimum of 200, which gives a little bit up. But in giving that up, we gained a lot of durability, and I think a little bit this morning it helped me out there in the dancing. And that's the thing is that even I came in pretty hot. Once again, work getting in the way of my fun and efforts here at the racetrack. I came in hot and only got a very short bit of the practice sessions that we had. And yet they still put me in to qualify because we did that flip on the strategy. We were trying the put the slow guy in the car for qualifying thing. So far it's worked out. I'm knocking on every piece of wood I can find. And we were able to, able to make it work. I was dancing like crazy out there. I'm used to a car that's high horsepower and missing a lot of traction in the rear. It had no traction in the front either, so I was just kind of dancing on ball bearings out there. So it took a little getting used to. I felt good when I was getting ready to come in.
Yeah, right on time.
Yeah, leave me out here. Nope, time to come.
Well, we'll keep you here for a second. We're about to restart the race. It is the first class leader that the safety car picks up. So anybody between that and the safety car got that final wave around. That's now put both of the Vandals cars back on the same lap. And here we come to the green flag with the Mustang showing the way. That is Winker at the controls of that car and immediately pulling off to the side to let that fight for the overall lead come on through. And boy, this has been fun to watch over the course of this race. We've laughed about how it only takes 2 cars to put on a race, and well, we got 2 pretty good ones here with this battle that's starting to heat up.
Well, that's Bruno is pretty quick in his own right.
Yeah.
So Kevin and Bruno are going to have it out. No team orders other than bring them both shiny side up, and preferably without any extra tire rings on the side or anything like that.
Well, Kevin is a GT4 champion this year. Bruno comes from front-wheel drive touring car racing. Before that, we were talking to him about his time on the dirt, driving quarter midgets and on dirt tracks around the Northeast. And he looks right at home on cold tires, fresh out of the pits, letting that car slide around. And he is harrying this year's GT4 America Silver Class champion.
Yeah, I had no doubt that he'd be up to speed quickly. He came in even later than I did, jumped in the car, and was pretty quick within, half a session. So I had no doubt that he was going to be on it. Obviously, these cars are rear-wheel drive, very different than TCR. I ran that back in the day as well.
Sure.
I kind of jumped classes. But some of the things that you do in this car to make it fast, given the lack of traction, are very TCR-esque. Similar fashion as to how you run up the climbing S's. You're pretty much carrying the throttle all the way up to turn 9, the last turn at the top of the hill before you little straightaway. I know Bruno potentially was a little intimidated, but once you put the helmet on, that all goes away.
He didn't sound intimidated at all when we caught up with him earlier up on the pit box. I think he seemed right at home, and I talked a little bit with Paul Sparta earlier. I think he thinks they've got something special in Bruno. We saw that glimpses of that at IMSA this year, but I would love to see him get more opportunities and a chance right here to test himself against someone who's been one of the best in a GT4 BMW in SRO for the last couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are the types of moments that will get him noticed. Running against a multi-time champion. Kevin's been a champion at every level he's ever raced, and looks like we have somebody coming in for a pit stop.
I wonder if this is possibly a strategy play. I talked about the fact that the Miatas that I've raced in endurance racing in the past can often go close to 2 hours on a tank of fuel. This could be the final stop here for the car that's in second. They got a wave by to get 1 lap closer to their class leader, and now I think it's likely to be Adam Roberts getting in this car for the finish. So let's watch and see what happens here. But, I do wonder if this could be their play down a lap, trying to do something different than the leader in the class.
Yeah, that's the only way you get laps back, or if you're off strategy, is to change up your strategy such that you can see if you can make something happen. And Adam's a wheelman, so he'll go out there and run it, that's for sure.
He is. I did not misspeak. So he is in that lineup. Let's go down to Chris. I think Chris has eyes on this driver change.
Yeah, Ryan, actually looks like Jason Blevins is the one who's getting in. Adam is getting out. Adam in the black and highlighter yellow suit, but a routine service for the Miata, but like you guys mentioned, this may be a strategy play. Remember, they've had plenty of issues as well. We documented the fuel issues on some of the other Miatas, including the Tooth Autosport group, which actually just retired their car. I hate to break it to the race fans here, but they blew a motor. So we saw Leon get out of the race car. Over there in the S's, the last full course yellow, completely blew a hole in the motor. So they just checked in with the team. They're packing things up, and they're actually going to head over to the go-kart track and conclude the last little under 2 hours of racing of their own. So I said I may join you. It sounds like fun, but they were all in good spirits about it. But unfortunately, Tooth Autosport not going to finish this one here this afternoon. But again, the 022 is in. Jason Blevins going in. They're also going to make a little bit of an adjustment, kind of keying in on some of the chatter down there. But this could be a strategy play, to your point, Ryan, toward the end of this race.
Okay, yeah. Well, see if you can figure out if that is their plan to try and go the distance from here. And if you do go to the go-kart track, as long as you're our in-race reporter, I say have at it. Love to get your perspective. Have you ever driven the go-kart track here, CJ?
I haven't.
I did one time. It was really fun.
Well, that's the funny thing is that after we got done with dinner and everything last night, got back to the villa, and my daughter was like, "Did you know they had have a go-kart track here?" I was like, "Well, I do. I've never been there." and she's like, we want to go. So she's trying to get me to go now.
Okay.
It's like, wait a second, I got to talk to Ryan for a while first.
Well, we won't keep you too long, then, if that's what's
worries.
waiting in the
well,
wings.
That's the. It sounds like the 2 Motorsports team is going to have that all taken up over there. I don't know if I want to get over there into that mayhem that's going to ensue.
Yeah, that's a fair concern, no doubt. There might be a little bit of red mist for them to drive through.
Put my 17-year-old daughter out there with all those crazy guys.
Does she have any racing background?
She doesn't have any on-track racing background, but she's been trained appropriately on our property back home in Northern Virginia. Everything from side-by-sides and all of that kind of fun stuff.
Yeah.
She has the interest, but she also happens to be she's getting ready to go to college. She's going to be likely playing Division II lacrosse as a goalie at Lees McRae, a small private school in North Carolina, and very proud of her. She's gotten an academic scholarship and all of that stuff as well. So she's been busy with other sports, and as we all know, motorsports is addictive. Once you get in, I haven't found the 12-step program to get out, and it's been escalating since one day here in 2000 in an Audi Club event that it started all for me. So.
Yeah, and look how far it's come from there. People talk about racing as a family, the military as a family. Mm-hmm. It really is for you. I learned this last night.
Yeah.
You and your wife met while both in the service.
Yes, we were both Air Force OSI special agents, and we were assigned to the same detachment. That's the office, the terminology in the Air Force detachment. And she was actually an agent before I was, so she called me her probie once, after we, actually since we've been married, she likes to point that out. I'm sure right now if she's listening, she's laughing. But yes, and we've been married 27 years.
Wow, fantastic story. Unfortunately, not a happy story for the 022 that we saw in the pits. We thought this might be a strategy play, but Chris, you're finding out otherwise?
Yeah, they're having a little bit more of those electrical issues. Remember, they were one of the teams that replaced an alternator back behind pit wall just about halfway point through this race, So when Jason Blevins got behind the wheel, it wouldn't refire. They had to get the voltage meter to see where they were at there and help get it a little bit of a jump start. So it was able to fire about the 4th try, and they just sent Jason back out on his way, but lost a lot of time on pit lane after that service.
Yeah, car is on track. Hard to tell if it's up to speed or not, but we'll know pretty soon. If it doesn't come straight back into the pits, then that's probably a good sign. But, man, those electrical gremlins, whether you're talking about, a 25-plus-year-old Miata or certainly in one of the modern GT cars that you race these days, they have to be so frustrating.
Oh, it's frustrating. The first race of the season for me was the Long Beach Grand Prix. And I'm in a reasonably modern Audi, GT2 LMS car. And from the time we started the car up to bring it up to put it on grid, in between there, the alternator had gone, but it wasn't creating too little voltage. It was creating too much. The voltage regulator had gone out. It was spiking to 22 volts, causing it to shift and do all kinds of crazy gremlin stuff. So we had to retire the car for that race. Overnight, the crew, of course, got it 100%, and we went out and ran strong the second day.
Yeah, racing mechanics are something else. They see a problem, and they go find a way to fix it, which has resonances to what we're doing here this weekend with our military veterans.
Absolutely. Recovery through motorsports. And when you talk about it, last night we heard, some of the people speaking, or at least one of them was a mechanic, and he was like, doing mechanic work on fast race cars seems like a lot more fun than doing it on Humvees or slow big military vehicles. And they seem to be enjoying it. I know that the crew changing the tires on the on Kevin's car were pretty pumped to be able to pull off that NASCAR-like stop and put him out there before the safety car.
Yeah, it was Dave Bell who gave that story last night, and I won't give the full version, largely because it took him 15 minutes to do it last night in his allotted 5 minutes of time, but no one was going to interrupt him. I mean, he had us all in rapt attention. It was a fantastic story.
He was amazing.
But the long and short of it is simply he had this aha moment this year working in racing where it all kind of came full circle where he had this realization that a racing mechanic is more or less the same as a military mechanic. They just made slightly different decisions at different points in their life. And it really was a well-told story and a heartfelt one, as so many that we've heard this weekend are. And you had one as well. I don't know if that's something you're willing to talk about.
Just briefly. Just like most vets, we're all touched in some way by suicide. It is a unfortunate thing that on average we lose 22 veterans a day, on average that is. I too have had several, one of which I talked about briefly last night. It haunts you. Still haunts today, but at the same time, knowing that we're out there doing everything that we can, especially in support of Operation Motorsports, and seeing the bright and shiny, happy faces today at the racetrack has been something else. The teams, even as we just heard, teams that are out of the race because of blown engines. The fun isn't over yet. They're going to the go-kart track because they're here for that competition and enjoyment. So that type of thing makes it all worth it.
No, I appreciate your courage in telling the story. It's worth reiterating. If you're struggling, there are people who are out there who want to help, and if you see someone struggling, you could be the one that saves the day. We talk a lot over the course of the day that a single individual can make a big difference, and that's another prime example of it. CJ, just to close on a happier note, I know you love your motorsport, you love being here. And this event, and certainly it's great to have you in the SRO paddock when we see you. What are we going to see from you at the racetrack next year?
So we're even though the Audi's not that old, it is getting long in the tooth, and I've been running GT2 for a good bit of time, trying to draw in others.
Yeah.
But we haven't had the car counts. We're going to see, I know in the off-season there's some changes to that whole setup, so there's some discussions there. But quite honestly, I think that when you see me back, it'll probably be in a GT3 Mercedes again.
Okay.
I enjoyed that back in, I want to say 2021, 22, somewhere in there. I think that's our next step. We'll see if the plans all come together. It will still be a part-time gig. Work still is rather busy. We've got a lot going on in the Amazon world, and geopolitics and nation-state actors don't take a rest, unfortunately. So we stay busy in that space. At the same time, you have to have a stress release, and if I can do it by coming out here and having my Opmo supported crew take care of the car, I look forward to doing it.
Well, CJ, thank you, my friend. Always good to catch up at the racetrack. Just candidly, to insert myself into the story, you've done a lot for me in my career over the years as well, and it's something I'm very thankful for. So thank you.
No, thank you, and you've more than deserved it. And I have to say, you're my favorite motorsports announcer, hands down. All the veterans of that era, I know you'll be too humble to accept that because you've worked with many of them. But whenever I hear your voice, I hear motorsports.
Well, we stand on the shoulders of giants, don't we? And those that came before certainly blazed a trail. But anyway, appreciate the kind words. Thank you. Made me uncomfortable, but I suppose I did the same to you, right? So it's only fair.
Turnabout.
Turn the tables on me. CJ Moses, driver of the race-leading number 22 BMW from Random Vandals Racing. And also, what is the full title with AWS? I don't want to mess it up.
So basically, I'm the Chief Information Security Officer of Amazon.
Okay.
There's a whole bunch of other stuff to it, but that's the main title. They add all that extra stuff on there, and I'm like,
busy guy.
That, yeah.
And takes the time to join us. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Good luck the rest of the way in the race as well, and hopefully you and your wife and daughter have a good time here at VIR.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And, I should point out that this broadcast is powered by AWS as well. We couldn't do it without you guys at Amazon Web Services. So we'll turn to CJ loose, but we're not done with interviews. Chris has been hard at work lining something up. Who have you found?
Yeah, we're down here in the Team Brit and Resilience Racing pit box, which somehow the 249 is still rolling. Paul Folick is one of the co-drivers, and How do you describe today and all the challenges that you and your team have faced?
Oh, it's been amazing. We've come a long way to come and do this race. We've never been here before. We've never driven this car before. The learning curve has been steep, but everyone has been so welcoming, and we've just had an amazing time.
I've noticed that you've got a really good camaraderie with your fellow co-drivers, even just this whole organization. You've been with Team Brit for a while in this partnership with Resilience Racing. What does this mean to be a part of this event with this group?
Just being able to be in a sport where you can go out and compete on a level playing field with able-bodied people, and your disability is just left at the door. Once you're in your car, there's no other sport that can offer that. So that's what we love about it.
Former member of the British Army, obviously a lot of your fellow co-drivers, even up and down pit lane crew members, have the same military background. What are you most proud of in what you did and what you served? And then, of course, now in this second chapter, getting a chance to race.
Yeah, just being here with all of them and sharing this experience. Everyone's had a different journey to get here. Each one of them is really amazing. I've loved hearing about it. It's just been such an experience.
It's been interesting and very enlightening to read about the technology with the hand controls and everything that Resilience Racing and T-Brit are doing. How much fun is it to be a part of it and to kind of help develop that?
Yeah, even just being the smallest part, just being able to drive the car and use those hand controls. The guys that make them are incredibly smart people. They've done an amazing job making us sort of competitive, whereas before the technology wasn't there and you couldn't go out and be competitive. Now we can.
All right, we're nearing down to the end where I think we're just a little over an hour and a half left. You guys are sitting third in class. What's the optimism here the rest of this race?
By the grace of God, that car just keeps going. It's had some abuse this race. If it can just do another hour and a half, I'll be very proud of it.
We are all very proud to see what you guys have been able to do. That is Paul Folek again, 249 car for Resilience Racing as well as Team Brit. Out on the racetrack, it's still chugging even after all the issues that it's faced. It had a left front headlight damage. It got knocked back through, damaged some of the wiring, but they keep still ripping and roaring. So we'll see what happens here at the end of this race.
Hey, Chris, before you let him get too far away, I would love if you could have him talk about some of these fundraisers he's done, like driving his 100-pound car to the Gambia and riding a tuk-tuk around India. Could you ask him about that?
So Ryan wants to know about all your fundraising efforts, riding the tuk-tuk around India and all your other adventures that you get to do over the course of the year.
Yeah, so with the racing, when you get a winter in England, it stops. You have to have something to go do, and so we try and find some mad thing, just go around the world, raise some money for charity, and just bide our time until the racing comes back.
What's been the reception for that? Has it kind of picked up here lately?
Well, the charity work or the... Yeah, no, everyone's always super supportive. The racing community as a whole always gets behind us, try and support us, so we just keep trying to do mad stuff.
I'm assuming you're a car enthusiast. Do you have a favorite automobile of all time?
Today, if it lasts this one, I just want to see it do another hour and a half. It'll be my favorite.
All right, well, they're rooting it on. The Aston Martin's still rolling again. Paul Folek, good to see you.
Thanks, man. Good luck, man.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate you checking that down. That was such an interesting backstory that I discovered in their press materials coming into this weekend, and really, really cool. Big thanks to the Team Brit folks for all their help in providing information as well. It's very much appreciated and great to get to tell their stories here this weekend, telling the stories of so many veterans as well that have been affected in a positive manner by Operation Motorsport. And let's hear another testimonial now from one of the veterans that OPMO has helped support over the last couple of years.
My name is Nolan Uke, retired Master Sergeant, United States Army. I did serve 20 years in the United States Army. Since my retirement out of the military in 2022, I've struggled on a daily basis with the things that I've been missing over the 20 years that I served. And the team purpose and identity that Operation Motorsport emphasizes into the program, it gave me that team and purpose and identity, as I already stated, back into my life. Operation Motorsport has opened up so many opportunities, but also improved my home life that is life-changing. My wife and my kids, they know I just came home from the race because I'm a different person. The dad they used to know that I was many, many years ago, before 4 years of combat that I've endured. Literally, this has changed my life. I mean, I needed this so bad. It's truly life-changing. If you are somebody that is into motorsport, this is an opportunity that will only come once in a lifetime. You have to take advantage of it. So this week, coming together, the emotions that I felt and the feelings, I didn't even know, some of the feelings, I didn't even know I still had them. a lot of those feelings I haven't felt in well over a decade. And for them to be able to come out and release, it's just, the feeling is incredible. I mean, I'm sad that it's over. However, going home and knowing that I have 40 new family members that I can reach out to is an incredible feeling that I just never could imagine that would happen to me after my military service. Don't give up on people that truly do care about you, because there's always somebody out there that does care about you. You just gotta find that individual or group or organization like I have with Operation Motorsport. That's the one thing I can say.
Time is your most important asset, and AI is transforming the speed of business. Your innovation and how you protect it depends on the technology you choose to trust. 70% of the Fortune 100 trust CrowdStrike's leading AI-native cybersecurity platform built to secure their business, and the AI fueling their innovation. AI is changing the world. We're securing it. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Hello, I'm JC Herrera, Chief Human Resources Officer at CrowdStrike. We're proud to be the presenting sponsor of Operation Motorsport's Race of Remembrance. At CrowdStrike, we believe in the power of service and the strength of our veteran community. Operation Motorsport's mission to engage and empower medically retired veterans through motorsports embodies the values we hold dear: innovation, determination, and passion. This race represents more than competition. It stands as a tribute to those who've sacrificed for our freedom and celebrates those who continue to inspire us with their resilience. Together with Operation Motorsport, we're creating meaningful opportunities that transform lives. To all our veterans, thank you for your service and your sacrifice.
Mobil 1 Motor Oils make whatever you drive more beautifully.
Back at VIR, cars continuing to circulate. 91 minutes to go in the inaugural running of the Veterans Race of Remembrance, the CrowdStrike Veterans Race of Remembrance, powered by AWS. It is a Random Vandals 1-2. Not much between the top two right now as the leaders work some traffic. Kevin Boehm, freshly installed during the last pit stop in this red, white, and blue star-spangled number 22 BMW, showing the way, working his way through some of the traffic. That was around the much-delayed number 249. We just heard their story a moment ago in the pits. But giving chase is the impressive rookie, GT4 rookie Bruno Colombo, who was right on it on the restart. His first racing laps, and he was challenging for the lead. He's dropped off a little bit over the last 20 or 30 minutes or so, but not much. Still within striking distance at 3.3 seconds behind the race leader. In fact, you can see him entering the picture there. These are three cars from the same class, 1, 2, 3, but not in that order. It is the middle car, that Aston, that has been delayed somewhat and is down in 6th place at the moment, and that will be next for Bruno Colombo to deal with. Looks like Bohm's worked his way through that traffic and now has clean racetrack up ahead as Colombo looks first to the inside, then the outside, down the front straightaway, and it gets awfully tight there in the braking zone, but he's able to clear the traffic without losing too much time and sets off now in pursuit once again of the race leader. These two, though, are running laps within fractions of a second of one another. That time, they were separated by just 27 thousandths of a second in terms of lap time. A 2:05.303 versus a 2:05.330 in favor of Kevin Bohm, but only slightly. And these are easily the two fastest cars on the racetrack right now. Two cars that appear to have gone by the wayside. Number one, we know for sure the Tooth Autosport team is done for the day. Blew an engine that brought out the most recent full course yellow, which was 40 or so minutes ago. That was a car that had several gremlins over the course of the race up to that point, but it was something completely different that ultimately did them in. They're down in 7th overall and won't take any further part. And then we also see that the number 16 Skip Barber Racing entry has been retired as well. So 2 cars out, leaves us with 6 still going, pursuing that checkered flag that will wave at the end of 6 hours of racing. 12 hours of racing underway over in the UK right now, as the 11th running of the Race of Remembrance in Anglesey, Wales got started earlier today. They were running through the night last we saw. We've been checking in with them intermittently. And there it is right there, top right of the screen. Headlights showing the way around a really neat track in Wales. Did a little reading up on it coming into this weekend. And they certainly have a challenging track of their own there to contend with. Very similar in a lot of respects to what we have here at VIR with very technical corner complexes. But this place here is old school. And I think we're going to get a chance to talk to track owner Connie Nyholm before too much longer. Love to talk to her about her story, about VIR, and of course what this event means to them getting to host. It has been just about universal. Everybody I've talked to has said what a fitting place to have this. You know, not too far away from the nation's capital. Area rich in U.S. military history, mostly from the 18th and 19th centuries. But on top of it all, a phenomenal racetrack. The kind of track that just doesn't get made anymore, with runoff for miles, but not of the paved variety. Uses the natural topography of the Southern Virginia hills beautifully to create such a flowing racetrack. Massive challenge. Just about 3 1/3 miles around, 17 turns. And a little bit of everything. A couple of low-speed corners, had big brake zones that are good passing opportunities, but then sections like this, watching on board here, as the number 022 Miata comes flying up through the climbing S's, and the level of commitment required through this section, especially as you get into some of the high horsepower cars and the high downforce cars that can carry full throttle up through this section, up cresting this hill, and then down the hill into this very technical corner, Oak Tree, down a couple of gears. Patience getting to apex, patience getting to throttle, lots of curb there on the exit that is usable. And now down the 4,000-foot backstretch known as Madison Avenue. Chance to catch your breath, relax a little bit. As we saw from Jason Bivens right there, just lets the arms drop down. And then gird yourself for the challenge that is the roller coaster. Again, down a couple of gears, right-hander plunging down the hill while turning to the left. Camber changes, surface changes, a little bit of everything thrown your way. High speed, high commitment, down to hog pen, final corner on the track. crucial corner because it leads to the second longest full throttle section. The pit straight. Straight's a bit of a misnomer, as you can see. It's constantly bending to the right. Past the pits and the window there on the right, that building on the right, that's where we're situated in the broadcast booth, and then down into the brake zone for the horseshoe. Look at the broadcast booth there. I see my friend Paul Truswell working the UK Race of Remembrance. Got a chance to work with Paul as a legend at Le Mans earlier this year, and he knows his strategy, he knows his backstory better than anybody, and it was a real thrill after listening to him for decades to get to work with him this year. That was really, really cool, and I thought I heard his voice on this earlier, and that confirms that. We'll keep an eye on both Races of Remembrance, but while we do so, yes, we're talking about full-bodied real-world race cars, but Chris Wilner, esports is a huge component of what Operation Motorsports does each and every year.
Oh, 100%, Ryan. A lot of these racers get their start often in the sim world before it transitions over to the real-life racing. And I actually had a chance to visit with Chris Ward with Ford Performance and Ford Motorsports and Ford Racing this week. And they actually had 4 Operation Motorsport eSport League drivers that, of course, wrapped up, I believe it was their 11th season over the last week. Head down to Charlotte about 2 hours from here and visit the Ford Technical Center for a fast lap contest in the Ford Simulator. The champions were crowned. It was an incredible scene for some of these eSport drivers to get a chance to see the behind-the-scenes of the Ford Technical Center, what goes into it, and of course the eSport side of things, and then get a chance to go on a real simulator. And Ian Carney was one of the Ford drivers that picked up the winner of the fast lap competition, which according to Chris Ward, his lap time was about good enough to qualify second or third in the Mustang Cup that, of course, racing this weekend here at VIR. Cameron Lackey, who found out about Opmo at the 6 Hours at the Glen, was a part of that group as well. So fairly new to racing in Operation Motorsport. Cody Durkin and Chris Glandon, also members of that quartet that got to visit Charlotte over the weekend. And of course, it was all culminated here at the racetrack at VIR with Chris Ward surprising the winner, Ian Carney, on Friday with his own special podium celebration, even given a Dark Horse R grill as a souvenir to take home. So pretty incredible opportunity for those 4 gentlemen to be a part of the learning process of the Ford Technical Center, but also to take their eSport talents to the real world. And who knows, maybe one of these days we'll see them behind the wheel of a real Mustang here on the racetrack. But really cool opportunity, thanks to Ford for putting that on, and their foundation to get some of the eSport drivers involved from Operation Motorsport, who, again, that's how they all race. And talking to some of the drivers, there are several that come from that background that said, I learned about Opmo through esports and racing against some of the veterans that are here today online, and it's kind of turned into a lifelong friendship and, of course, an opportunity here with Operation Motorsports. So really cool opportunity, and congrats, by the way, to Ian Carney. That's a quick lap time if he was able to qualify third in real life. Wonder if he's curious if that'll translate to real life. We'll have to see if I can find him later on today.
Yeah, if you can, that would be a great conversation to have. Absolutely. That esports avenue into the world of racing has totally opened up and democratized the sport in a way that we've really never seen. Because, I mean, yes, it's not inexpensive to buy all the kit that you need, but it certainly is relative to buying a race car and going through all the consumables that you would with a real-world race car, especially as you go through the learning curve of motorsport. It's awfully nice to have the reset button at your disposal, and it is so close to real these days. I've talked to so many team owners over the years. The thing that they always are impressed with especially young drivers that are stepping up into sports car racing, is the fact that these kids have been on the sim for 5, 6, 7 years or more by the time they get to a real-world race car, and they already have racecraft, which is something it used to take drivers a while to learn, but they've done it all before. They've seen all the different scenarios just from behind the wheel of a virtual car, not the real thing, but it translates, and it translates pretty immediately. And the other thing we've seen esports do is open up accessibility. So we've talked a lot about teams with cars that use hand controls and other functions that are in place to help those that don't have the same capabilities as your average human being for various reasons. And go back to when Robert Wickens was preparing to make his racing return. The first big step was getting an iRacing setup that was designed with a hand control system in mind, and that opened up chances for him to kind of prove to himself, hey, yeah, I can still be quick virtually. Let's see how that translates to the real world. And the answer was pretty darn well, because he's been a champion at the TCR level, raced at the GT3 level this year in IMSA, and showing the way for so many that have a motorsports dream, but either through, basically through an act of fate, have had their capabilities altered somewhat. But as we heard in our interview a little bit earlier with Paul Folick, this is a sport where everything kind of gets evened out. You get behind the wheel of a car really doesn't know the difference if you're driving it with your feet or with your hands, and a chance for everyone to still compete on the same playing field, which is a very special thing indeed. Now, down to an hour and 18 minutes to go. The gap has grown, but not by much. This is the leading car, still Kevin Boehm behind the wheel, but Bruno Colombo has been really impressive. To run second, yes, he's losing time, but not by much, and to a much more experienced driver when it comes to a GT4 car. I think this has been everything that was advertised with Bruno. Paul Sparta, the team boss, said he thought they had something in him, and that's been on display. In the meantime, we do have a pit caller, and Chris, this is not scheduled.
Oh, this is not. This is the 011 out of the Power Sports Garage. Currently behind the wheel is Kevin Kenny. Just checked in with the team. They're serving a penalty for time. I guess the crew chief said he misread some of the time on the last pit stop, and so the officials forcing a stop plus time. I don't recall exactly how long, but I'm trying to follow up with what exactly happened, but I believe it dated back to their last pit stop and just not spending that minimum 4 minutes, and certainly that's a no-no according to the sporting regs, so they had to bring Kevin back down pit lane.
All right, thank you for the update. That is a setback, and that makes it a little bit closer there between the top two in the honor class. There's about a lap and a half between them. It had been quite a few laps at one point, and that 022 has chipped away and had it down to a single lap. But running out of time to overcome that deficit. Let's see what it looks like once they come around and both have trip timing and scoring. Try and gauge what that gap might be. Overall leaders coming through again. We've seen it on display a few times, but also we talked to Kevin Boehm about it. The speed difference between the top class and the bottom class here is massive. 40 miles per hour at places. And to this point, everyone's been very circumspect. Knock on wood, it stays that way. But it's been a very respectful race up to this point. This is the car that leads the class, but just had that unscheduled pit stop to serve the penalty. Still, though, it would appear with a lap in hand over their closest pursuers, but they're reaching a point here that that lead is starting to diminish. It has certainly since we restarted after that break for the Remembrance ceremony. And it's to the point where any kind of sizable mistake could see that lead swap around. Chris, I heard you in my ear. I'm not entirely sure what you said, but why don't you let us know what's going on?
Well, I figured I'd dig a little deeper on the penalty of that Power Sports Garage number 011. So Megan Leahy was watching, and so you could probably explain to us what happened. It was a time issue, but what are they telling you?
Sorry?
It was a time issue, so what are the officials telling you? What was the reason for the penalty?
So it was just being slightly under time. So we had to do a drive-through penalty, wait the amount of time, and then we were able to head back out. So now between first and second, there's one lap.
1 lap, so this is going to come down to the wire. What are the nerves like right now?
Pretty exciting, honestly. Like, our whole goal is to have fun, and this is just amping up the fun. We're all one big team, so at the end of the day, we're going to be happy no matter what, but we have some friendly competition going on, so.
And it's been an adventurous day, too. You guys have been on and off pit lane. I think at one point there was already 7 pit stops just with the amount of things going on, but this whole team has rallied together, and now you're in contention.
Yeah, no, the team has worked incredible together. This crew is amazing, so I'm just hoping that we can cross the finish line first for them.
What's it like as a father-daughter relationship running with you? I know this is the first time in an endurance setting that you guys have been able to do this together, but what is that dynamic like on race weekends? When does he become dad?
I mean, he's always dad, but it's always fun to chirp each other too. We have a lot of fun and banter going on, but at the end of the day, it's the best way to experience this whole thing.
What made you get the racing bug? How did you get involved in racing? Was it dad, or was it maybe some other factors too?
No, it was definitely my dad. He raced growing up, so I was always at the track, and then just one day he was like, "Do you want to try it?" And I was like, "Yeah," and haven't looked back.
And then finally, what about Operation Motorsports? This was an incredible day so far. It's only going to get better in the final, hour and a half or so, but to be a part of the remembrance service, to see the impacts, the testimonials, it's got to be pretty special for you.
Oh yeah, I feel so thankful and honored that we get to be here and to experience this alongside them, and to just watch the camaraderie and the team build together. It's nothing like I've ever experienced before, and I'm really grateful for it.
All right, we can't wait to see what happens, Megan. Power Sports Garage still in contention after that penalty. We'll see what happens with the 0-1-1, Ryan.
Chris, if I could put you to work again one more time, there's one other question I'd like you to ask her. I mentioned this earlier, that she's been hard at work helping to promote women in motorsports. Can you ask her about Slate Racing, the team that she helped to co-found? That's Canada's first all-female sports car racing team, I believe.
That's right. I'm glad you brought that up, Ryan. Slate Racing, the all-female motorsports organization. That's been something near and dear to you. Where are we at with that, and what's it been like getting that off the ground?
It's been a lot of work, and it's a lot of work that we're doing all together. Each of us have our own individual racing that we do, so at the end of the day, Slate is about just promoting motorsports and really encouraging anybody to be in it. It's not a gender-based sport. It's an anybody sport, and so we just support one another, but we're really hoping to get out more and more next year and do some more endurance racing.
How can people find out more about the program and the opportunity to just reach out and say, hey, I want to be involved in motorsports?
Yeah, so actually on our website, slateracing.ca, there's a link and a form that you can fill out to just kind of say, hey, I'm interested in this. How can I join? How can I help out? How can I be a part of it?
Stuff. Thank you, Megan, for that. And Ryan, great question. That we've seen an influx of females in the world of motorsports, and it's only going to get higher with programs like Slate Racing. Certainly one. If you're interested, definitely reach out and get involved. It's an awesome organization.
Yeah, slateracing.ca. I spent a little time on their website prior to this weekend, and I saw a stat, because I agree with you. I feel like the female involvement in racing has never been higher, certainly in my time around it, but it was still only 7% of racing drivers, I think is the stat I saw on their website, that are female. And to Megan's point, there's no reason it has to be that way. It isn't anybody's sport. The car doesn't know the difference, as we've heard many drivers say over the years, and it's a wonderful initiative. So if you're interested in learning more, and I think it's, if I'm remembering what I saw on the website correctly, it's not just about drivers, but about being involved in racing in a bunch of different capacities. So encourage you to check it out if that's something that's of interest to you or to someone that you might know about. Meanwhile, we have the third place car in the pits now. That is the car out of the Remembrance class, which had a bunch of issues early on. It lost 16 laps, but actually it's been running like a top for the better part of 3.5 hours at this stage, if not a little bit longer. And this looks like it is your nominal pit stop here with the fuel going in. And, of course, no additional work would be allowed while fueling anyway, but everything seems to be ship shape. That is great to see. And Callum Belden, who we talked to earlier, Chris says, is the driver that's jumping aboard. Chris, you got anything for us down there in the pits?
Yeah, Ryan, a routine pit stop here with the driver change, and I'm kind of curious to see where this is going to shake out, because you had mentioned this race car has had all sorts of adventures over the course of the 5 hours or so here at Virginia International Raceway, but I think with this pit stop, it's going to put them in a good position, and I think when we talk to Callum, if my memory serves me correct, he will be the finishing driver, so this is potentially the final driver change at least for this Ford Mustang in this remembrance class, or resilience class. Again, they're all by themselves, so they'll lock up the class championship here at the Race of Remembrance, but I know they want to be on the podium as far as overall. So Callum's going to get the steering wheel buttoned up. Final seat adjustments are underway, and we'll send them back out on the racetrack, but I think this will bode really well as far as strategy for the rest of the race.
Yeah, if they can make this last the final 69 minutes, that's what's left on the clock. Plus, then, you know, it all depends on where the overall leader is when the clock expires. You could end up having to run effectively a lap longer potentially, but anyway, point being, if they can make it from here, that would be really good. The reason that's important is the fact that anytime you take fuel, it's a 4-minute stop, so you really don't want to add an extra stop, because even if you only need half a gallon, you might as well be putting in 22 gallons because you're stuck in the pits for the same amount of time. Meanwhile, looks like a driver change about to take place for the 249. Chris, do you have eyes on that one?
Yeah, it looks like Adam Pompenhouse is going to climb aboard the 249, so the potential final stop for them, although when I talk to Adam, there may be a varying strategy as far as one more driver change depending on if we get another full course yellow or not, but Adam's going to climb behind the wheel, again, of the 249, the Resilience Racing machine. I had talked to him earlier today after they had that off-road excursion. You could see the speedy drive, the Band-Aids on the left front headlight and all the bear bond that had to be put on, even on the side mirrors as well. They actually lost a left side mirror. The right one is completely bandaged up, but that left front headlight, when that kind of came apart, it actually got sucked up through, hit some of the wiring, and they've been suffering some electrical issues all afternoon, some sensor issues. He said at one point the hand control with the braking system went away into turn number 1, and that was an eye-opener for sure. They were able to kind of reset that, get it cycled through, and he didn't have any more problems. But it's something they've been fighting, but hey, they're a resilient team. We talked to Paul not too long ago. He mentioned as long as this car's on the racetrack, we have a shot, and they're doing so here now as we approach the 1 hour to go mark, but Adam Pompenhouse going to get buckled in for what could be the final driver change at least for this Skip Barber Aston Martin out of the Team Brit and Resilience Racing stable.
And we saw Adam hopping to the car. I mentioned this earlier. He only wears one of his prosthetics. It's his left that he uses to drive the car, or when he's in the car. As you mentioned, this is a car that's driven with hand controls, but doesn't have the other prosthetic on when he drives. It has to do with where he lost his leg, the right relative to the left. It's a different length of prosthetic, and from a comfort perspective, evidently, it's better to go this route. But again, a remarkable story of resilience. Talked about Adam a little bit earlier, from Ohio originally, now lives in Las Vegas, and has been a great story here all throughout the course of the weekend. I think we've got a guest here joining us in the booth. Would you like to have a chat? All right. I think let's have you put that headset on, and you'll have to forgive me. This is rather embarrassing. Trevor or Travis?
Trevor.
Trevor. All right. You couldn't have made it any easier on us. Trevor Hill from Tooth Autosport joining us in the booth. Sorry, it's not gone your way, guys. We understand there was an engine that let go, which doesn't happen all that often with the Miata, I have to say.
It doesn't. No, it's been an unfortunate day. We've had our challenges, but that's part of racing, and we're enjoying just being here.
Last time I saw you were garaged right next to me 2 weeks ago up in Road America. Yep. No rest for the wicked, huh?
No. Every weekend is a race weekend for us. I enjoy that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have it any other way either. Tell us a little bit about the team, Tooth Autosport. First of all, can you explain the name? It's spelled TWO, all capitals, and then lowercase th, pronounced tooth like what's in your mouth.
Correct.
But I've never had a good explanation given to me as to where the name comes from.
So the name comes from 2TH, Trevor Hill, Travis Hill.
Copy.
So it's the both of us. We've started this about 10, 15 years ago. kind of started it on a whim because we just didn't want to have a real job, and we kind of kept racing from there.
Well, you've done a good job of it. You've made it your livelihood, and it's amazing how many different series you guys pop up in north of the border, but starting to filter down here into the States as well in recent years.
Yeah, very much so. We've got a plan. We've got a program putting together to run VP Challenge with an LMP3 for next year. We're trying to put together a Michelin Pilot Challenge program as well, and we run some touring cars, we run these Miatas, we run Champ Car, we run a whole bunch of different programs throughout the U.S. and Canada.
Yeah, based at Calabogie?
Correct, yeah. It's a beautiful facility. We have a nice shop there. We're right on the paddock, so if we need to go testing, if we need to do anything, we got a great access to a lot of stuff.
Only downside, I suppose, is a relatively short season up in Canada relative to, say, here at VIR.
Yeah, it's a little short, but this time of year we usually get our trailers loaded up, and actually this is part of a stop on our way south. So we've got half of our team already in Daytona this weekend, and some of us are here, and we're going to continue south and start setting up our winter shop down south.
Operation Motorsport, it's on a lot of your race cars.
Oh, big time.
And explain where the connection comes in. Why do you feel this is a cause that resonates with you?
So quite a few years ago, 2017, Diesel got a hold of Travis and I. We were running a Porsche Cup program in Canada, and he asked if we wanted to be a part of that program and take on some beneficiaries. And we've taken on numerous beneficiaries throughout the seasons. Many have moved on and have had careers inside motorsports or outside of motorsports, but they've been able to come through our program the same way they come through Operation Motorsports, do their 2 or 3 years, kind of grow and be a part of our team, and then have moved on from that. But we've been involved in it, since 2017. We've been a big part. My brother Travis has been on the board of directors for many years with the team, and it's been a lot of fun.
Early on, was there any hesitation or trepidation about taking on someone coming to you from outside the world of motorsports, from the military? And if so, how quickly did that get dispelled? Because it seems like these veterans that get placed with teams, every team I've ever talked to about this has been blown away with how prepared for the challenge and how quickly assimilated the veterans become with the teams that they're embedded with.
Yeah, I would say the first year or so, it was interesting because we didn't know what we were getting into. We didn't know how we would have to manage all of that. But after the first season of dealing with people, dealing with Diesel and Tiff and how to manage the people, it's been every member that has come through our doors through Operation Motorsports is a part of our family. And we have, I made a list. My wife's right here. She made a list for me of all of the members that we've had since 2018. We have Dale Newberry, Theo Brulsma, Melanie Gallagher, Hunter Reeve, who's here this weekend, Matthew Ayotte, Brock Hogan, Luke Saunier, Sean Eller, Mike Daigle, who's here this weekend. Those guys have come through our program specifically, but they're also involved in other programs that they get to be a part of as well. So it's always been a huge... It's a proud moment to be here with all of these guys, because when I showed up this weekend, and maybe not all of our team members have seen it, but it's all friends that I'm seeing here this weekend. This is more than a race weekend. This was a reunion of sorts.
Right. Yeah, we've been talking about that a lot throughout the course of the day. That these are often people that kind of work together at the beginning, then they get spread out to the different teams that they're embedded with, but then a chance to have everybody come back here at this great event. And you've seen it with what happens in Wales.
Yep.
You've seen it through what you've done through Operation Motorsport, but now to have a North American Race of Remembrance and to get to live it here this weekend.
This is perfect.
Yeah.
Do we want to see more cars this weekend? 100%. But this is the start of something way more special than any individual. And I think Diesel said it best. It's like, this is better. This is bigger than one person. This is bigger than the group of us. This is a bigger thing. And I can't wait to see what it looks like in the next 3 to 5 years on how big this event could be and have this whole paddock absolutely filled with cars that want to be a part of it.
Yeah, right there with you. Trevor Hill, co-owner of Tooth Autosport. Unfortunately, they're done for the day. We heard you might be headed to the go-kart track. Is that true?
Yeah.
Have you already been?
No, we haven't been yet.
All
We're
right.
starting to pack up. All the crew looked at each other and says, we're not done racing. We want to be a part of this. So, yeah, we got Joel here with us as well.
So I'm going to turn you loose because I'd like to have Joel hop on the headset real quick. We told your story a little bit on the show, but I'd like to hear it from you. Dr. Joel Watts from Ottawa, Ontario, part of the driving talent in the Tooth Autosport entry, but also you come in with a background as a psychiatrist, which you can now apply to, and you do apply to, your passion of motor racing.
Yeah, I'm very lucky to be able to do that. So I've known Tooth for a long time because they're my home team, home track. When I started doing some racing, it was with these guys. And then I actually got to meet Operation Motorsport people through some of the beneficiaries they had. And then I was a point in my career when I had been working in a hospital and then I decided to transition out of that. And just by happenstance, things sort of came together at the same time. I started working for the military, not as a military member myself, but as a psychiatrist for the Canadian Forces, and then met more of the Operation Motorsport people. And so I went to their event in Wales in 2022, and that was a really, really lovely experience to see that and the just how well they organized that and how important it was to all the beneficiaries. And then, of course, it tied in the work that I was doing in my day-to-day job with the military. And then I get to race as well, too.
Not a bad deal.
Yeah.
Don't go anywhere.
Yep.
I will come back to you in just a second, but I want to go down to Chris. We've got some of our front runners coming in for their final pit stops. Chris?
Yeah, right now in the Random Vandals pit, the number 11 with Bruno Colombo is just peeling out as you hear him give a nice burnout in that BMW M4 GT4. But that is the final expected pit stop for the day. Just checked in with the crew. It's just routine service. Of course, you had to wait 4 minutes per the rules, but once that 4 minutes expired, they launched Bruno, and that should be the final stop of the day. So as we eclipse the 1 hour to go mark, I think 58 minutes to go now, we should be there. And right on cue is the sister car now. The number 22 is pitted as well. So that was kind of by design to get the 11 out of the pit box right when they called in the number 22 machine. So we'll see if this is a routine pit stop. So far it is. They're going to go ahead and gauge the fuel. No driver change is expected. So for the Random Vandals team, this is a standard pit stop here. And what will be the final pit stop is Kevin Boehm sits behind the wheel. Looks like he will be the finishing driver as they will do one can, now put in another can. So 2 cans of fuel into the right side of that race car. The team just reminding them to be patient and make sure you get it packed full. But this is, again, expected to be the final pit stop. And we'll see where they blend back out on the racetrack. But, again, the 22 and 11 will be in a dogfight until the very end, Ryan.
Yeah, it's been the case all race long. They have been tied together really for the last 3-4 hours of this race. Also have the second place car in the honor class in the pits. That is the 022, and I did see Adam Roberts climbing in, and they're going through their pit stop sequence now. We'll keep an eye on that, 1 lap behind their class leader. Speaking with Dr. Joel Watts from the Tooth Autosport team, who had a stint early in the race, and you had a nice solid lead, didn't you, in that opening stint, if I'm not mistaken?
That's what I'm told.
Yeah.
I didn't really have a clue where I was at. We were having radio issues, so I couldn't really hear much unless we were on the front straightaway, and they couldn't hear me. And so because I couldn't see any cars around me, I just was trying to be smooth and
it's either a very good or a very bad sign.
Yeah, usually. And I trusted they would let me know if they needed me to do something different.
Sure.
But no, it was a lot of fun to be out there. Mixed conditions, whenever the track is drying, especially in a facility. I don't know this track very well, so it's always a fun challenge to drive to the available grip and try and find where that is and constantly trying to improve.
I do want to close with this. We talked about your day job, professional forensic psychiatrist and also mental performance coach. And as you said, you work a lot with the Canadian Armed Forces, but also in motorsports on the performance coaching side. Are there parallels that you can draw when you're working with veterans and working with top-level athletes like you find in the motorsports world?
There's a lot of parallels because there's a lot of psychological concepts and techniques that actually translate very well between very high performance athletes and then people who are struggling with maybe some more serious mental health challenges. A lot of the patients that I treat with the Canadian Forces have PTSD, and a lot of the psychological work that they do with their individual therapists involve a lot of the same kinds of cognitive techniques that get applied in a different way when you're dealing with people who are trying to eke out their ultimate performance in whatever sport they're playing. So there is a lot of overlap. My psychiatry training actually prepared me very well for working with people in motorsport and then applying that to my own driving as well.
To close, we've talked quite a bit over the last 5 hours about mental health and the importance of seeking help if needed, offering help when appropriate, but you're probably best placed to deliver that message. In that tone, in that tenor, what would you say to someone watching on either side of that equation?
I would just say don't be afraid to share to the level that you're comfortable, and do seek out that help. Oftentimes, the people who really struggle and then get into trouble with putting themselves perhaps even at risk of thinking about ending things themselves, it's because they feel alone. They feel like nobody else understands them. They think that they're an outlier and that it can't get any better. And mental health professionals, but also regular people, one of the more important things we can do sometimes is actually just to listen and not really to do something actively, but just be available so that the person realizes they're not alone. But then also actively encourage them to go and seek help. That may mean even professional help, going to emergency or talking to their family care provider, somebody when they feel like maybe they're not able to cope enough on their own.
It's a really important message to get out there, Joel. Thank you so much for joining us, not just for that, but to tell a little bit about your story, which I found unique in my preparation for this, and I was really hoping I'd get a chance to bump into you and have a chat, so this was perfect.
Well, thank you. I'm glad I just happened to pop up here.
Yeah, good timing. Absolutely. Trevor, thank you as well. Sorry it didn't go your way this time around, but there's always another race, so we'll see you guys down the road.
It's racing.
Enjoy the go-kart track.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we will continue to keep an eye on the race here. We're into the final hour of the inaugural Veterans Race of Remembrance. Guys, thanks so much for popping up. And we'll see you down the road. Right now, it is a mere 3.6 seconds between the race leader, Kevin Bohm, and his teammate and closest pursuer, Bruno Colombo. And Kevin on his outlap right now, getting that car back up to speed. Has the fastest lap of the race at a 2:03.108, but Colombo is within a tenth of a second. I mean, to be precise, he's 57 thousandths of a second off in terms of fastest lap of the race so far. Those two in a class of their own, although we should give a call to the 16 team that unfortunately is an early out, but Logan Anderson and Robert Mosteller both were pretty quick in their time, and that was the first car to dip into the 205s. Did that very early in conditions that weren't fully dry yet, and also certainly weren't ideal as far as track conditions are concerned. So I think there was plenty of pace out of that duo. We just didn't get a chance to see it. I believe that was the car that had the shock issue that they attempted to fix, sent it back out. Fix didn't stick, and appears that their day is done after just 45 laps. Our leaders are on lap 121. Third place at 103. That is the lone car in its remembrance class, currently with Callum Belden behind the wheel. Only up by a single lap on the leader, though, in the honor class. A car that remarkably has made 10 pit stops by itself. The top two overall in the race have made 10 combined between the two of them. But somehow the car in fourth has made 10 of them and leads its class by a pretty healthy margin, although I think Oza's a pit stop yet, so they're not done despite the 10. I could be wrong. Let me think back on this. They might have been right on the fringe of their window when they made their last stop. I'm not entirely sure. But certainly the 022 will be hoping that their team car needs another stop. I suppose they would know, wouldn't they, being teammates? But in any event, that is first and second in the honor class, separated at the moment by just under 3 laps. It's been as close as 1 in the second half of the race. Really, every car in that class has had problems at one point or another. In fact, as we just heard, the Tooth Autosport team were an early out. That was not so long ago, actually. They were 68 laps into their race when they lost a motor, but they had lost significant time with a few other mechanical maladies prior to losing the power plant. But all 3 of those cars had problems at one point or another. Just about everybody in the field, I think it's safe to say, has encountered some kind of misfortune with two notable exceptions, and those are the two cars out in front at the moment. And we'll talk more about that in a moment. But while we have a chance, let's nip down to the pits and get another interview with Chris.
Yeah, here in the Power Sports Garage pit stall here, Jason Bivens. You were just eating a banana. I heard maybe you felt like you had a cramp going on. Bananas are perfect for that, aren't they?
I did when we were doing the driver change. I'm trying to help Adam Roberts get in the car, and I reached back. I'm like, I'm sorry, Adam, I'll get it done. But that was my sacrifice.
Race car drivers were athletes, right?
Yes, absolutely.
How would you describe the day? It's been up and down. There have been so many repairs going on with this Mazda Miata, but you guys are in the fight running second right now.
It's just been a blast, and both teams pulling for each other, all the teams on the grid pulling for each other, and had a momentary battle with Jake Porter right there, but I don't have the pace today, my first time here, and I'm just learning it and having a blast.
Fun but spirited battle. That's what we'll call that for sure. You've been a part of the Race of Remembrance before. You've, of course, are on the board. So when you see an event like this at VIR here in the States, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
It's a big, audacious goal by Tiff and Diesel, and pretty amazing to, they started, on a scrap of paper or whatever, and then we're here. All the support's been amazing. The dinners, the banquets have been packed with supporters, and so, mission accomplished, I think, for year one. It's amazing.
Absolutely, and the partnership, too, to get to do this with the Race in Wales going on at the very same time. We're locked into both. How unique is it to have, not one but two events at the same time going on?
It's so cool. I'm hoping to be able to watch some of the live stream of Wales a little bit later. I did get to race with the team two different times over there and have made some amazing friends. And that track's amazing. Everybody must go, but now we're here in VIR. So.
For you, what is so impactful about this group, this Power Sports Garage team? It's been put together. A lot of people, a lot of beneficiaries are a part of this organization. What are you most proud of with this group?
Really, they just didn't miss a beat. Right now we had an alternator, I think, fixed on the fly in the pit. We've got a slightly injured member even of the team. Not a big, nothing bad, but they really just pitched in. There's no panic. This is part of racing. And these guys, they followed the lead, Nolan, and just, nobody's running around with their head cut off. They're all just doing what they're supposed to do.
Finally, how much joy do you get when you get to walk up and down pit lane, even the Heroes Dinner last night, and see the impact that Opmo has had on so many individuals that are fighting different battles, but can all come together and enjoy the common goal of just being a part of motorsports?
It's hard to put into words. There's been much better speakers than me already have talked this weekend. I'm grateful to have made friends with many of the beneficiaries, past and present, and so that's something that is really special to me. Some of them have shared their stories with me. I don't really feel worthy to kind of be here. I did not serve. I don't know their struggles, but I try to be here to be a listening ear if I can, and that's what I try to do.
Well, thank you for what you do. Enjoy the rest of the race. And I like the cowboy hat fitting. We're all cowboy up here on VIR. It's a difficult track to attack, isn't it?
It is. It's like a rodeo right out there for me. I'm out of shape.
All right, we're going to let him relax. Jason Bivens again, Power Sports Garage, running second right now in that machine. We'll see how it shakes out here at the end of 6 hours, which we're getting close. We're all within an hour of race's end.
And someone who is definitely watching that clock with an eagle eye is joining me here in the booth. Paul Sparta, your car's leading this race. And actually, your car is also second, but the car you drove is leading this race.
Yeah, and it's, we weren't trying to set it up to be close, but I'm just like, here we are 5+ hours in, and, we're 6 seconds and change apart, and we've got Kevin and Bruno, who are really close to each other. So hopefully we keep up the entertainment and it goes down to the wire like this.
Well, I was telling the story a moment ago that their two fastest laps were like 67 thousandths or something like that apart from one another. Kevin just upped the ante a moment ago. He's the first driver to go down in the 202s, just did a 202.8. Because you were just in this car, how impressive that lap time is.
It's really impressive. And, when we look at the data between me and Kevin, and I put in some of my best laps today over the weekend, and it's in that high-speed stuff. It's their ability to get the car in the high-speed stuff in a repeatable way that's carrying all the speed. And, and Bruno,
Yeah.
I mean, first time he's ever been in this car with this tire and, 5 laps in the practice. Kid is he's fantastic.
Well, I know that you love very few things more than giving an opportunity to someone who just needs a chance to showcase their skill. Is this another little diamond in the rough that you've uncovered?
I think so. So, yeah.
Well, are we trying to keep this a secret?
I think you read the scenario. I think you read the tea leaves right, Ryan. I'm going to do everything I can to try to get Bruno in a Random Vandals car. We'll see if it happens, but I think he would be a phenomenal fit, both as as a person and as a driver. And I think we can give him a car that we know can produce a result in pro racing.
Great family, too. You get a chance to work with his dad, who's racing with you here this weekend.
Yeah,
Adam.
no, and his dad has been great in
Right.
the car this weekend as well. So it's been huge fun.
Yeah, exactly. And fun is certainly an element of what we're here to do this weekend, but it is a split priority. On the one hand, yes, we're here to race and everything that comes along with that, but as you well know, it is the Race of Remembrance for a reason, and you're a veteran yourself. Can you speak to the significance of all that has been done to recognize the veterans here at this event?
I mean, it's just been really moving. It's been a long time for me in the service, but we've been involved with OPMO since 22, and but to be at this event for the first time and to experience, all the people and all the stories, it's just really, it's really moving, and it's clear you can see the real importance of what OPMO is doing. And I think one at a time is exactly the way it works. So it's great to race, but it's just a massive pleasure in and of itself.
Going back to the Heroes Dinner last night, we had several moving stories from beneficiaries that spoke to the impact that Operation Motorsport has had. And the one at a time thing really stood out to me that, for these individuals, it was life-changing. And you multiply that over now the number of years that Diesel and Tiffany have been at this with OPMO, and that one individual story starts to swell, starts to balloon in a meaningful way.
Yeah, I think so. And I think the past beneficiaries being involved with the current beneficiaries is also a huge part of it, because the new people coming in see that this can work. They're hearing it from their peers. They're hearing it from beneficiaries that have said, hey, my life was changed by this. And now I'm back to living again, like really living. And sometimes it just takes the right taste of something, and motorsport seems to have that. So it's just incredible to work with these guys.
Interesting moment on the track just there. Doesn't affect you, Paul. You're all right. Your head whipped around so fast. I'm afraid you might have whiplash. But Adam Roberts just passed the leader in his class, and that, I think, will put him on the lead lap once again. And should there be a safety car in the final 41 minutes, 30 seconds, then all of a sudden we'd have a fight on our hands once again.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool to see both of the OPMO cars, the two pairs of OPMO cars in the different classes going at it after 6 hours.
Well, you know full well how important the timing of a safety car can be. That kept you guys in the game in the first hour.
Yeah, I mean, we were pretty lucky there. The wet, it was real tricky, and yeah, we got the safety car at the right time. And with the rule set, we also, at the end of my stop, we thought we had left the other car and pinned them behind the safety car, but then with the wave around, we all kind of went around. So it was all fine. But, it's everybody's getting entertained. It's one set of rules, so we're good with it.
Yeah.
Let's go.
How is that dynamic? Because you've got a Canadian side of your tent and the American side of the tent. Chris had a report for us earlier that when you guys were fighting, the U.S. side was giving us the USA chants and things like this. This is while you were in the car, by the way.
Yep.
I mean, a healthy rivalry is a good thing, even within a team, right?
No, I was so great to hear it, because I was having fun, and I just knew Louis, who's Canadian, was in the car, and I know he's having fun in that, and I know he's thinking to himself, aha, he got held up in hog pen, I'm going to get him, and I know he's coming, And I gave him a little bit of room. He gave me a little bit of room, and we went side by side. And the fact that everybody was cheering both sides was great, and we just had a hug, and it was just so much fun.
I confess I don't know much about Louis. I know he owns a pharmaceutical machinery company, PlayPack. I know he's done some AER racing and things like that. But how did you guys get connected? Because he was really impressive, I thought, in his stint.
Yeah, Louis started racing with us in some of our club racing, and he's only been racing for a few years, but he's really got a natural talent. I mean, he's in his 60s. I mean, I'm in my 60s, and he's developed that, and he's such a great fit with the team. He's just such a pleasure to be around, and I mean, and he, how much quicker he went through the weekend was impressive. I mean, and the same could be said of Adam Colombo. He also just made these big leaps, and we sort of ended up unintentionally with these two lineups that were very well matched.
Can I say thank you on behalf of all of us in the TV world? This has given us a lot of excitement to keep an eye on for the better part of 6 hours now.
Yeah, no, and it's still, it's still fluctuating. Kevin really isn't pulling away. Bruno's within 5 seconds, and, again, one safety car, and they're nose to tail again, or, one tiny little mistake. And, the funny thing is that, just coming off of the end of the pro season, it was fun to have Louis on my tail the whole time. And the pressure was there for an hour and a half. The guy was right there, and it was just one wrong encounter with traffic, or catch somebody at the wrong spot, or I make a mistake, or whatever. And he was there, when he got there, it got entertaining.
Extra fun when it's your friend?
Yeah, it's always better when it's the friend. One of the best things that can happen in racing is when you're racing somebody that is your friend, and you're not giving any quarter. You're still going as hard as you can, but you do it fairly. And afterwards, you say, "Wow, that was intense." Whether you came out on the right side or they did, that's one of the the best things you can feel as a driver, I think.
Paul Sparta, team owner and driver for Random Vandals Racing, joining us. Just a couple more things, and then I know you want to get back and be with your team here as you fight it out in the final 37 minutes. In our picture-in-picture, we're looking at what's going on live in Wales in the darkness, and I know that the idea here originally was for this to be a 12-hour race and to have that element of endurance. And from speaking with you, I know that this is an event you really believe in and would like to see it continue to grow from here. What would your message be to other team owners, other drivers who are thinking maybe they were on the fence this year but weren't sure if they were ready to commit? What about next year? What's the message?
Well, I mean, I'm going to be out there pushing it. I mean, we're going to be lifers for this race. As long as there's a Random Vandals, we're going to be here. I think it's awesome to see the event going on in Wales right now. And I think the decision to scale it back to a 6-hour was a smart decision this year. But I think they've got. I've talked to Diesel and Jason and Tiffany, and they have a pretty clever plan to align perhaps next year with some other activities. And this was a tough scheduling day for the first year. I think next year it looks a lot clearer with very few conflicts. So I think people, when they understand, we've got great scrutineering, great tech, we got USAC here. This is an important race, but it's a real race. And come out here, race for real, and feel good about what you're doing.
On the scheduling side, not much they can do. This event is tied to November 11th and being as close to Veterans Day or Remembrance Day as possible. But so then you're kind of at the whim of the motorsport community writ large to make this work, and it's promising to hear that it's a bit more viable looking ahead to next year. Final thoughts from you on being involved, being at the center of it. I know you followed it from afar in the past, what's happened overseas, but to be at the epicenter of this first edition of the Veterans Race of Remembrance here in the States.
I think anytime you get to be a part of a great event that is, a virtuous event, and you get to be a part of the first time, the inaugural event, it's special. Like, it's just special to be able to do that and to see how meaningful it is for the crew members to have the guy who was the beneficiary who was operating our lollipop, he's like, this is the most exciting thing. Paul, can you tell me what I can do to operate the lollipop better?
I was watching him practice out my window earlier. I was watching that.
Like, this is like, wow, he knows there's a race on. This is serious. I got to do the lollipop. And I was saying, you did perfectly well. You did everything just right. But way to think about it. And you know, how can that not put a smile on your face? So to be a part of the first one is fantastic.
It is. It is. I echo that completely. It's been a real pleasure to be here. Great to get your thoughts as always. We'll turn you loose. We've taken up more than enough of your time already, but
all right.
Enjoy it.
Let's see what happens.
Good luck to you.
All right. Thanks so much.
Paul Sparta, Random Vandals Racing, joining us here in the booth. We're down to 34 minutes and change to go. We've got another guest getting ready to come up in here, but while we get situated for that, why don't we take a quick timeout and hear from another well, actually, I take that back. Let's take a quick timeout because there is actually a lot of work being done behind the scenes documenting this inaugural running of the race, and I think we've got a trailer of a special project that is underway.
I was injured in 2006 during an exfil. My vehicle was struck by 500 pounds of homemade explosives. I struggled immensely. I dove into a bottle, and I had to learn a lot of lessons the hard way.
Blown up, thrown around, fell down a mountain. I realized I couldn't remember like simple things like how old my daughter was.
Yeah, I've personally suffered with insomnia, depression, anxiety.
Veteran populations are dealing not only with the impact of that trauma, but with the adjustment to a new life that is so unfamiliar.
I don't think any of us sleep. None of us sleep.
The first time I experienced Race of Remembrance, I realized service members need something to help them with recovery, and that vessel of recovery was Motorsport.
It's really incredible to watch, to see how they can reconnect with each other, because they've gone through stuff that you and I, as a civilian, we just can't understand it.
In my mind, years ago, I had this vision of coming back with North American medically retired service members. 2 race cars. We want to deliver them Canada, U.S., because that's what makes Operation Motorsport, and here we are.
The lights go out, the race is underway. Down the inside goes the Coltrane. There's a little bit of contact. The Operation Motorsport cars around the outside while they're having this little ding-dong battle in the C1 class. Huge flames shooting out the back of that Lotus.
2 cars, 13 beneficiaries, 8 drivers. This is their year-end victory, their goal. But this is the first time they get to be their own team, their own identity. It's Operation Motorsport.
And this is it. This is what mental health looks like.
Us transitioning out of the military into motorsport saved my life. It worked for me, it certainly can work for others.
You know, I knew that this was going to be an experience, but I did not expect to make the lifelong friendships that I have.
Really cool project underway. Can't wait to learn a little bit more about that in the future. So we continue to race here. 31 minutes, 39, 38, 37 seconds to go in the inaugural running of the CrowdStrike Veterans Race of Remembrance powered by AWS at beautiful Virginia International Raceway, which is the perfect segue to welcome in the track owner, Connie Nyholm. Welcome. Great to have you joining us.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here.
Thanks for hosting us, I guess would be more appropriate. What a great place. And I have said this before, but everybody we've had up here, everybody I've talked to has said there is no better venue to host this event.
Well, thank you. We just, love the idea. We love supporting the veterans. We know Tiffany and Diesel for a long time and just couldn't be more pleased that we were chosen to be the inaugural location.
When did the conversations with Tiffany and Diesel get started?
I think it was about 2 years ago, because they've been racing in Wales for quite a while. Very proud of their activities there, wanted to do something stateside. We certainly wanted to see them do something stateside. And we're close with CrowdStrike and AWS and Michelin as well, so all those stars aligned to bring it here, and we couldn't be more proud of that.
That just makes sense. And beautiful Heroes dinner last night at one of your event centers, for lack of a better term. What is the official name of the venue last night?
That was in the gallery.
In the gallery, that's right. It was a perfect spot for it, really a memorable evening, and I know you were there as well to hear some of these stories firsthand about what Operation Motorsport has meant to people who have given everything for us, for our country, for our freedom. It was really moving.
Literally, and it's just, well, it's never a bad time to talk about freedom and gratitude. And just their stories and the sincerity and, you know, the tears in some of their voices. I mean, the emotion that just flowed through the room. It was extremely moving.
And we associate bravery with our military, don't we? But I think there was bravery and courage on display last night, sharing some very personal stories. But the willingness to do so, I think, opened some eyes and, again, just drives home how important an event like this is.
Yeah, it is. You don't normally talk about the military and special operations and being vulnerable.
That's right.
But if you can't be vulnerable and expose yourself, you'll never be all the person you can be. So I thought that was really cool that it came up, more than once.
Were you down front and center for the remembrance ceremony at a couple hours into the race?
Yes, I was. I'm glad I brought a tissue.
Oh, I was up here, and it was a good thing. No one was around me to see me. I was a mess, but in the best way. I mean, it's that type of event, right, where it's not always easy, but you need to be reminded. And we certainly were.
Absolutely. And I just thought the way they did the ceremony was so amazing. You know, to throw the red, bring everybody in, and just stop. And it was just silence. I mean, it was just so moving seeing all those veterans in all types of dress with their medals and not, but all there just elbow to elbow. It was very moving.
This venue, since you came on board back in 2000, when this venue was brought back from the dead effectively, it's hosted a lot of big events, big races. Where does this one fit in terms of the hierarchy or the pecking order of momentous occasions?
Well, I think here at VIR, it's a cult here. I mean, people love VIR.
Sure.
I love VIR. I have the best job on the planet, and it's second right up there with my son. And I think a lot of people just feel that way. So to bring an event like this and have the inaugural event with partners that we've already been working with and people we've been working with and all the emotion that goes with it, I just can't imagine it being anywhere sterile.
Right.
It couldn't.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be a regular on our schedule and just, take its place. We have a variety of events. There's really not much duplicated at all. And so this would be another really neat way to have another endurance race and have rotating support races with our partners and the veterans. So we do a lot of veterans and active military work here because we have a lot of off-road trails, shooting ranges. We have 2 sniper ranges, a live fire house, all kinds of training for mostly the special ops arena. And so we're used to having a lot of testosterone.
That is something, though, that I don't know that people realize about this venue. People think of it as a racetrack, and you've got the technology center on site. But actually, under your stewardship, it's really expanded in terms of being a multi-use, multi-purpose facility.
Yeah, back in the day, when we started in 98 and opened in 2000, the pathway to success was either to have a race school on site, but they wanted to grow within 3 years to 150 days, or government military training, much like started at Summit Point. And we chose the latter, mostly for a patriotic reason, but we always knew that with a property this large, we would want to have a very diversified business model as we grew up. And that's worked out really well.
Connie Nyholm, our guest, the owner of VIR. You've been sole owner since 2013?
I am actually co-owner with Mark and Tara Rain, who bought in 2020.
I need to update my notes. That missed my attention, so apologies there. But I don't know that all of our viewers know your story and the story of this track. I've done my best to tell it, but you're probably better placed than anybody to talk about the resuscitation of a venue. This does not happen. If a racetrack goes away, it is very rare that it comes back, especially 25, 26 years down the line. But that's what you and Harvey were able to do.
Yeah, it's a very rare story indeed. So Harvey, who will be 91 on November 22nd, was a vintage racer, when I was introduced to him. And a bunch of his buddies said, look, we're old guys racing old cars. We want to race on old tracks. You're an accomplished real estate developer. Why don't you bring one back to life? And then he was introduced to me by Peggy Burke, his number 2. And Peggy and I were on a women's networking group we started in New York City called Women in Retail Real Estate for retail real estate professionals in New York, New Jersey, Connecticut. And then Harvey and I, the stars aligned. We were just perfectly suited with complementary skills and weaknesses. And it was just a business match made in heaven. And we had a ball. And he sold out in 2012 when Obama was changing up all the tax code. And then the Stouts from Pit Race were here for a few years. And then Mark stepped in 2020. And just in the last 5 years, we've probably had as much growth as we did in the very early years trying to get the track open. I mean, we've installed miles of guardrail and catch fencing. We've expanded the paddock and pit lane for the teams, expanded our camping and spectator areas for the fans, and upgraded all of our common areas and lodging throughout the facility in just 5 years.
I say it every time that I come and work a race here, and it is true. You never come to VIR and it looks exactly the same, one time to the next, and that's because you're always working on something. So what's the next project? What can we look forward to?
Well, you're just going to have to come back home often and bring your friends and experience that firsthand. So we are doing a lot of planning. We love to plan. So we have a master planning meeting every other week. And Mark and Tara have really encouraged us to think big, and Kerrigan and I really like to think big, and our team seems to go right along with that. So stay tuned for some pretty neat stuff coming up, I'm sure.
I have no doubt. It always blows me away when I come and I see the next step, the next phase in the development of VIR. Anything else on your agenda looking ahead to next year that fans should know about? People who maybe have never come. I suspect we have an international audience watching this race with our friends over in Wales checking in from time to time and maybe seeing this track for the first time and wondering what it's all about. What can you tell people about this great venue?
Well, I'd love for them to come back to this race. We'd like to see this race grow. It's always a little tentative, starting something from scratch. I think it's moving up a weekend date next year, so there'll be fewer conflicts with some other racing going on south of us. So we'd love to have them for IMSA, for this race, for the speed tour, or just come out on any day. We're rented every day from March 1 through mid-December and a good bit of February. So there's always something on track, and you're welcome here most any day. And we've got on-site lodging, the wonderful Oak Tree Tavern, the kart track, the shooting ranges. There's a lot to do other than spectator race when you're here at VIR.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly recommend it. I love coming here. It's always a thrill, and it's largely because of the people. Starts at the top, but everybody you interact with at the track make you feel welcome. They're always making sure that you know where you're going and have everything that you need. So thank you for all of us that get a chance to work here. It's a place we love to come to work.
You know why that is?
Why is that?
Because we really do welcome you.
Yeah.
It's not just training. It's sincere.
It is.
It's the Southern hospitality, and I've met a lot of people I've never met today walking around, and it's just been so much fun because once one person says, that girl, she owns the track, then the next one is like, and then all of a sudden I'm talking to a bunch of different people answering questions, and it's been a lot of fun.
Last question I have, this is totally off-piste, but I've always wondered where the name for the backstraight, Madison Avenue, comes from, and I've had a theory that it comes from the fact that you and Harvey came from New York, but I actually don't know if that's true, if I'm just connecting
That is where it came from.
It is,
and
okay.
You're the only person who's ever asked me that.
Really?
So Madison Avenue is actually the chicane on the long back straight.
Oh, no, that's interesting.
So, and why he wanted to name it Madison Avenue, I don't know. He also wanted to name turns after his daughters, and I said no. I said racers name the turns. And so as soon as we opened, sure enough, turn 1 on the south course got nicknamed the bitch. And people said, why are you naming that turn the bitch? I said, because it's a double apex, decreasing radius, off-camber turn. That thing's a bitch. And that's what all the racers said when they came in. And then the uphill on the north course got nicknamed Stevie Wonder because as you're going up, it's blind and you're shaking your head from side to side as you transition. So, we just let that run organically, and it was fun.
All right. Well, hey, that's one question answered. I appreciate that. Connie, thank you so much for coming up and spending some time with us. I know you're incredibly busy on a race weekend. You're always out wandering around and taking care of business, but to carve out the time, we really appreciate
Well,
it.
thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much for being here.
All right. Well, we'll turn you loose, let you get back to work, and I think we've got a pit stop, and this could be big. Oh, we also have a spin on the track. This is the third-place car. It's down in Oak Tree. Looks like that Callum Belden will be able to continue on. Chris, down to you in the pits.
Yeah, the race leading 0-1-1 out of the Power Sports Garage actually had to come down pit road. I asked the team if this is a scheduled pit stop. No, it's not. And so, unfortunately, I believe they were going to be short on fuel as we sit just past the 20-minute mark to go. So the crew is down here putting fuel in, of course, servicing the vehicle. But this was going to look good for the 0-1-1, I should say, but unfortunately stuck on the pit lane after not being able to make it full to the end of the race on fuel.
All right, this could shake things up a little bit. We'll see how it shakes out. But a little bit of drama here in the final 20 minutes, certainly for that Ford Mustang, which had been running flawlessly for the last several hours. Just a little spin at Oak Tree. Certainly not the first car and driver to have an issue there. Won't be the last either. Really difficult part of the racetrack with a lot going on. A little bit of turning, a little bit of braking, down a couple of gears as well. Makes for a really challenging part of the track. But we see both the Miatas not quite able to make it to the finish, so both are in for service. And again, a 4-minute minimum pit stop time here. A little more work being done on the U.S. liveried side of the garage.
Yeah, Ryan, that's Adam Roberts that's on the pit lane, and they were calling for a booster pack, so they're still having some mechanical gremlins and things. That race car has gone through it all, an alternator change. There's been fuel line issues, and now trying to get a booster pack in there just to help diagnose some of the mechanical problems of that Miata. So it has been through the ringer for sure. Adam Roberts going to stay behind the wheel, again, pitting from second, chasing the other Miata pitted right behind him out of the Power Sports Garage in that 0-1-1. So unfortunately, both cars on pit lane. Looks like the 0-22 of Adam Roberts looks like they'll be able to get this car at least back out on the racetrack. But they just fired the 0-1-1 as well after that fuel stop. So both of these cars about to leave pit lane at the same time, which will make a really good race here towards the end of this one in the honor class.
Yeah, we'll watch that battle take place coming out of the pit lane. Thank you for the update, Chris. And while we have a few minutes left in the broadcast, it's a pleasure to welcome Jonathan Vance, who's the planning director for the CrowdStrike Veterans Race of Remembrance, powered by AWS. And I know that you have a couple of people you want to thank, but first and foremost, we want to say thank you for all the hard work that you and the rest of the Opmo team have put in behind the scenes to organize this. It's no mean feat to try and make an event like this happen from scratch, and that's effectively what you've done, albeit with some input from our friends over in Wales right now. But how would you assess year number one now that we're almost through the first 6 hours of racing?
Right. Well, thanks, Ryan. I think we achieved what we set out to achieve. You have to break into the racing world somehow, and this is it. A 6-hour vice a 12-hour just made sense for what we were doing. But honestly, from a setup and a partnership with everybody that we worked with, it couldn't have been smoother. I mean, it really has gone well from all of the additional events associated with the race, the racing itself. I'm very pleased with how it's all. And it was a team effort, and it took a better part of a year to put this together.
Well, let's talk about some of the folks that have made this possible. It's not cheap to go racing, and certainly it's true of holding a major motor race like this one as well. And there have been some folks from the corporate side that have really stepped up to make this possible.
Yeah, it's been amazing and heartwarming to see all of it. And I owe a big thank you, first and foremost, to the teams who said they would come and did come to this. Very, very grateful for them being here, and I'm talking about teams that have come a long way to race here. I want to offer a very special, heartfelt thanks to VIR and to USAC. USAC for being our sanctioning body, VIR for the tremendous facility. We couldn't have done this without the kind of partnership that we had with the track and with USAC. We're very fortunate.
If I could just jump in real quick, if timing and scoring is to be believed, this is the battle for the lead in class here in the final 15 minutes. The honor class might be changing hands. Team USA up against Team Canada. Down the run to the roller coaster. This is Adam Roberts trying to take that position away from Hugh Leahy. And it is really, really tight between the two of them. But for the moment, Team Canada is able to stay ahead, if only barely. Oh, man, so much still to be determined here with the battles for class leads in two classes still up for grabs. We'll keep a close eye on what's happening on track, but I didn't mean to interrupt because you're quite right. We wouldn't be having this without the support that we've received.
I'm watching this too because I race against Hugh
is that right?
in Canada, so it's fun watching he's doing that. I'm proud of everybody, very proud of my association with VIR and with USAC, and I think I just want to, on behalf of all of Operation Motorsport, thank them. And we could not have done this without the tremendous support of CrowdStrike, Michelin, Mobile One, Sunoco. We are blessed to have those great sponsors and partners.
Certainly are. Hugh had a little moment down into the horseshoe, went off track. Adam also locked up the left front, but he was able to keep it on the black stuff, and the lead appears to have changed hands in the honor class here with less than 15 minutes to go. And the car in the form of the Team Canada car that had a multi-lap lead at one point, 2-3 laps at one point. Now is Adam having some issues? I'm not sure that car is fully back up to speed. And we heard Chris report that they've been dealing with some issues that caused him to have a long pit stop. But now he does seem to be off the pace. Or I wonder, I mean, we didn't get a great look at it. Maybe there was a little contact and he's going to try and proactively give the position back. I know Adam had the lockup. Anyway, it's anybody's guess, but for the moment, Team USA out in front.
By a hair.
Well, by a hair, that's right. Yeah, well, we've got a Canadian and a Yank here watching this as well as a Canadian and a Yankee behind the wheel. That has been a fun dynamic of this. There's certainly inter-service camaraderie between the service members from Canada and the U.S., but a little bit of a healthy rivalry too, right?
Absolutely. I mean, they're one team. They're the OPMO race team in that class, along with Random Vandals in the other class. And it's great to see racing internal to the team, and as well being class leaders. So it's wonderful to see.
Any final thoughts from you here to cap off what has been a really remarkable day at VIR in so many ways?
Well, now that we've executed it, Ryan, I want to say thank you to you, to Chris Wilner, to Emily Nash, to Brandon Crater, all of the VROR staff leads that helped me put this together. It's been an absolute honor. We could not have made this the event it was without all of you pitching in. It looked and felt like a real professional race, and that's because you guys were here. So thanks to everybody for pitching in. And I want to say we'll be here next year, 5th to the 8th of November.
There you go.
We're doing it again.
Playing accordingly. Well, I think I can speak for all of us. It has been a real privilege to be a part of this. I've been moved to tears several times this weekend, which I suppose is what it's all about. I would say that's not normal for me on a race weekend, but that tells you just how special this one is.
It is. It is. It's a great event in every respect.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan, for popping up to join us, and we'll let you get to it. I know you've got some duties to attend to post-race, and we'll catch up when the checkered flag falls. But for now, the attention is on this fight for the lead in the class. Roberts has come back with this team, but they have been fighting some sporadic issues, so it's not all said and done just yet. I wonder if Chris has heard any more about what went on down in turn one. We'll see what we can figure out there. But for the moment, it comes down to this battle on the racetrack. not much in terms of
Yeah,
performance
Ryan, I
between
haven't
these
heard
two
anything
cars.
out of the
Go ahead,
Power
Chris.
Sports Garage team stable. So I think it just was a matter of fact that maybe things got a little too tight and then maybe backed off the pace to try to get another run. But just looking at timing and scoring, he's running comparable lap times. So I think it's just about reloading and trying to get after it again. But there's been no concern in the pit. So the teams are all looking at our broadcast on their phones and timing and scoring, just trying to cheer their driver on. But I think all is good for now. We'll see if it shakes out in the final 10 minutes.
That's what it's down to. 6 hours of racing boils down to just over 10 minutes here. This is the fight for 4th and 5th overall, the lead in the honor class. The freedom class right now, it's a 10-second gap between the top two. The two Random Vandals team cars that have been tied at the hip for basically 5 hours of this one. 22 that's leading right now was at risk of losing the lead lap in the opening hour of the race, but a timely safety car intervention kept them in the mix, and they have come to the fore. Paul Sparta got that car to the lead, and Kevin Boehm has kept it there, despite the best efforts of a very impressive GT4 rookie, Bruno Colombo. Side by side down the front straightaway, and a change for position right on back. Team Canada back to the fore in the honor class. How about this? Leahy came by that time and was the quicker of the pair by 0.6 of a second. Roberts now settles back in line, but looks to go back on the counterattack. They're running, the leaders are, laps in the 2-minute range, 2 minute 3 seconds, something like that. So we are down to the final 4 laps or so of the race. Is there some fluid possibly coming out of the 011? Don't think that was smoke, but I thought I saw something out of the left rear wheel well. Meanwhile, here comes Roberts again, going to make it side by side through Snake up toward the climbing S's here. This is not a place typically that side by side's a good idea, and they do get it sorted out. Back to the lead of the race goes Team USA. By the way, I mentioned a number of times that last night we had the Heroes Dinner as Leahy looks to the inside of Roberts again. Roberts leaves that door open, and back through goes the 011. Oh, fantastic. I mentioned, though, that...
And Ryan, this is huge, this battle for the lead, too. Don't forget, because the 011 had that pit stop penalty. They had a stop plus 30 seconds on pit lane, and so they lost all that time. But you mentioned the potential fluid. They were one of the 2 Miatas that had the fuel issues. I remember Megan Leahy climbed out, said she had smelled some fuel. There may have been some either coming out of the fuel line or even in the cockpit, but certainly that's something to keep an eye on. But it doesn't seem to be slowing down Hugh at any point in this race. They're going to duke it out here in the final few minutes, but something to keep note of. They had to rally back from that pit stop penalty.
Yeah, exactly right. Really good point, Chris. Thank you. And Adam back to the lead at the end of Madison Avenue into roller coaster, but by how much? If you know anything about Miata racing, I think we're going to be in for a treat the rest of the way. These cars draft really well, and there's 2 long straightaways where they can exchange the lead. The question might be, what's the best position to be in going out of Hogpen? Is it second or is it the lead? Might be a case that second place is the place to be if you've got the tow. Side by side from on board, looking on. Roberts on the inside, takes a peek to his outside there. Back on with Leahy, who has to settle back in second. Roberts holds him off for now. Oh, again, looking inside. Fantastic between the 2 teammates. That lead has swapped hands back and forth multiple times here over the past few laps. Boehm and Colombo, only cars on the lead lap overall right now, separated by 11 seconds. Boehm starting to extend that margin. There he goes from on board. A look at the speed disparity between the two. And I'm not entirely sure that car that Roberts is driving is ticking on all cylinders. Chris had the report they were dealing with something in the pit lane, and it does seem like this Opmo Canada car that we're on board with, big moment there, top of the hill. But it seems to have the legs possibly in the straightaway. Confirmation from observers around the track that this car we're on board with, the 011, is indeed leaking fluid like we thought we saw. So that adds a little extra jeopardy to the situation. But look at the run that he gets as Colombo goes blitzing by to the outside. I don't know that the lead Miata here, this isn't just the tow. I don't think that they're at full song. So neither of these cars are in ship shape, as you would expect after 6 hard hours of racing. But there's not much between the two of them in terms of their pace. 5 minutes to go. Overall leader coming through across start finish. And that lead has come down. It was up over 12. It's down to just 9 seconds. Meanwhile, Roberts forced to go defensive once again. Inside the final 5 minutes, it'll be 3 laps to go, if I've done my math right. Leahy to the outside. Roberts guards that inside line, holds onto the position. But Leahy seems to have the ponies at this stage in the race. He also has the door open to the inside, and he will quickly fill that gap. Hugh Leahy back to the front. But Roberts fights back around the outside, has his nose chopped off, and has to settle back in line. Team Canada taking the lead right back from Opmo USA. This is breathtaking. Now does Roberts have the ponies to get back by? It's pretty good through the tight, twisty stuff. Let's get an update from Chris. He's got another update on the 011.
Yeah, well, Ryan, things are certainly tense. Actually, the crew, if you pan over here and see, they've got their eyes locked on timing and scoring, and, of course, our broadcast. Just checked in with them. We heard the reports about potentially fluid. That may be the reason why that the 011 had to come in and do that top-off. We mentioned being off sequence. They were going to run out of fuel. We think that there is definitely a leak of some sort, and so that certainly has deposited some fuel out on the racetrack and around the property to where the fact that they had to come back in and top off. So will this affect them at the end? Not sure, but boy, we're being treated to a heck of a battle here at the end of this one between those two. But definitely there is a fuel leak on that 011.
And we don't know if the sister car that he's racing with is in ship shape either, but it's been fast enough to get Adam Roberts back to the lead with just over 3 minutes to go. First place overall, separated by 8.8 seconds. Home to Colombo. Bruno Colombo just did that car's best lap of the race. This deep into the race, he's pushing for all he's worth, trying to close in on his much more experienced teammate. In the meantime, it's Adam Roberts duking it out with Hugh Leahy late in the going for the honor class here at the inaugural Veterans Race of Remembrance. That's the gap, first to second in the class, down the front straightaway. 2 laps to go. That time Roberts had a big enough lead down to Horseshoe to hang on to the advantage. Leahy starting to close in, trying everything he's got. He was able to pop the surprise move through this section through NASCAR the last time by. Losing ground. Looks like Roberts is back in his rhythm, or perhaps that car is not giving him any issues right now. Sitting in a solid and relatively comfortable lead if things keep ticking like this. Look at this, though. Here comes Leahy closing back in on the 0-2-2 of Adam Roberts. Down to Oak Tree now. There's the leader overall. On to the final lap of the race. 1 lap to go for Kevin Bohm, whose lead is 8.7 seconds now over Bruno Colombo. Random Vandals 1 lap away from a 1-2 result. Car driven by Kevin Bohm, CJ Moses, Paul Sparta. Went to the lead just over 3 hours ago, and they have held that position solidly, but not without challenge, it's worth noting, ever since. 3rd place, how about this run from the 240, the Ford Mustang, Resilience Racing Team Brit. That car had all kinds of problems in the opening stanza, but has been pretty close to flawless ever since and has risen back up through the order to a solid 3rd overall. And then there's the battle in the honor class, Roberts and Leahy. They just saw the white flag. 1 lap to go for that fight. Separated by less than a second, just 8/10 between the two of them. At the front, Colombo is closing in. It's down now to just 3.2 seconds. You wonder if Random Vandals is trying to arrange for a photo finish or if there's something awry. I will say this, I can see the Random Vandals team out my window, and they don't look like they are at any unease at this point. This looks like it's by design, but the two cars are in the same shot once again for the first time in over an hour. Kevin Bohm gets the call to bring that car home. Bruno Colombo, try as he might, couldn't quite mount a challenge in the final 2 hours, but it's going to be plenty for a 1-2 finish for the team. Bohm and Colombo onto the front straightaway, waiting for the adulation of their crews. The inaugural CrowdStrike Veterans Race of Remembrance, powered by AWS, goes to Random Vandals. A 1-2 headed by Paul Sparta, CJ Moses, and Kevin Bohm. Now, we drop back half a lap to this battle here. This is the fight for the honor class win. It's still Adam Roberts, but the lead is just 9/10 of a second. Roberts, though, legging out the biggest advantage he has had in quite some time. This race turned on that pit stop penalty. It brought Leahy back to the same lap as Roberts and that 0-2-2 car, and Adam has done the rest. Just a couple of corners still to negotiate for Adam Roberts, Jason Bivens, and Ben Norfolk. The Power Sports Garage entry, number 022, representing Operation Motorsport USA. Hugh Leahy giving chase for Opmo Canada. He has one last chance, one last dash to the line, and he is closing in. The Canadian car looking to the outside, Roberts to the inside. Could this be a photo finish at the line? Here they come to the stripe. And it is a 1-2 result in the class for Power Sports Garage. Jason Bivens, Adam Roberts, and Ben Norfolk win their class here in the inaugural Veterans Race of Remembrance. Let's head pit side and get some reaction with Chris.
Yeah, first with Paul Sparta. What a moment. 1-2 for Random Vandals. What are the emotions? 6 hours of racing, and you guys had a beautiful photo finish shot.
Well, you know, we were racing the whole dang time, and that was what was great about this. I mean, the field wasn't huge, but, like, the pressure was there. We were racing the whole time, and, you know, it came down to just a few seconds, and then at the last lap we said, okay, come on, let's do the photo finish. Have to do that in the inaugural event, but it was awesome. So it's just an honor to be able to do this. So
what does it mean to do it with this group that you've assembled? A lot of the beneficiaries, there were some tears as they kind of knew what was going to come down to, but what does this mean for you personally?
I mean, it's huge. You know, being a veteran myself and just knowing these guys, and they're family to me. Like, they're family to Random Vandals, and to just see, like, this event is extra special, and it has that extra bit of meaning, and you can't take that away. It's just awesome.
Congratulations. We'll see him in victory lane. Paul Sparta, Random Vandals, 1-2 in the Freedom class in the inaugural CrowdStrike Veterans Race of Remembrance, powered by AWS. I can't believe it, Ryan. 6 hours, and we had 2 photo finishes. You couldn't have scripted it any better.
No, it was a beautiful thing to see. Thank you very much for your hard work down there, and we'll see if we can get reaction from a couple of the others. Do want to make sure we give a call as well to the number 240, the only car in the Remembrance class, but what a day for Jonathan Winker, Brian Winker, Callum Belton, and Caleb McDuff. Had all kinds of problems early in the going, but stuck with it, got that car running, and just logged laps. Ultimately came up through the field to take 3rd overall. So stuff and great stories all throughout that lineup as well that we chronicled throughout the day. So congratulations to them on a race well run. All but 2 cars made it to the checkered flag. So we should also point out that the 249, despite its issues, did make it to the finish, albeit much delayed. They completed 116 laps to 147 for the overall leaders. But Aaron Morgan, Adam Poppenhaus, Jonathan Winker, and Paul Fullick, well done. That was endurance racing personified in order to get it to the checkered flag. This has been a remarkable day and a remarkable event from the word go. Over $20,000 raised last night at the Heroes Dinner, and now a memorable first running of the Veterans Race of Remembrance, and it has been a real thrill to be a part of it. See if Chris has a couple others perhaps to line up.
Yeah, Ryan, actually, I wanted to grab, we got Nolan Uke here, the car chief, of course. It's a 1-2 for Power Sports Garage, but more importantly, you guys survived 6 hours of absolute mayhem today with both cars. But what does the feeling mean to go 1-2 and win the inaugural event here?
It's an incredible feeling. I mean, to be a part of such an amazing organization where individuals can come together for a common cause and work together. And, I mean, after 6 hours, we're fighting within 1 second at the finish of the race. Just an incredible feeling, and I owe it all to, of course, Operation Motorsport, Power Sports Garage, Random Vandals, and all the additional sponsors. It means the world to us.
Were you nervous at the end? There was potential fluid leaking out of the 011. You guys have had an up-and-down day with the alternator, but like you said, it all came down to this.
Absolutely. Murphy came out to bite us today with the power issue we had early in the race. And then the fluid, I was kind of a little worried, Drivers having some issues looking out the windscreen, etc. But we made it happen.
Congratulations.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Nolan Uke, car chief on the 022. How about Power Sports Garage 1-2, just like Random Vandals? They get it done in the honors class. And Ryan, it was a fantastic battle to the end. Nobody was sitting in the entire pit lane because they kind of knew it was at stake. And it was pretty incredible to watch the reactions of all these men and women that have been hard at work for 6 hours. So it was a pleasure. Now they get to go celebrate in victory lane. It's been a ton of fun. Thanks to Chris for pounding the pavement for us down in the pits today. It's a tough gig, but he was absolutely stellar, as you'd expect. Thanks to Mike Burba and the whole USAC Productions team as well, and to all of you who tuned in, to the teams for granting us access, and to Operation Motorsport for putting on such a phenomenal event. For everybody involved, my name is Ryan Marine. Thank you so much for being a part of this. It's been a memorable experience, to say the least, and the start of something with a very, very bright future. For now, though, we say so long from Virginia International Raceway as the checkered flag has fallen on the inaugural running of the CrowdStrike Veterans Race of Remembrance, powered by AWS.